studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
That is right. Good morning. The kingdom has been conquered. My name is Alec Medford in for Sean Sharif here today. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we got Larry Flores holding things down for you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you so very much for hanging out with us here this morning on a Victory Friday.
Yes, sir.
As the
Not
Dallas
just a Black
Cowboys,
Friday.
yes,
a Victory Friday.
The Dallas Cowboys conquer Chiefs Kingdom. They beat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday on these very airwaves. You just heard Brad Sham on the call. Malik Davis getting everybody excited and on the board first for the Cowboys yesterday. 31-28 is the final score. We've got all the breakdown and all the sounds from the game and the locker room coming your way here in just a matter of moments. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day for AM on the FM as well. Coming up at 8:40 today. It feels weird to say that, but AM on the FM back in the morning slot.
People love AM on the FM.
Oh, I hope so.
And we got a CA Stories Confidential.
We got a CA Stories Confidential coming up at 6:40 as well. So some of our staples coming into the 6 a.m. club here on The Fan. I haven't been a part of this in a while. I listen, but I haven't been a part of it in a minute. So it's nice to be back in the driver's seat here on 105.3 The Fan. CA, how's it going, man? Been a while.
Going great. We love doing a show together, you and I, and we've done this for years and years and years. We hadn't done it in the last calendar year, for sure.
Yes.
At the same time, it's not about us. It's about the Tolos.
Mm-hmm.
And as always, let us know what you got going on. 877-881-1053. A 6 o'clock club has a lot of people usually getting ready to go to work. Not today. There's a lot of people either out and about, Black Friday shopping. It's not as big as it used to be because everybody shops online nowadays. And once upon a time, Cyber Monday was taking over. Let us know how you're getting your stuff in because there's still sales going on. Also, there's a lot of people who might be leaving Thanksgiving with the family and friends. They might be just saying, you know what, we got to get back. We're driving. If you're headed back to wherever you're going, 877-881-1053. If you're working, I always say this, it's a gig economy. People do work on a Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. A lot of people had Thanksgiving off. If you're actually trying to get last-minute things bought to bring home to the dinner table or whatever, you were SOL because stuff was closed. 877-881-1053. Temperature right now is like 43 degrees. Ooh. It's going to be about 70 degrees today because it's going to be another perfect weather day. And I was out at AT&T Stadium yesterday. I got to say this. Jerry's got the curtains. And if they had lost that game, I promise you, one of the narratives would have been if he had not had if he had the curtains closed, George Pickens would have caught this one pass in the first half that would have ran in for a touchdown. I asked Pickens about that. We're going to go in the locker room, get some audios. Well, I asked Pickens about this. He said, I couldn't see nothing. That's just one little thing. But
shocker.
I mentioned I was at the stadium. I'm going to tell you how I shared Thanksgiving in just a minute here. But how were you sharing your Thanksgiving? Were you with family, friends? What were you doing on your Thanksgiving yesterday?
It was a fun day. It was an early day. You guys know that I am usually on from 10 to 2 on weekdays with the KNC Masterpiece. And
you did Peace-a-thon with them.
I did Peace-a-thon. So
on Wednesday.
Yes. And, it was the 12th annual rendition of it. 13 hours of broadcasting to raise money for My Possibilities and the Sandlot Children's Charity.
How much?
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Later in the show.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, maybe in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm waiting on a final number.
Got
so we're going to see. I know that we did very well, though. And so I'm excited to recap that. But it was a long day, so I hit the hay pretty quick after getting home, and I forgot to set my alarms. And thank God I got a phone call from somebody to say Happy Thanksgiving that woke me up, or I would have been late to the first family function.
Look out.
I woke up at like 9:30 because of that phone call.
You said the first. Sounds like you were on tour.
Maybe just
Some
a little
people
bit.
do.
Maybe just a little bit because we had the dinner at the house that I stay at, but we had a lunch that was with some of the older members of the family that we just wanted to get out of the house while the sun was still up.
Are you saying you made a pit stop at Luby's?
I said that.
That I wish, because the nostalgia
Luann
factor.
special.
Yeah, the nostalgia factor would have been there, because that definitely happened in the childhood, or like a Waffle House run or something.
Yeah.
Because why not? It's the most Southern thing ever. But no, just celebrated with some family in the morning for the first game. Got home right as the Cowboys game was starting.
Perfect timing.
Was able to take that in. But my sister moved back to Texas earlier this year, so we finally had her back in the fold. So it was nice to be with the family. It was a relatively chill Thanksgiving. Usually for me, it's a bit more chaotic outside of the driving to Waxahachie. But it was a pretty solid Thanksgiving. Had some good food, had some good times.
So you went down to Waxahachie, huh?
Yes, I did.
You know that's where we moved to, me and my family. Okay,
Yep.
so here's what's wild. This is my Thanksgiving, because I'm covering the Cowboys game. I've covered that Thanksgiving game day forever. Literally, I don't know the exact number, but it's over 30-something times, seriously. So I've always worked my Thanksgiving in and around the Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving. Before the game, maybe last 10, 15 years, my mother-in-law, who lives in L.A., Lower Arlington, south of 20, it was conveniently located where I could do some stuff over, Thanksgiving right over there, then zip over to the stadium, and then zip back to their house, right? Get back over to in-laws' house, and don't miss a beat. This year, my mother-in-law said, "You guys need to host it. I'm tired of everybody camping out at my house. We'll just bring the mac and cheese and the greens." Cool. My wife loves them. By the way, I married my wife because she makes excellent greens herself, and she can really do a turkey. She can really bake a turkey. Not fry a turkey, but bake a turkey. So I was like, okay, that's why I married her, because she could. I was like, I didn't know she could cook too. Beautiful. She can cook too. So Waxahachie is not that close to AT&T Stadium, but at least it's not like in Frisco where you're fighting traffic and all that stuff. I said, okay, we might be able to pull this off. How come everybody else who came down from out of town to have this Thanksgiving with the family over at my house, they were supposed to do this at like 1-ish, then it was 2-ish. Then it was 2:45. Kickoff was at 3:30. We said the prayer, and I got the hell out of there. I had to leave, right? I said, save me some food for afterwards, because I knew AT&T Stadium, Jerry always has a big spread in the press box.
That's right.
The traffic was in my favor. I go up 287. I go up 360. I get off on Abrams. I take Abrams to Collins. No traffic. Everybody was already in the game because it was Kansas City. All right? And it wasn't just like any old game where you might show up when you want to show up, or you're not used to the traffic flow. Everybody was in the game. I zipped on into the press parking spot. I kid you not. I swiftly walked in to the stadium. I get, credential, whatever. Go up the elevator. Make it up the elevator. Walk into the press box just in time for the kickoff. I kid you not. Just in time. And they had the spread laid out. After the game, I'm not going to talk about the game yet, but after the game, did the post-game interviews. There was very little traffic after the game. Zipped all the way back home and ate plenty of leftovers because they saved me some food. Passed out and woke up and got to the show this morning. Like 1, 2, 3. Thank you, traffic, for making it all happen. I thought I might have to borrow Jerry's helicopter.
See, and I'm always conflicted because the holiday shifts. It's like, family is cool and everything. I love getting to work and only have a 35-minute drive because this new studio is way further from me.
Oh yes, we're in Park Central. If you're familiar with Dallas, it's really kind of off of 75 near that High Five and LBJ. It's kind of in that. It's a real beautiful area.
Yeah, and
Lakesid's the building.
Coming from the Joe Pool Lake area in Grand Prairie, over there by Lynn Creek Park, and morning traffic, rush hour traffic is what I'm hitting to get through here to try to do some radio fun from 10 to 2 every day. It is a long commute. Today, 35 minutes solid. It was beautiful. Not a single car in my way.
Woo!
It was beautiful. So I enjoy these holiday shifts, and usually it feels like when you and me get to do radio again, it's usually after a Cowboys win.
Exactly, and they've done it again. We're going to talk about that in just a second here, but we got to shout out to a lot of Tolos on the 6 o'clock club. The 302 says, ooh-wee, listening at work after that great game yesterday. Saludos from Wilmington, Delaware. Go, boys. Ooh. And the 361 says, hope y'all had a wonderful and blessed Thanksgiving. When Dak spun to his left like Romo used to do on that 2-point play, I flipped my second plate of food. By the way, Romo did a great job calling the game, and they showed him on the big screen at the game. The crowd went nuts. They showed him up in the booth on the big screen. Crowd went nuts. Let's see. The 970 says, fixing to head to work to crank up the smoker at Bama Breeze Barbecue, getting ready for the Iron Bowl. That's RMFT. Good morning, fella. Shout out from the oil fields of South Texas. 241 says, good morning, Alec and CA. This is your boy Tolo Instacart John in Flower Mound. Still full from yesterday's gluttony and getting these orders delivered to go. Gonna be good morning listening to my two homies. Let's see. 270 Tolo from Kentucky here. Go Cowboys. Tuck Durden is still thawing frog grilling tomorrow. That's from Jamie Russell in Campbellsville, Kentucky. I can tell everybody listening on audio, right? On the Odyssey app, rather. Pickens wore the shade advisor all season, which was genius at AT&T, but it didn't happen for him. He got the sun in his eyes. The 469 says, headed down to Auburn for the Iron Bowl this weekend. And the 972 says, headed home from work all night. By the way, you've got a whole bunch of Tolos texting in. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, we do. And keep those coming in, 877-881-1053 all day as we celebrate a Cowboys victory. Just going to get some instant reaction out of the gate before we do some star up, star down coming up on the other side. When is this team ever going to make sense, CA? I still go back and look at their losses on this season, and I look at the tie, and I think about how that offense was so resilient yesterday and how they played and how they answered everything Steve Spagnuolo, one of the best defensive play callers in pro football. They answered everything he threw their way. And then I look at the Panthers game, and I'm like, what happened? And I look at the Packers game, and I say, they couldn't score one more time. And then I look at the Chicago Bears game, and I say, that's not the same team. When will this team ever make sense? Because yesterday, we'll get into it on Star Up, Star Down. I think this was one of the best coached games by the Dallas Cowboys that I've seen in a very long time.
But like this, it's two different teams. It's two different teams in one season. That's why it's not making sense. What you wish is they do this an entire season, or an entire season and through the playoffs, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's what you wish. But props to the coaches, like you said. Eberflus finally has guys who play his system, and he's able to use that five-man front, especially with Q Williams. Quentin Williams is the difference maker, and then you have the return of DeMarvion Overshown and those kind of guys. But back to these coaches, they have the tools now, and they're using the tools, and Shadi calls a great game. He was excellent with clock management at the end of the game to work that clock down where you didn't have to give the ball back to Patrick Mahomes. And let's say this, these two games, actually the last three games, because you want to throw in those three games since the bye, throw in the Raiders as well. They have been excellent. We're talking about all sides of the ball. Excellent. But you discount the Raiders because the Raiders suck. These two teams they've beaten, Philadelphia and Kansas City, have something in common. Fresh off the Super Bowl, the Cowboys in 4 days, not a 7-day, 4 days, beat the two teams that were in the Super Bowl. And not only the two teams that were in the Super Bowl, how about Philadelphia had won 2 out of 3 Super Bowls in the last 7 years? How about the Kansas City Chiefs have been to 7 straight AFC Championship games, been to 5 Super Bowls, and won 3 of them? See where I'm going with this? They beat teams who are great. You can say, oh, Kansas City's not that good this year. You don't know that. Patrick Mahomes is still Patrick Mahomes, and he almost did some Patrick Mahomes things again. Just saying. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes grew up a Cowboys fan in White House, Texas. First time he had to play at AT&T Stadium. Unlike Kyler Murray, who is undefeated at AT&T Stadium, poor Patrick Mahomes winless at AT&T Stadium. Another note, he and Dak Prescott head-to-head are 1-1, and Dak said after the game, he said, yeah, that's one thing, but he said, I'm looking forward to maybe playing against him in a bigger game that's more significant.
Yeah, and I could see that down the road if this offense keeps playing the way that it does for the next couple years to come, especially if they're going to keep making moves that make the team better. Shout out to Jerry. You know, whenever he was trying to sell us something, he had a plan in place to make that defense better. And I point back to some of those, open box specials, as some people like to call them, that you pick up in free agency. And it feels like we always have a tendency to knock those before we try them, like the Javonte Williams signing, like Jadeveon Clowney, who has been fantastic
I talked
as a
to him
Dallas
after the
Cowboy.
game, and we're going to hear that audio next hour.
And I cannot wait to hear it, but maybe showing my hand a little bit for our upcoming segment. But some of these guys that you expected to be role players coming in and making big moves, and I like the idea. Corey talks about this all the time on KNC. I believe it was, I want to say it was from Chris Young, maybe, but there was a GM that we were talking about that was like, I want to reward my team for playing the way they have played. So it was Jim Nill with the Miko Rantanen trade. He was like, this team has been so good, but they lose the overtime games, or some of these tougher matchups, and they're getting beat up here and there. Some of these guys are down on IR for a little bit. So he said, my team is playing too well right now. They are too talented. I need to reward my team for the work they have done. How do I do that? I get one of the best players on the planet in Miko Rantanen. Now, to a lesser degree, Jerry Jones did that. He said, this offense is burning too bright right now. I have to do something defensively. And Logan Wilson,
not want to waste the season.
Logan Wilson, you needed help, so you got help. But then you go and get a 4-time Pro Bowler, and it's at a position that you have historically been very bad at.
Put it like this. I have been begging for years, move up in the draft and get Aaron Donald. Move up in the draft and get Vita Vea. This is the phrase I would always use. Give me a 350-pound run-stuffing, big butt.
That's right.
1 technique, 3 technique. They never would. And finally, you got that. Quentin Williams is the real deal. And there's a lot of Tolos and Cowboy fans who didn't know he was because he's playing for the Jets in the AFC. They didn't realize this guy is legit. He is legit on all levels. Man, like I said, I'm getting all excited all over again. We're going to talk some more about these Cowboys next.
We are, because coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Alec Medford and Chris Arnold in for the boys today, we will do some star up, star down. Who were some of the biggest stars of the game yesterday? And I'll give you a bit of a spoiler. Not too many star downs for me. Next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Fan, Alec Medford and Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
In with you today, riding all the way until 10 o'clock on a Cowboys Victory Friday here on 105.3 The Fan. Your flagship of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully, as you always do, I know you do, you turn it on, you leave it on, and you heard Brad Sham, Babe Offenberg, and Christy Scales on the call for yesterday's game. Brad Sham in his bag, as always. In some of these fun offensive games, my favorite thing is to go back and listen to the highlights of Brad Sham, because some of the things he thinks of on the fly, just absolutely incredible. Like prime Brad Sham will make an appearance regularly on those scoring plays, and it just takes me back to my childhood growing up listening to him.
He's a legend.
He's a legend, and he's still got it, baby. I love listening to the broadcast here on this station. But right now, presented by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, it is time for a little bit of Star Up, Star Down, some of your biggest winners from yesterday's game. And hey, if you want to pick on somebody a little bit, it wasn't a perfect game by any means. Maybe there was something that stuck out to you that you didn't like and you want to see improve, or maybe a player didn't play up to standard. And we will start with a big star up for me, CA. Is going to go to your quarterback, Dak Prescott.
Yes, sir.
And I feel like he's the low-hanging fruit in this. You even heard Jim Nantz on the TV call in the fourth quarter said, whichever quarterback wins this game is going to get the John Madden MVP, because they've both been fantastic here on Thanksgiving Day. The Chiefs' blitz is what worried me going into this game. Even though historically Dak Prescott is great, and he's one of the best against the blitz. We talked about it in the open. Steve Spagnuolo, he's just that good. He is that good at generating pressure. It was something that you heard Jerry and Steven talking about in the offseason after they got rid of Micah Parsons, was we can scheme pressure. Steve Spagnuolo is the definition of that.
Yes.
He will get a bunch of guys outside of Chris Jones and George Karlaftis that you've probably never heard of, and he will get them to blitz the quarterback better than they ever have in their entire lives. It was the second pass attempt by Dak Prescott that was intercepted on a blitz. From that point on, he was flawless. He avoided pressure. He made magic, as Atolo texted in the open on the two-point play, rolled out to his left on that bootleg. He looked like OG Dak Prescott, and he led the Cowboys to scoring drives on 6 of Dallas's 9 non-end-of-half possessions. He iced the game with a dart to George Pickens to avoid giving the ball back to Mahomes, like you mentioned in the open. Prescott finished the day with 320 passing yards, 27 of 39, 2 TDs in the interception that we mentioned. And a big thing here that surprised me, because we talked about Spagnuolo's blitzing ability, Prescott did not take a single sack.
Not one.
In this game.
He talked about that after the game. Not one. The O-line protected him.
And I can't wait to watch the tape on this, because early on, it looked like Tyler Booker specifically was handling Chris Jones.
Yes, the rookie was doing his job.
And that was more than impressive, because Tyler Booker, he's a rookie. He hasn't been perfect, but he's flashed a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And he has shown that grown man strength. But this all leads to the perfect storm for Dak Prescott. It's similar to in Detroit, where if you give Jared Goff perfect protection throughout the game, he's going to have a damn near legendary performance against you. He'll go for 450 yards in any given matchup if he's protected, because that offense is tailor-made to him. Dak Prescott had himself a day. The deep ball was working, like that FU throw to CD down the field in the second half, 51 yards. That was Dak saying, heat check, throw one up, see what happens, and it worked. I thought your quarterback was fantastic.
He was fantastic. And by the way, he has now had 4 games of plus 300 yards passing. How many other quarterbacks in the NFL are in that group with him? 4 games of 300 yards passing this season.
I would say maybe 2.
In the words of Keith Sweat, nobody.
Wow.
He is the only one. The only
Incredible.
one. And see, people forget that, the first half of the season, when the defense was absolutely awful and the offense was on fire, people say, Dak's playing like an MVP. Well, that was one of the reasons why. He was tossed in those 300-yard games like it was nothing, with 0 picks and and several touchdowns at the same time. With that being said, my star up goes to CeeDee Lamb. Because CeeDee Lamb, for some reason, I don't know why people want to question his integrity. Just because he had the drops against the Philadelphia Eagles in 2 games. The first game of the season, and then this last game on Monday night. The reason I say I don't know why they were twisting a narrative. There are people who tried to connect him going out the night before the Raiders game and getting he and George Pickens getting quote unquote not being able to start the game, missing a series, and of course he said I can handle my liquor. There were rumors that he was throwing up and I can handle my liquor. They were conflating like he's had 2 bad games in a row. He had a great game against the Raiders. In fact, people were saying, well, CeeDee and George, because both of them had great games against the Raiders, they need to go out drinking before every night. But he has the drops against Philadelphia on Monday Night Football, and they go, oh, he's fallen off. CeeDee Lamb, he's got the drops. Is it in his brain? Is he jealous of George? See, in other words, if there's a vacuum, people will create their own narratives.
That's
so
right.
They created this narrative, let's keep an eye on CeeDee, see if he has the drops, if it's going to continue. He always responds. Dak talked about this on Tuesday. So did Shoddy, and guess what? Yesterday you saw it with your own 2 eyes. 7 catches, 112 yards, a touchdown, the big 51-yard catch. There was another one we knocked down a guy who Dak was basically throwing a pick, and he knocked it down and therefore saved a pick. And guess what? Not one drop. Not one. None. Zip, 0. Stingy with De Niro. Might like your wrist, but that about it. I'm just quoting Jay-Z now. But all I'm just saying is CeeDee shut everybody's mouth up and got to eat some turkey afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Everybody, that whole offense seemed very happy after the game,
Yes.
and as they should be, because that was some of the most timely football that this team under Brian Schottenheimer
But this
has
is
played.
4 days later. I said this in the first segment. You're playing the 2 participants from the Super Bowl that was held in February, not just 7 months earlier. The 2 teams that were there. One of them fighting for their lives to get to stay in the playoff hunt. We're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs. And here's the Philadelphia Eagles who had only lost 2 games. Don't tell me, yeah, it's just the Raiders, it's just the Jets, it's just the Giants. No. And they did it in 4 days. How about 3 games in 14 days? I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's a huge star up for me is Brian Schottenheimer. I teased it a little bit in the open. The fact that he was able to handle both of the conference champions, the reigning conference champions, on a short week.
Man.
Like, to be able to have the wherewithal to say, hey, great, we beat a division opponent, we beat the Eagles, one of the best teams in the AFC. Now it's time to figure out how the hell do I stop Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes? And especially, that's an offense that's been rolling. You know, last week's game for Kansas City was rough. They end up squeezing that one out, but they showed that they were human again. For the first time since Rashee Rice has come back, really, they showed that they were human and they were beatable. And it seemed like early on, the Chiefs did have the read on the Cowboys. They get the pick early and they immediately score with Rashee Rice. I thought it was going to be a Rashee Rice show.
Yeah, he was welcome
and it still
back.
was.
Welcome back to Dallas. SMU great Rashee Rice. Like I said, he scored a touchdown that first play, and then he was catching the ball at will, except for the one drop.
Yep, a crucial drop there.
Ooh.
And I did see somebody text in and say, from the 469, thankful for the win, but the Chiefs dropped several passes right in their hands. Thankful for that, too, but a better team catches those and changes the game. I don't want to do the better team narrative with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Come on. 7 straight AFC Championship games, 5 Super Bowls, 3 victories in those Super Bowls.
Yeah.
This is a dynasty, not just a better team. Come on.
Yeah.
And this team, by the way, you cannot. They're like a roach. They're not dead till they're dead.
Exactly.
You might stomp on them, but they're not dead. And Patrick Mahomes, if he had gotten that ball back one more time, that's why I have to give it. And this is what Dak did too. He gave major credit to Shoddy for calling that 51-yard bomb to CeeDee Lamb. He said, you know what? We can't just try to run the clock out and be conservative because Kansas City gets the ball back one time.
Yeah.
Come on now.
And that's another credit to the masterful control of the line of scrimmage that Dak Prescott has, because you did see plenty of audibles in that play where he was sensing the pressure dialed up by Spagnuolo. He checks into Shoddy's second play, and they make big gains like that. And Romo even called it out on the broadcast on that 51-yard pass. CeeDee was actually more crossing the field, and he saw the coverage, and he saw that Dak had time, and he points his hand out like, no, I'm changing. I'm going deep. Just throw it up to me. And it worked. It was beautiful.
Let me tell you, CD. Well, I mentioned why I stopped for him, and I mentioned no drops, 112 yards, 7 catches. He had 3 catches on third down that they converted on the seam on the second drive. But more importantly, that corner he was lighting up. That dude is a really good corner.
Yeah, Trey McDuffie.
McDuffie is not some rookie or some guy, some jobber. He is a legit dangerous corner, and he had him frustrated because if CD wasn't catching the ball, he was getting the personal fouls.
That's right, and Romo even said it. I think it was after the 3rd pass interference that was called on McDuffie. He was like, just a reminder, nobody owns Trent McDuffie.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Except CeeDee Lamb.
Except CeeDee Lamb.
And
now.
by the way, I talked to CeeDee about that top of the hour. We're going to hear some of that audio from the locker room.
A big star up to penalties. Under Mike McCarthy, this is usually a star down. The Cowboys had 7 accepted penalties for 50 yards. The Kansas City Chiefs had 10 for 119.
Bunch of those McDuffie.
Yeah.
And here's what's so wild. That laundry that was being tossed mostly in the second half, that extended that game a long time. It's like, whoa, first half zipped by pretty fast. Second half's like, the hell?
Yeah, and
that's why I always listen to Broadus' Zebra Report before the game
Yes.
to see which refs are calling the game. He always, this is literally half an hour before the game. Broadus always, if you listen to the pregame, told on the pregame, you will hear him talk about the refereeing crew and what you might expect. And he was nails on it again.
Yep, and it was kind of refreshing to see things skew away from the Chiefs in that regard. Usually it feels like they get some of the beneficial calls.
That's what everybody thinks.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say that it was some of the worst officiating I've ever seen, but there were a couple ticky-tack things. Hey, big star down real quick. I know you said he was great, and I thought he was for the most part. Big star down to Tony Romo for hating on that pick play that the Chiefs ran on offense that would have easily helped them keep that drive going, and they end up calling the offensive pass interference. Xavier Worthy ran straight into the defender and didn't even try to hide the fact that he was boxing him out of that play. He tried to turn his head last second like, oh, I'm running a comeback. No, you're not. You're boxing the corner out of the play. Andy Reid, I'm smarter than the average bear, okay? And Tony Romo's like, me personally, I'm picking up that flag. That's not a pick play. He's just running his route. He runs into his man. It happens. All right, quarterback.
Jim.
All right, QB, I get it. You want the offense to win here. I get it. But that was totally a pick play. And then one more star down.
Can I give a quick, go ahead.
One more. This one's quick, I promise. Big star down to Jake Ferguson. Not for the missed touchdown catch because he only got 1 foot down, which incredible effort.
By the way, I'm in the press. They're showing it on the big screen.
Yeah.
And I could see the game TV up there, too.
Yeah.
He literally almost did, but other guy's ankle made his foot not hit the grass, and therefore it wasn't 2 feet. If the guy that was knocking him down, his leg was underneath Ferguson's foot, and his foot hit that guy's ankle, and therefore it wasn't 2 feet in. And I felt bad for him because he jumped in the kettle the whole 9 yards.
Wrong time, wrong place for that second
So what
foot.
you mad at him about?
Why did he violate that turkey? That was so unnecessary in the post game.
Tell me, because I didn't see that part. I'm in the locker room.
So this is going to sound wild out of context, and please don't clip this.
Of course, save it, Larry.
He put an entire forearm up the rear end of a turkey, and he was walking around with it on his fist. Like, think of like Shador Sanders and his celly doing the watch. He was doing that with a turkey.
On the top of his
entire
fist.
turkey. The entire turkey was on his fist. And within 30 seconds of it happening, SportsCenter already has it clipped, and it's on their Instagram and everywhere saying, why did he do that? That was so unnecessary. And then everybody on the offense was just taking bites out of the whole turkey on his fist. That made me uncomfortable.
That's called a real man move.
Children are watching, Ferg. And he's a friend of the G-Bag Nation, by the way.
That's right. Every Thursday, generally speaking, you'll hear the one-on-one interview with Jake Ferguson, who, by the way, that's my guy.
He's awesome.
One other note. The twins, his fiance is one of the twins.
Cavalier twins, yep.
They were in attendance. No Taylor Swift at the game. Not any suite, not located low-key. She was not in the building. Another star up real quick. Before we get out of here, Kevontae Turpin.
Yes, he saved the game.
Fumble recovery.
He saved the game.
Oh, my goodness. And Dak was praising him, talking about this guy never stops. The energy. He said anytime he does anything, even at practice, it's Turpin time. That's what they say it on the field. Turpin time, because he's always high energy and he never gives up.
I don't think people realize because, you have the luxury of being around the team and seeing practices and stuff. People don't realize how hard Kevontae Turpin works.
Yeah, and he's a little guy.
Oh, yeah. I think he's listed an inch shorter than me,
And here's what's so wild.
and I'm short.
But what do you
Just to paint a picture. 5'7".
5'7"? Yeah,
Yeah.
he's probably 5'6", like you said. And the other thing about it, he's not like what's his name? Play for the Dolphins, the wide receiver.
Waddle, Tyreek Hill.
He's not Tyreek Hill where he's squatty body strong. No, he's thin.
Yeah, he's wiry.
He probably weighs 160 pounds. Seriously. And he gets hit hard and he gets back up.
He pops right back
Pops
up.
back up.
That's a little star up, star down for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got the 3-time Hall of Famer in the building. I would be remiss if we didn't run some CA Stories Confidential. Where are we going with that?
Some Thanksgiving stories next on 105.3 The Fan.
John.
States has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very...
The fan, Alec Medford, and the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you just heard from Larry Flores holding things down for you here for the Sean and RJ Morning Show. They are off and will be back on a Monday. But you get to hang out with us here after the Cowboys defeat the Chiefs' Kingdom yesterday, 31-28 at AT&T Stadium on Thanksgiving Day. Hope all of you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. We'll get into plenty of Thanksgiving conversation throughout the show today and some Black Friday stories maybe and some tips and tricks. We'll have that for you in the junk drawer coming up during the Expressway in the 7 o'clock hour. But right now, since we do have the three-time Hall of Famer in the building, we got to do some CA Stories Confidential.
Well, let's go there. Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, all the Tuttles, for allowing me to share some of these stories for all these years covering entertaining things in sports. And I figure since this is Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, how about a Thanksgiving Day edition of CA Stories Confidential? And we're going to talk some halftimes. See, I've been covering the Cowboys since 1980, every year since 1980. So, and I've only missed the Thanksgiving game maybe 3 times. I haven't done the math in my head. That's like 30-something, 40 years, 40 games, 40, all these Thanksgiving games.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this because last night, Dak Prescott was talking about how many Thanksgiving games that he has played in, which is about 10. And then you got George Pickens last night was talking to me, and he was saying this is the first time he'd ever played on Thanksgiving. And then I was talking with Kenny Clark, and he had played on Thanksgiving because when he was with the Green Bay Packers, they would play the Lions a couple of times on Thanksgiving. And that's the game that was earlier today, as a matter of fact, yesterday. So I'm thinking about all these different Thanksgiving Day games, and I remember that I've actually had some turducken in the Madden Cruiser.
What?
Yes. Way back in the day, I became good friends with the driver of the Madden Cruiser. His name is Fred. And he retired just before John Madden stopped, doing the games. But he'd always driven Madden all over the country because Madden had a fear of flying. He was claustrophobic. So he didn't ever fly anywhere. He'd always have the Madden Cruiser. And I became friends with the driver because at Texas Stadium, I'd say halftime or pregame, he'd come up there and he'd have dinner or lunch. And I always wind up talking to him. I'm a friendly guy, so I'm talking to him about and didn't realize he was the driver of the Madden Cruiser until he told me all about it. He told me the perks and the fun stuff that he got to do because Madden doesn't play golf, but all these other people wanted to play golf, so he'd play golf with all the big stars wherever they went in that Madden Cruiser. And he'd talk about all the little different towns they'd stop into, and literally they would drive from coast to coast sometimes. And they had a backup driver too. And so I said, Can I get on that Madden? Yeah, I'll show you the Madden Cruiser. And by the way, Madden and I became, he knows, before he passed away, he knew who I was and stuff from Dallas, and Chris from Dallas, because I would see him at boxing events. He was always, not covering, but he would always go to the boxing, and he's hanging out in the press room. And so I would see him there and we'd talk about stuff then I'd see him at the Cowboy games or whatever. So I would get this tour of the Madden Cruiser, which was really pimped out for its time. And in the very back, it had a really big bed and a TV monitor up there. And that's where Madden would just watch games and watch tapes and stuff all night while they're driving all over the country. And then one of the games where they had the turducken, Fred told me that they brought the turducken onto the Madden Cruiser after the game. After the players had their, it's always more than one leg. And it was a turkey, a chicken, and a duck combined, all stuffed together. So after one of the games, they took the turducken back up on the Madden Cruiser, and after I did my locker room interviews, I went inside the Madden Cruiser to kick it with Fred, and there was the turducken all by itself, and it was staring at me. Yes, it was staring at me as if it had a head. And I said, Fred, can I have a bite? He goes, yeah, get you one, man. We're going to probably throw this away. And so I ate it. And I was highly disappointed. You know why? Cold. It was cold. It was very cold.
That'll do it.
Like, yeah, these guys on the football field, they're like, that thing was cold as ice. And so I said, okay, but at least I can say I had some turducken on the Madden Cruiser. I've jumped on that Madden Cruiser, not just in Dallas. It was different cities. Sometimes they would stay at the same hotel that the Cowboys were staying in, Madden Cruiser's downstairs. Go over there and talk to Fred and jump on the Madden Cruiser. And I was thinking about all these different halftimes I've seen on Thanksgiving Day. They've done this since 1997. No, they didn't do this big-time halftime performer when Tex Schramm and Tom Landry, were running the Cowboys. They didn't do that then. They just have a regular old marching band. Jerry and Charlotte, I think it was Charlotte's idea, 1997 came up with this. Do you know the first ever halftime performer with the Cowboys at Thanksgiving? It was Reba McEntire.
That's right.
Then Randy Travis, then Clint Black, then Jessica Simpson before she was dating Tony Romo. This is 2000. Creed. Do you remember anything about the Creed performance?
Yeah, I remember Scott Sapp floating around.
Floating around. They had him on a rig or something. He was swinging. It
was majestic.
His voice. Leanne Rimes after that. Toby Keith, the late great Toby Keith in 2003. Did you know Beyonce and Destiny's Child performed it?
Yes. Yep.
Yep. And of course, once she left the group, she wound up sitting at the game in the suite with Jerry and Jay-Z. And I'll never forget this. After one of those games, I forget which team they were playing. It wasn't a Thanksgiving game. She was there with Jay-Z and their daughter, Blue Ivy. And after the game was over with, going down to the locker room, game wasn't quite over with. Beyonce, Jay-Z, Blue Ivy, and the bodyguard were down in the concourse area, or excuse me, the tunnel area where the teams and the cheerleaders changed clothes and whatnot. Blue Ivy was wearing a Cowboys cheerleader uniform, and Beyonce was showing her how to be a cheerleader. Kid you not, true story. Sheryl Crow performed, Carrie Underwood performed, Kelly Clarkson, Burleson's own, tore it down in 2007. Jonas Brothers performed in 2008. Jonas Brothers, I'll never forget this, they were at the game 2 weeks before that in Arizona on the sidelines. Charlotte was down there and she said, everybody, I want y'all to meet the Jonas Brothers. So I'm talking to them because she was saying they're going to perform at halftime. So I'm talking to those guys and they're all your height. And I'm talking to Nick Jonas and he was saying that they lived in Westlake. And I was talking to his dad because he said, well, we're normally from New Jersey, but it's more central to the United States. And, Disney made us so big. We're just in Westlake. And we're not too far from Jason Witten and Herschel. And Des Bryant lives in the neighborhood. Talking to LaDainian Tomlinson. All of them live in the same neighborhood in Westlake, which is just west of DFW Airport and South Lake, over that area. And then, of course, Jonas Brothers performed, turned it out. Keith Urban played. Daughtry played. Enrique Iglesias played with Pitbull. Kenny Chesney performed. Selena Gomez came back. Selena Gomez, for those who don't know, grew up in Dallas. Went to junior high school at Danny Jones in Mansfield. That's where my son went to high school.
That's right.
Junior high. And so she came back to that school a few years ago. By the way, I ran into her when she was dating The Weeknd at Top Golf over there in off of Central. Central End Park.
Yeah.
She was over there with The Weeknd. Nobody knew. It was like a regular night. I was there with some family and friends, and she was just walking around with The Weeknd. They on a date. Selena Gomez performed, Pitbull by himself, Luke Bryan, Eric Church, Thomas Rhett, Meghan Trainor, Ellie Goulding, Kane Brown, Luke Combs. The Jonas Brothers came back and did it again. Dolly Parton. That was when she was wearing the Cowboys uniform. That was amazing for her age to do that.
Yep.
Lainey Wilson last year, Jelly Roll performed with, and Post Malone last night or yesterday afternoon. He did a good job. He only did 3 songs. He didn't play 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you know all 3? Because you're a huge Post Malone fan, and me and Post are good friends, but I don't know all of a sudden. I do know he did Wow. He did a country kind of version of Wow. And I knew he had to do that. And then he did the song he did with
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah. So I thought Morgan Wallen might show up, but he didn't. I Had Some Help, right? And the first song is one of his newer songs, another country song.
Yeah, I missed the first song. I was taking the dogs outside.
You didn't miss much. It was just
I walked in right when Wow started.
I think it took them longer to set up his equipment than he performed.
Yeah.
And he did, by the way, leave him wanting more. He did something great, though. He had the number 94 on his, he's wearing like a jacket, and it had all these different pins and stuff on it. And he had 94, and when he said goodbye, of course, he said the Cowboys' greatest team in the world, because that's his team he grew up with. And his dad, of course, Rich, we talked about how Rich Post, so he's Tolo, and Rich and I've had Rich and Austin Post on the show in studio before, but he saluted number 94. Still remember you, thank you for everything. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, of course, Marshawn Nealon, who passed away. So he did a great job with that, but I was really disappointed that Morgan Wallen, that's who's my guess was who's going to show up out of nowhere. Some people were guessing like Jelly Roll might come back in.
Yeah.
Friends.
Yeah, they toured together. They're real good friends.
Yep.
And Jelly Roll's doing incredible, by the way. That weight loss journey that he's on.
Oh,
and he looks like a totally different guy now.
Have you heard his fire up speech? He went to speak to, I think, the University of Tennessee, somebody. Maybe it was a Tennessee Titans.
It was the Titans.
He gave up. Boy, he could be a coach.
He could.
That Jelly Roll was badass. And by the way, the Cowboys did another concert. It wasn't a Thanksgiving concert. Maybe it was Veterans Day or something. And I get Tolos that tell me, not just Tolos, all kinds of people, listeners that say, Chris, you look like El DeBarge. Or Chris, you look like Neil McCoy. Do you know who Neil McCoy is? Neil McCoy is a country music singer. And he was I think he performed, I want to say it was Veterans Day. It was something. It wasn't Thanksgiving. So I go down there, and he's down there backstage, or back in the tunnel area. And as soon as I walked up to him, he said, hey, I bet people tell you look just like me, don't they? I said, well, yeah, you do. And yeah, they do. And so, look at that. There's a picture of me and Neil McCoy right there.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Look like damn near twins. He told me, he said, I'm half black, half Filipino. You're half black and half what? I said, Creek Indian. He said, there you go. Light skin. So anyway, that's the CA Storage Confidential little Thanksgiving version.
There you have
The
it.
turducken was cold.
It's my favorite part of the holiday season is getting to hang out here in the morning with CA and get some of the best stories that you will hear in all of radio, not just DFW radio. It is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for waking up with us here on Black Friday. Coming up next in the 7 o'clock hour, we've got Mavs. We've got Stars to preview. We're going to empty out the junk drawer. But first, coming up next, we're going to take a trip inside the Star. We're going to hear all of the post-game reaction from Brian Schottenheimer, from Jerry Jones, your quarterback, Dak Prescott, and some of CA's interviews from the locker room next right here on The Fan.
Now on.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
number 2 here on a Victory Friday on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. You just heard the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Larry Flores is holding things down for you here in place of the Sean and RJ Morning Show on 105.3 The Fan. We will all be back to our normal spots next Monday. We appreciate you joining us here the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. If you're out and about today, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on today. We appreciate you so very much for making us part of your morning after a Cowboys statement win, taking down Chiefs Kingdom 31-28 at Jerry World yesterday.
That was huge.
And we've got so much more to unpack here today. We're going to have Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram at 9:20 today to help us break down everything that he saw, everything he heard from the locker room from his perspective. We've got a lot more to do. 8 o'clock. I want you to focus in on 8 o'clock. Where do you stand with Matt Eberflus now? I want to know, because after that couple of moves that Jerry cooked up at the trade deadline, I think my perspective might be starting to shift just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just a tiny bit. So I want to know.
I'll give you a number. This was before the game. This was before the Kansas City game. They went from being ranked number 32 and 31, in different categories of defense, to number 11. To number 11 in the games before. We're talking about the Raiders game and the Eagles game. Now you add on the Kansas City game, where they had 5 consecutive stops against Kansas City when the Cowboys offense caught up with them. Remember, Kansas City was up 14-0 at one point. They had 5 consecutive stops. And in the Eagles game, the second half, they had 8 consecutive stops when the Eagles were up 21-0. This is called Eberflus got some of the tools. He liked to play a certain kind of defense. He got the guys that can play his defense now, and the guys who were learning it, they have figured it out, and the guys who were injured are back. There you go.
They are, and things are looking great. So how about we hear some of those sounds as we go inside the Star?
Oh, there's some audio? You got an intro for this? Look out. I'm impressed,
From
Alec.
news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
I told OCA. I told I know how things work around here.
Yes, and by the way, shout out to Larry and the Pimp Cup holding those Gators down. Those are new Gators in this new building. And every now and then those Gators want to snap a finger, don't they?
Oh, yeah, and I'm still figuring things out. It's still a work in progress. I'm still not perfect. But I do want to hear from your head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, and just programming note for the holiday, he will not be joining us today at 8:20. He will resume his hit in this time slot on this day, 8:20 next Friday. But he will be back. So no Brian Schottenheimer with us today, but we can hear from him in the post-game yesterday. There's a few things I want to touch on here, CA, but I do want to start with something specific, because this goes into another star up for me. I mentioned it. Jadeveon Clowney has been fantastic for the Cowboys since they added him as a free agent. He had a dominant outing in this win over the Chiefs, setting a new season high in both tackles and sacks. He had 6 tackles and 2 sacks over the Chiefs on Thursday, which incredible work. So I want to go to cut number 9 from Brian Schottenheimer, and he's going to talk a little bit about the way Jadeveon Clowney and the rest of the defense has been playing.
Yeah, again, I think, we're tackling better, we're communicating better, but I really do think the starting point is the confidence of the group. Tommy, when you're playing well and you're running to the ball and you're hitting and things like that, that's a big part of it. But, early on this season, we just weren't communicating very well. We were, making silly mistakes, and the execution just gotten a lot better. There's no magic answer. I can't be like, oh, it's been X or it's been Y. It's not that. We just have been playing really, just sound, good football. The fundamentals we're playing with, we're tackling well, we're shedding blocks well. And I think that's a big, big part of why you've seen us really string 3 games in a row where they're playing, just fantastic football.
Fantastic football. And again, you beat the 2 participants in the recent Super Bowl within 4 days. We're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. This is not playing the Jets and the Giants, who suck this year. So you got to give the Cowboys their props, especially on defense. And in the locker room, which was very celebratory, everybody's going crazy, having a great time. I caught up with Jadeveon Clowney and talked about just those things Shotty said.
You had yourself probably the best game you've had as a Cowboy so far.
Wait. Hold on. That's not my interview. But that's okay. Let's listen to whatever this interview is. I hope it's what I was thinking it's going to be. This is not me talking.
You had yourself probably the best game you've had as a Cowboy so far. Yeah. 2 sacks, 6 tackles.
It's Fred.
Performance today.
Fred talked to him too.
Just trying to help. Just do my part, make the plays that's coming to me, make the plays I'm supposed to make, and give a lot of great effort plays.
You and I talked a little bit about, kind of getting this, not just you, but the entire defense coming around when you first got here 6 or 7 weeks ago. What's different right now?
We started to play complementary football. Offense score, we go out there and do our job and get the ball back. I think we got one of the best offenses in the National Football League. And if we could continue to give them the ball back multiple times throughout the game, we're going to win a lot of games.
Look, we get it. The other team gets paid too. But this is now 2 weeks in a row where you beat the last 2 teams in the Super Bowl. Kind of what does it say about this Dallas Cowboy team right now?
We right where we need to be in the mix of things, in the thick of things, and just keep stacking. Next game up. Don't nobody care about the last one. Don't nobody care about what you did the week before. We on to Detroit now, and just getting ready to prepare for them guys.
Thanksgiving, what's the plan?
I'm going to tell you something. This is funny. We're going to have to play my interview with Davion Clowney a little bit later in the show because it was more animated. That's all I can do. It wasn't cookie-cutter answers. So can't wait to hear that Jadeveon Clowney. But he put on a show last night.
He did, and he seems to get better and better as the weeks go on. And he was the perfect move for Jerry Jones, right? Mm-hmm. A name that you have heard in your household numerous times, a former top draft pick that is one of the best athletes that we've seen at that position in a very long time. But he's kind of past his prime, so enough to get people talking, and it was like, okay, cool, I guess. It's a move. It sounded
like a Band-Aid. It sounded like a Band-Aid.
Exactly.
Not a difference maker, but a Band-Aid.
But you know what he's turning out to be is Eric Kendricks from last year.
But you know what? The reason he's playing so well now, first of all, he's not known for the last few years of being like an edge rusher that takes down the quarterback.
Yeah.
Not the last few years. Run stopper. And that's like Tank Lawrence. You don't see the stats, you don't see the quarterback fall down. Everybody gets mad because, hey, he didn't do anything. Oh, yeah, pressure, but you don't see that show. Well, guess who's unleashed him? Quinnen Williams, and he has unleashed that entire defensive line right there. Let me do this real quick. Let's hear from CeeDee Lamb. I was giving him my star up. No drops. 117 yards receiving, including that big 51 yards that, kind of helped the Cowboys ice the game in the fourth quarter, and, of course, the touchdown as well. Here's CeeDee talking about how well he's played and shutting some people up. CeeDee, let's talk about this victory. How does it feel to win on Thanksgiving again?
It feels great, man. 3 in a row is always good as a team achievement. And overall, for myself, man, it's just good to be back on the right track.
Can you talk about yourself? You had a lot of nice catches, the touchdown play in particular. Can you talk about that particular play, the touchdown?
Great play call by Shotty. We got the coverage that we wanted. All I knew is I had to run my route the way I knew how and finish the play. And that I did in 7 points.
Seemed like there was a battle out there. Every possession, it was either you caught it or there was a penalty flag.
It's normally how it goes. That's why I said no one can really guard me. It's just me dropping the ball, and I don't do that often. So it's just a series of events. It's a great experience for me. I've learned a lot, and on forward, we're moving forward.
When you see a player like Jadeveon Clowney getting the sacks that he did, what does that speak to the defense today in this one?
Man, JD's showing up, and I'm happy. The defense is showing up. They're playing together. We're playing together. The camaraderie is building. The brotherhood is building. The bond is overall growing, and we can feel the energy throughout the environment, the facility, the stadium. The fans are involved. So, overall, we feel good. We take this win, sit on it for about a week, see y'all in Detroit after this.
And this is from Next Gen Stats. I love this number because we talked about the Trent McDuffie coverage over CeeDee Lamb. When covered by Trent McDuffie, CeeDee Lamb caught 4 of 5 targets for 44 yards and a touchdown, also drawing 3 pass interference penalties for 50 yards. McDuffie allowed 65 receiving yards on the evening, and he had not allowed 40 yards or more in any prior game this season. He has been incredible this year.
Yeah, and CD and Dak clowned him. Speaking of clowning.
It was incredible. 112 yards for CeeDee Lamb.
He was frustrated. You could that's why he's getting those PIs.
That's right. And 36 yards after the catch, too, looking like CeeDee Lamb again, which...
they should have never doubted him.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know him.
That was actually an NFL overreaction or reality that Kevin Hageland asked us earlier in the week. Are you worried that this will be a trend? And I was like, CD has that game, but then he goes 5 to 7 weeks without having one of those games.
Exactly.
He never lets history repeat itself back-to-back weeks. I wasn't too worried there.
He's a dog.
Let's try to fit a couple more in here before we hit the expressway. I do want to hear from Jerry Jones because I imagine he was in a great mood.
Yes.
After
Alex, he's in a great mood.
After yesterday's win. I do want to hear him talking about George Pickens. We'll go to cut number 9 because George Pickens obviously is the star outside of Dak Prescott in my mind and CeeDee Lamb. George Pickens, just the highlight reel plays. There's more I want to get into about GP, but I want to hear Jerry Jones's thoughts on George Pickens.
Well, I see him really understand the seriousness of the moment, the degree of the moment, and what it means to his team. So it seems like you see him have more competes or more energy, thus more decisive the moment is. And so I'm seeing a guy that is at his absolute best when it's real close.
Does he remind you of any player in particular?
Well, he actually, I'm not going to say, but he can go up and meet the ball above and time it and meet the ball in many different conbobulations, so to speak, because that's some discombobulating. But the point is, he reminds me of his ability to make unbelievable catches with Dez Bryant.
He reminds me of Dez, too.
Yeah.
And because he catches the ball in traffic. Broadus puts it best, though. He says George Pickens can track the ball in flight better than any wide receiver in the league.
He can.
In flight.
He can. In his late hands. That's a skill that you hear. You hear that term get used a lot with pass catchers is showing the hands late. But with George Pickens, he's able to high point. He's able to do anything vertical, but he's also expanding his skill set across the middle of the field as well. And just a couple numbers real quick about George Pickens. More coverage numbers against him, which I just think speaks to that ability that he has. And I do want to touch on what Jerry said specifically. George Pickens caught 5 of 7 targets for 85 yards when covered by Jalen Watson, he played press coverage on every single target against George Pickens. You probably don't want to press George Pickens every single play. Watson allowed the most yards any Chiefs defender has allowed to a single wide receiver in a game since 2018. When matched up against George Pickens, who ended up finishing the day with 88 yards on the day. So George Pickens was incredible.
I caught up with him in the locker room afterwards. I asked him about the 2-point conversion, but I called it a touchdown. And then I also asked him about that glare in his eyes, and the sunlight in his face. Listen to this. GP, can you talk about the significance of this win? It was a big one.
Yeah, definitely. Versus the Chiefs, all I can really say proud of the guys, man. On to the next one. We back on a short week, so definitely think about the next one.
Can you talk about the touchdown catch? Describe the play and what was going into that.
Yeah, I had a fade.
2-point.
Went red too. I kind of knew they went red too. He was already playing outside leverage. I looked back to the queue. Dak was still scrambling. Made a few moves, set up a front pylon for him.
And could you talk about how the Chiefs just would not go away, but your guys' defense has been inspiring?
Yeah, that's like one of the biggest things. The defense, the guys are showing up. The guys we acquired as well, Quinnen, KC, some of the DBs, I feel like they're just showing up at a great time.
Did you have trouble looking at this one pass because the sun was in your eyes? Because it seemed like that was affecting a few guys out there.
Yeah, I definitely did. Some of the guys told me too. That was my first time having that. Just coming on across the route, the sun was beaming in my eyes, so I couldn't even see, but made up for it.
How much do you thrive on not playing on this stage on Thanksgiving? A lot of eyeballs on this game. You seem to step up.
Yeah, this is my first time really playing on Thanksgiving, but definitely, like you said, thrive for the moment. Make sure the guys and everybody else is on the same one accord.
Jerry, close the curtains. You got them. It's not like you have to buy some curtains. You got the damn curtains. You use them for other events. Close the curtains, Jerry.
I've been to many concerts and wrestling events and other shows.
Boxing.
Exactly, at AT&T Stadium, and every time I do not see a lick of sun whenever the sun is still up for these events. So it can happen.
But Mr. Alec, you don't understand. When you have the sunlight shining on the field, it looks like a cathedral. It looks like, the sky is opening up for the Cowboys and shining on the Cowboys through the clouds.
Yeah.
Come on, Jerry.
Whatever, I guess. It just never fails to irritate me. Even in a win, it still irritates me, but I digress. I guess I'll take
it. If it costs them, don't let it cost them a trip to the playoffs or a playoff game like a Dez caught that ball and you could go to the end. Jerry, is that the only way you're going to learn?
It's about the ambiance both teams have to deal with.
But you don't have to.
I don't even want to think about it anymore because coming up next, it's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top of the hour. We will open up the junk drawer and talk some Black Friday with you. We got Mavs and Stars in action tonight.
College football.
And college football coming up this weekend. And I'm sure we're going to hit some more Cowboys as we go commercial free next here on The Fan.
Hey, Tello's RJ Chop. Here by my good friends over at...
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
proofing and Cousin Eddie proof this holiday season.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricade.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Join the Fan and G-Bag Nation as we support the Texas Rangers Toy Drive. Tuesday, December 9th from 4 till 7 p.m. at Globe Life Field. Rangers players, alumni, coaches, and broadcasters will be signing autographs while supplies last. Fans who bring new unwrapped toys will receive a ticket to a select 2026 Texas Rangers home game. It's a fun-filled afternoon supporting a great cause. For more information, go to rangers.com/toy drive.
This segment of the Commercial-Free Expressway is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, and yes, indeed, it is time for the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. It is Alec Medford, myself, and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
In for the boys today. We're going to have the Fan After Dark in the midday slot, so I'm sure that's going to be a show.
Fred and Blake.
Of all time.
Yeah, they had it again.
If you heard Fred during Peace-a-thon and his little hit with us, if he brings even half of that energy, it's going to be pretty must-listen radio.
Fred in the daytime's different.
Yeah, but even in the daytime, he pushes the line.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You're listening to him if you're not used to it.
Yeah, like he's
special. I love some Fred.
If you don't know the Fred Davis experience, please give all 4 hours of this version of the KNC masterpiece today. Give it a shot. Mm-hmm. If you've never experienced that,
man. Did this yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, and he's something. I can't wait for that crosstalk with Fred and Blake at 9:40 today. But we've got a lot to get to here in the Expressway because, yes, it is a Victory Friday. The Cowboys victorious over the Chiefs, the reigning AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. We will touch on more of that, some more numbers and some more conversation from that because there's still a lot of meat left on that bone that I want to pick at. But we do have the Mavs and Stars in action here tonight. Just want to set the scene for that and a big weekend of college football as well. So I do want to start with the Dallas Mavericks as that seems like the team that is the biggest eyesore for me right now. It's hard to keep track. It's hard to pay attention.
Well, let me catch up. Let me catch it up for you. Tonight, the Mavericks are in L.A. to take on the Lakers, which means it's Luka versus the Mavericks for only the third time since the big trade last year. Meanwhile, this could be the first time it's Luka versus AD. Anthony Davis could play tonight. And he practiced well on Wednesday. After practice, he said, it hasn't been cleared yet officially, but y'all know which game I want to play. By the way, he is beloved by Laker fans, so he would be very, very comfortable in that environment out in L.A. Meanwhile, like I said, AD versus Luka for the very first time. The Lakers are on fire. They're arguably one of the top 3 teams in the NBA right now. I think they've only lost 4 games. The Mavericks, meanwhile, it's just the exact opposite. They have won maybe only 4 games. 4 or 5 games. 5 games, I believe. Point I'm trying to make is they've lost a lot of games, but there are a lot of close games. In the NBA, they call that clutch games. They've lost a league-leading 15. This is games that go down to the wire. The last 5 minutes of the game is a close game. It's a one-possession game. The Mavericks lost 15 of them. Nobody's come closer. The defense is elite, but the offense is not there. Anthony Davis provides some offense, but he has missed 14 games. If he comes back tonight, it's amazing what might happen. They asked him yesterday, this is on the road, they asked him yesterday because they were playing in Miami, what about the straight trade speculation? Does that bother you? Is that a distraction? He goes, y'all, this is part of the business. He said, I've been through this a lot of times before. And I think a lot of people conveniently forget how he even got to the Lakers. There was speculations the Lakers were trying to trade for him by the trade deadline going into the 2020 season or 2019 season. There's speculation. And it never happened. The Lakers wanted him, and the Pelicans we're going to trade him to Celtics. We might trade him to Toronto. We're not going to trade him to the Lakers. It didn't happen until that summer. So he spent an entire half of a season with trade speculation, so that's not going to distract him. The question is, can he stay healthy enough? And a trade happens, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Same time, Mavericks, like I said, they've been playing close games, and they have not had the offense to win those close games. A true point guard per se. They've only had D'Lo, and right now, Ryan Nembhard, who led the NCAA in assists last year at Gonzaga. He's healthy, and he looked great, which has limited the minutes for D'Angelo Russell. You also have Max Christie. He leads the NBA in corner threes.
Yeah.
So you just need somebody to close the deal at the end. Kyrie Irving, for people who are wondering, when does Kyrie come back? He could come back in January. We just have to wait and see.
Gonna have to wait and see there, and I'm excited to get him back because I think
that's what closes the games.
Exactly. He closes the games, but also he helps start the games off in the way that I think this team needs to, which is having a real point guard on the floor. I'm excited to see what Cooper Flagg looks like in his natural position or where they ideally want him to be.
By the way, for those who don't understand the logic of Jason Kidd playing him at point guard earlier, he already said at the press conference he's going to make him uncomfortable because he's got a high basketball IQ just like Giannis. He did this early on, not that it's going to be permanent, because people always think in permanent terms, like, this is the way it's going to be. He's going to be the point guard for the rest of his career. No, he put him in those situations because of his high basketball IQ, and he wanted him to be able to flourish in those situations because he'd be used to it. If you have a game situation where somebody's got foul trouble, somebody's hurt, they're trying to double team Kyrie, whatever it is, he wanted him to be comfortable and like, gulp, I've never ever done this before. He wanted to be comfortable. So for those who are overly concerned, it's just no different than last year he started Derek Lively II at center for 2 weeks. People were like, oh, he's starting for the rest. No. He's rotating them, and he went back to using the landlord.
And we'll get to D-Live here in a second because I want to pick your brain about him as well. But for Flagg, I think another reason, a quiet part that they won't say out loud because they don't want to throw their guys under the bus, him playing Flagg at point guard gives you a better defensive backcourt too, and they know that. You know, I'm sure they are very aware that Klay Thompson is not the same defender that he used to be. D'Angelo Russell, not known as a defender.
Well, here's the other good news about that. I'm glad you asked that question. Klay Thompson surprised a lot of people by saying, you know what? I will come off the bench.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do that with the San Francisco, with the Golden State Warriors out in San Francisco. But he's doing it with the Mavericks because guess what? They need some scoring with their second unit. And he's like, we're trying to win some games here.
Sure.
And again, nothing is permanent. The bottom line is if playoff time comes, he's got the IQ to hit some shots that you need at that particular time. At the same time, you were right. And it's not even about Klay Thompson. Max Christie is now starting, and that allows you to have that corner three hit, which he's leading the NBA in that, and his defense is superior.
It is, and you're in some of those clutch games that you've even lost, you've seen that ability. Like, I don't remember if it was the Heat game or maybe the game before, but it felt like Max Christie was almost automatic. And it felt like he was in the right spot at the right time, and everybody was finding him. And he's the leftover pieces in that trade that we don't like to talk about, but he's so young. And he's still got a lot of skill. People overlook that, and he's got a lot of time to figure this out. And it was really cool to hear whenever Flagg got drafted. And I want to say it was maybe 2 or 3 games into the season, he talked post-game about Flagg, and he was almost speaking like a rookie. Max Christie is only, like 4 years older?
Yeah, he's like 21, 22.
Yeah, so maybe even 3. He's not much older, but he's already sounding like a veteran when he talks about Cooper Flagg. He's like, he's showing up, he's doing all the right things, he's getting all the right looks. He just needs, when I listen to Max Christie, I hear a guy that's been playing not only in the league for a while, but a guy that's played for this team for years. When he's only been here for the blink of an eye. I love some Max Christie.
Yeah, he's great.
I love some Max Christie.
He is low-key greatness. And again, he's kind of those guys that, like I said, he shows up again, he's doing it again, and he's got the green light to shoot those threes.
He does. Jason Kidd has a ton of confidence in him, which I'm glad he does, because I think that's only going to help him going forward. What's not going to help is not having Derek Lively for a while.
Yes, he's hurt. Again, he's had some swelling on that ankle that was bothering him, so he's not able on the road trip where they're going to play the Lakers tonight and the Clippers tomorrow. Then they come back home next week.
Yeah, and thinking about the way this team was built, obviously it was built for a different player that is no longer here, but I still liked the idea that, this is one of the things I'll give Nico credit for. The idea of we need to get ahead of the curve on this trajectory that the NBA is going back towards the too big system and the too big look, especially
it started with Cleveland.
Yeah, to start games and to close games, you're starting to see teams trying that, and it's working because when you go big, defensively, you're getting better, but you're also getting better shot creation if you have guys that can hit the mid-range jumpers, and some of those corner threes come to life whenever you have a big man driving towards the bucket, i.e. Max Christie. So you're starting to see the league go towards this, and I like that idea. It only works when the guys are available.
It works when they're available, and it only works significantly in the playoffs. In other words, you can be great to a degree in the regular season, shooting threes and touching the paint or whatever offensively. But when the playoffs come, it's a 7-game series, and coaches take away things from you. And that's why if you're a great defensive team, you can go places. Golden State, even though they were making all those shots, the Splash Brothers, the whole 9 yards, low-key, they were top 10 defense most of those years. Think about that. And that's what they're saying. You know what? You can always hang your hat on defense, but you do have to have a playmaker on offense, and that's why if Kyrie Irving comes back and the Mavericks are in playoff contention, they get to the playoffs, you might be able to get some yardage out of it.
And from the 817 The Minutes, Kid goes no center and puts PJ in at center. The Mavs go down by 10 every time, and they never recover from that. Injuries exposing Kid, but he's a good coach when the team is healthy. I think a lot of coaches in the league
would expose any coach.
Yeah, it's just, again, a person who is no longer employed by the team built this team to look a way that he wanted it to look. Jason Kidd says, how do I make the sum of your pieces work together? And it's not his fault that these guys get hurt. And I will admit, his coaching decisions get questionable sometimes in some of these looks where he has to go one single big or if he has to go small. I question his decisions too, but I would question any coach's decisions in those situations.
Yeah, it's real simple. They've added, there's a guy named Musa Cisse, who's the third center. This kid blocks shots.
Yeah.
You got Cooper Flagg, who blocks shots out of nowhere. He's a high energy guy. That defense is deceptively more than just two bigs.
It is, and I'm excited to see what they can do when Kyrie comes back. I'm excited to see what they can do when the bigs are healthy, which if they are ever healthy at the same time, I might have to be like Corey and start the rumor that the bigs just hate playing with each other. Like he said about Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland, because they can never start games next to each other because one of them's always hurt. So he's like, oh, maybe they just don't like each other. That's going to be my fun bit going forward, is maybe they can't coexist like they say in pro wrestling. Can they coexist? No, they can't.
To show you how wild these injuries have been, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively II, and Daniel Gafford have not played one single game together this season. Not one game. Ooh. But at the same time, you've got to have some bigs who can play. If you don't believe me, ask the Lakers in the playoffs this last year. I can't remember how many people were trying to tell me, oh, the Lakers are going to go to the Western Conference Finals. Luka and LeBron figured it out. This is last spring. I said, no, they don't. They don't have the bigs. I said, Luka cannot be effective. He can't lob the ball to a big, and the bigs aren't respected. Guess what the defensive coordinators do for the other teams? They will stay all over Austin Reeves, and the perimeter guys who shoot those threes. So Luka won't be able to get the assists, and you don't have Luka doing anything other than scoring. And so I said they're not going to go far because they don't have legitimate bigs. It got so bad, J.J. Redick stopped using the bigs. Or was burning up the guys who needed all I can tell you is Austin Reeves was not getting the shots because you have to have the bigs there as a legitimate threat to make the defenses collapse around them. And that opens up all the perimeter. And like I said, if those guys are healthy at the end of the year, it's going to be wild if Kyrie's back.
You do have the Dallas Stars in action today, too, at the AAC. They're going to be hosting the Utah Mammoth, one of the newest names in the NHL that I'm still trying to get used to.
I wish they would let them use the original name they were going to use, the Yetis. But, cool. They would have been Yeti because it's the natural thing in that area.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it because of the copyrights. Isn't that crazy? It's a damn shame.
Yeah, that's annoying whenever, like, I know it happened with the Washington Commanders, like all of the rumored names people went and bought the trademarks for so they could try to get a big payday, and then it ended up not being any of those because they didn't want to pay the money. But the Stars are looking for their third straight win, and they have a lot of things to be thankful for this holiday season. Well, not the the major penalties. We'll leave those aside in the suspensions, for some of those big hits he's been applying. But they can be thankful for Jason Robertson coming to life so far this season. He had a 7-game goal streak, 11 goals, and an 8-game point streak, 18 points that ended just recently. So the Stars are second in the Central Division for many, many reasons. But Robertson's production so far, 31 points, 14 goals, 17 assists, a lot to look forward to with the Dallas Stars. They get back in action at the AAC here tonight. And, of course, we've got plenty more Cowboys to talk about. We are not done talking football here today, but we do have a big college football weekend as well that we have to set up before we get out of here. So a big college football weekend, CA, and, of course, the best place to get all your latest college football information, Fan University. They're on every Saturday morning. They're going to be at Jake's in Dallas off of Marsh Lane this Saturday from 9 to 11. You're going to want to go hang out with them, have some good food, get your college football weekend started early. But a big college football weekend, and it's been a fun season locally as well because you have SMU doing good things. You have the University of North Texas. We have a giant mean green flag hanging in the studio now.
Oh, let me set this up. Let's not zip through it that quickly. Let me just go ahead and set this up. SMU is going to play Cal. They should blow out Cal. You beat Cal, you're back in the ACC championship game for the second year in a row. We're talking about the SMU Mustangs. You win the ACC championship game, you're into the NCAA. You're in the college football playoff. It's just that simple. North Texas, you're playing Temple. You beat Temple, and you should. You take on Tulane in that championship game. You beat Tulane. In other words, you beat Temple and Tulane. North Texas, you're in the college football playoff. The Cinderella season rolls on. Who would have thunk it? And by the way, for those who hadn't heard, Coach is gone. Yes, unfortunately, Coach Eric is moving up to Oklahoma State. He got snatched up. That's what happens if you have a miracle season like they're doing. And he might be taking the quarterback with him. That's the rumor. We'll find out. So North Texas, by the way, TCU, you're the spoiler this year. So your Frogs, you're good, but you're not great. And so you're just a spoiler. Baylor, you're good, but you're not great. You're just a spoiler. And by the way, TCU spoiled Houston last weekend, messed them up. I want to say this. Texas Tech, all you guns up guys, you win your game, you're going to the Big 12 championship. And this is what's so wild about all this. Texas can be a spoiler and knock A&M out of the undefeated ranks, but not out of the college football playoff. They're going to play the game in Austin. And, A&M has high hopes of having an undefeated season. They're the number 3 team in the nation. Some people think they're the best team in the nation. Here's their chance to prove it. Beat UT, and you'll go ahead and do what you need to do. You want to hear the kicker on this, Alex? This is so wild to me. Because I was talking about this to Larry yesterday. You know, Larry Flores is a Longhorn.
That's right.
I'm a Sooner. By the way,
so sorry.
Oklahoma's playing LSU. OU's going to college football playoff. Do you realize OU, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, SMU, North Texas can all go to the college football playoff and UT can't? You can say, but the math is, there's too many miracles that have to happen in line for the UT Longhorns to even have a whiff of it. It's not going to happen. And the irony of all this is UT went to the last 2 years college football playoffs, and they started the season, preseason number 1, with the Heisman Trophy favorite, Arch Manning. This season, they just haven't played that well. They haven't had a terrible year, but they haven't played as well enough to get into the college football playoff. But the wild part about it, like I said, all the other teams all around you, the ones that you don't want to, their fans bragging rights, they can go.
Man, and as a UT hater, because I was born and raised a TCU fan, I know, like you said, TCU's just meh, we exist, and I'm totally okay with that.
Oh, by the way, my son runs track at TCU. TCU men's basketball team had a major upset last night. They knocked off number 10 Florida at this tournament in San Diego. So they're playing the championship game. So again, there's some love for the Frogs.
And again, we mentioned Fan University live at Jake's Burgers. It is 10031 Marshall Lane in Dallas, 9211. The Shiner truck will be on site. Food, fun, and prizes courtesy of Shiner. And there's going to be some college football on these airwaves tomorrow. You have number 1 Ohio State at number 15 Michigan going down right here at 11 o'clock. And then 6:30, the Iron Bowl. Alabama, number 10 Alabama will be at Auburn on these very airwaves, so you aren't going to want to miss that. But right now, I'm looking up at the clock. I think it's about time we go ahead and empty out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Ah, yes. It's Black Friday. Let's kick back a little bit and have a little bit of fun here. I do want to fit some more Cowboys in here as we open up the junk drawer here on Sean and RJ, Alec Medford, and Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
The 3-time Hall of Famer in for the boys today. And just some other numbers and some other thoughts real quick on the Cowboys. A leftover star up for me, and I feel like I'm going to say this every week at this point, the way he's been playing. Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams has...
dog.
He has 5+ QB pressures in each of his 3 games with the Cowboys so far, according to NFL's Next Gen Stats. Williams did not have 5 pressures in any of his 8 games with the Jets this season. The effect of 1, a change of scenery, but 2, getting back with your position coach that helped make you even greater than you already were in the defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton. The Cowboys defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton, has been a godsend for this team. And ever since they decided to, 1, make the move, but 2, switch to that 5-man front, they have looked totally different. I had to give Quinnen Williams his flowers real quick on that.
He commands that double team, and it just opens things up for Osa. It opens up things for Kenny Clark. It opens up things for the rookie Izaraku. I mean, it just opens things up. These are the tools in the chest that Eberflus needed. He couldn't do the things he wanted to do with strictly Dan Quinn guys. And don't get me wrong, I love all those Dan Quinn guys, and I love the way Dan Quinn runs his defense, but it's a different style of defense. They're more zone, not just man.
That's right. And coming up on the top of the hour, I'm going to pose the question, where do you stand with Matt Eberflus now, 3 games removed from his new acquisitions and changing up the look of this defense? I'm excited to get people's temperature on that, because I feel like I'm slowly starting to kind of say, okay, I see the vision. I kind of understand what you're saying. We'll talk about that at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. But today is Black Friday, Chris, where everybody loses their minds to try to get the best deals available. At least it was. To me, it feels like the hype has kind of gone away. For the most part.
There's still deals there, but I don't think as many people line up.
Yeah, they still do. I told you when we walked in, I drove by the Target off of 67 in Cedar Hill. Oh, yeah. Passed it on the way here. And there were people lined up all the way past the Best Buy. That's a couple doors down away from it. At 4:45 in the morning. Camped out. It was 40-something degrees. It was cold.
It's a ritual for a lot of people. They
it's
just
a ritual.
love to do it. But you say you got a cheat code.
I've got a cheat code that at least works in the Grand Prairie, Arlington area.
Mansfield.
For everywhere that I check out. I'm usually doing the morning show on Black Friday the past probably 3 years now, and I've made it a tradition. I try to go pick over what's left, and I'm like, oh, there's not going to be anything. The past 2 years, Chris, it feels like if you just wait until after lunchtime, the crowds have gone home for the most part, and there are still deals to be had. And my trick is I always make my way out to either the Allen outlets or the Grand Prairie outlets, outlet stores in general. They always have deals. They don't wait for Black Friday. They have deals year round. But whenever you walk in and you see, everything on the wall is already 30% off, and then this rack is already 25% off, and then it's like, hey, go ahead and take an extra 50% off the entire store. That's where you get your entire winter wardrobe figured out. A lot of the time, it's not me shopping for other people. It's me shopping for me. So I can have the bigger budget to spend on other people. But I go, as soon as the show is over, I make the trek back to my area about 35, 45 minutes, depending on where I'm going. So around 11 a.m., I'm starting to kind of make my rounds and see what's left. people are still out and about, for sure. There's still crowds, but a lot of the rush has already gone, I've noticed, and I get some decent deals still.
Look out. See, that's a cheat code for those who say, I don't want to deal with the crowd, but I still want to get the deals. Mike Bassick, who was working at this radio station before he became a TV star with the Rangers TV.
That's right.
Mike Bassick used to love Black Friday, and he would get out there early, and then he'd come in and do the KNC Masterpiece, or he'd come in and do G-Bag. And he was always talking about these deals. I'm not a shopper. I've never been a shopper. I just would get what I want. I'm talking about on a regular, well, I need some new shoes, or I need whatever, some jeans, or whatever I'm going to get, and I go in and out. That's just me. The only place I kind of linger around is like a Home Depot. And I'm like, ooh, squirrel. I'm just walking around Home Depot, like looking down the aisles and stuff I can just grab and buy. Well, I was wondering, and Alec, you might be able to answer this, but maybe some Tolos out there who work at these places might be able to answer this. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Do these same stores, let's say like Walmart, that will deliver to you, you know, like Amazon delivers, but Walmart now delivers, whatever, and some of them have drones, will they deliver your Black Friday items that you order online or over the phone?
I've never tried it, but I bet they will. Because
I bet they will, because that's what they do anyway on a regular day.
Exactly.
And by the way, have you ever seen those drones deliver stuff?
Yes.
It's wild.
It's weird.
Welcome to the 21st century. Welcome to AI.
It's weird.
Those drones, they got the package and they're flying out, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, it kind of freaks me out, and it's not available in certain areas still.
Right, but when you see it,
sometimes like you'll be at a friend's house or something, and you're getting something DoorDashed, or you're getting something delivered to their place if you're like spending the night or whatever. I've had that where it will come up and say, how do you want it delivered? Do you want express? Do you want this? Or do you want a drone to drop it off? And I'm like, that terrifies me.
It's so crazy. I passed by a Walmart not too long ago, and they had all the drones lined up on this one part of the roof. And I was like, look at this, like tiny helicopters.
Yeah, I kind of want to try it just to say I did it. But at the same time, I'm like, what if the drone runs into a tree or something? Then I'm just out of a package. I'd rather trust a human, which, hey, some bad apples out there. You'll get an Amazon box that comes to your door and it's beaten to absolute hell. But I'd rather trust the human to get it right than the robot.
302 says, we root against drones out here, bro. Keep people.
Put that on a t-shirt, because amen. Even some of the AI stuff that's integrating its way into social media and stuff, it's rough.
Here we go. Let's see. 214 says, Black Friday deals must be purchased at the store. Gotta wait for Cyber Monday for that drone action. Cyber Monday.
Yeah, and I'm excited for that too, but it's always tough for me now working middays. I end up missing some of those flash deals and stuff because I'm working. You know, I'm trying to pay attention.
Here's another cheat code for you, Alec. 940 says, here's a cheat code for you. Find store locations outside of the Metroplex in smaller towns and make that hour drive. It's never crazy on Black Friday. That's from somebody who's made that trip around the North Texas area.
I've got something else to throw out for you here. How fed up would you have to be with somebody to leave them somewhere and abandon them?
What?
Like, how fed up would you have to be to park somewhere and say, get out, and drive away?
You talking about on a Black Friday? You talking about period?
Period.
Oh, you make them just get out the car? You had an argument with somebody in the car?
Well, I've got a story.
Oh, boy.
Here, this is from NME. The headline reads, death metal band strands lead singer at gas station after breaking up in the middle of a tour. This is a real story. According to NME, the band Vitriol kicked off its tour with some new members. They had a new drummer after the original drummer left the group, and they have a new bassist as well. The group formed in Queens last Friday and was slated to head up to Providence the following day before entering Canada for shows in Ottawa and Montreal. However, things went off the rails after the stop in New York City, as guitarist Keith Marrow hopped on Instagram to announce the rest of the tour had been canceled, while pointing to the lead singer as the catalyst, citing his, quote, cowardly and weak outbursts of misplaced anger, and saying, and I quote, we had to abandon him at a gas station in Vermont.
You know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I'm not even mad at that situation the way you broke that down. Sometimes the lead singer thinks he's the whole show, the whole band, and the band had to call him out and kick him out. It's put like this. That's one of those band stories that you say, okay, I like that.
Yeah, and it's fun to talk about, but I tried to put myself in their shoes, and I'm like, have I ever been so mad at somebody that I would literally pull over at a gas station and say, go, get out? Especially because you're making money with them. That's not just a friend. That's somebody that's fueling your lifestyle, and you canceled an entire tour because of it.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes the lead singer's out of control.
I like the
ego.
pettiness, though.
Yeah, of course.
I love pettiness.
You like the pettiness and the chaos.
Oh, yeah.
The 302 has an answer to your question. He says, Alec, packages get crushed by Amazon stacking the packages during shipping. Usually they wind up in the delivery truck just like that in that condition.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of the drones, 972 says, learn this with Waymo in Austin. You don't have to tip a drone. Wink, wink.
You know what? Fair enough.
817 says, nobody likes working holidays, but listen to you guys, especially here in CA and Alec on these days, makes it worth it. Sanitation doesn't sleep. Talk about job security.
That's
and
right.
Shout out to all the sanitation engineers, the garbage guys. And by the way, I hope you put your garbage on the curb so that they can pick that up. Today,
Yeah.
especially after Thanksgiving. And let me shout out to the plumbers real quick. I found this out from talking to a plumber. Plumbers say that the busiest day of the year for plumbers is the day after Thanksgiving. And you're probably thinking,
wonder why.
The toilets are all clogged. And he said, no. People, for some reason, think they can put everything in that garbage disposal.
Yep.
Including
Had
turkey
a feeling
bones.
that's what you were going to say.
Turkey bones. They said they always break the garbage disposal the day after Thanksgiving. So keep that in mind. Be careful what you throw down the garbage disposal on these leftovers.
Yeah, and be careful at other people's houses too. Using stuff that you don't know how to use. Just keep your hands off.
Yeah.
You know, don't get too handsy with other people's stuff.
Don't touch their remotes.
Yeah. And we need to put a sign up in this studio because I can't get any of these freaking TVs to work. Like, why is the Cowboys postgame show playing on the TV in here? I don't know.
Real quick, Dave 17 says, speaking about the lines for Black Friday, he said, I just left UNT Stadium, and the tailgaters are piling in, getting ready to go. UNT, go mean green. Take it on Temple.
I'm so happy for
too.
UNT, even though I just naturally have to hate on them. Yeah, I went to UTA, and I remember my senior year. I think I never confirmed it. I think some of the broadcasting students pranked us on April Fools, and there's a waterfall right outside the broadcast department, and it was green. The water was like neon green one day on April Fools.
Like St. Patrick's Day, but it was April Fools.
Exactly.
Mean green.
Yeah, so that was annoying. So
By the way,
I still got beef with y'all.
TCU fans think they own that stadium up there in North Texas. You know why, right?
Yeah.
Look at the name on the side. TCU fans think they own that building.
I understand, and I respect.
Pronounce it a certain way.
I respect the level of thought that you put into that, TCU fans. I am one.
Oh, we got another total. 817 says, out here working, deliver some Dr. Pepper. Speaking of college football.
Yep. Yeah, and appreciate everybody that is working today alongside us and helping us get through your day. And it's time to close up the junk drawer, right
Same
here
thing.
on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a holiday for some people.
Oh, yeah, it still is. And it'll be nice to get out there and try to find some deals today, too, for me, because it's not a holiday for me. I never rest when it comes to deals. I got to find them here today. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we will wrap things up with AM on the FM. We're going to talk about the other Thanksgiving games in the NFL. But coming up next, where do you stand with Matt Eberflus? 877-881-1053. In the past 3 weeks, has your mind changed at all on the Cowboys defensive coordinator? I think mine is starting to. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, Rachel.
more here on 105.3 The Fan. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Yes, you did.
My name is Alec Medford. We got Larry Flores holding things down for you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are your home of Dallas Cowboys football. And on these very airwaves here last night, the Cowboys defeat the Kansas City Chiefs 31-28. They win another game post-trade deadline and their second consecutive game won against a conference champion, a reigning conference champion, as you have now beaten in back-to-back games both of last year's Super Bowl teams.
Listen, this is no joke. People need to understand the significance of that. It's not like the Philadelphia Eagles were terrible this year, Super Bowl slump. They were 8-2 when they came into the building. They might have been arguing on offense, but they were winning games. And then 4 days later, not 7, 4 days later, they beat the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs, who are fighting for their lives to stay alive in their playoff hunt in the AFC. But more importantly, they've won 3 out of 5 Super Bowl appearances. They were in 7 consecutive AFC championship games. It's like you got the greatest quarterback in the league right now, and you took him out. I'm not saying you stomped them, but you won the damn game, and you won it with offense and, more importantly, defense.
Exactly, and that's why I'm going to pose the question to you, CA, and to the Tolos. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Where do you stand with Matt Eberflus 3 weeks post-trade deadline now that he's got all of his weaponry in hand, and he's got returning players, too? So you talk about the DeMarvion Overshones of the world. Savon Revel has been very good.
Neither one on a pitch count last night.
Exactly.
I say last night, game ended at night. It was in the afternoon.
And to see them pretty much full go now is incredible. But you talk about Quinnen Williams, you talk about Logan Wilson being the trade deadline acquisitions. We talked about a whole new look defensively. They are running a 5-man front.
Yep.
Things are different. And I'm kind of in the same boat as somebody here on the fan text from the 817. They said, I think he just needed the right pieces for his defense. And now that he has them, we have to give him a chance because it's turning around for sure. And it is. Because at first it went from, it's just the Raiders. Then it went to, okay, but the Eagles are off and on. Okay, cool. And then it went to arguably the most talented quarterback in the NFL. I know he hasn't been the best quarterback in the NFL this season, but Patrick Mahomes. It's Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Who's so dangerous.
And that offense for Kansas City the past few weeks has been rolling. Ever since Rashee Rice came off of that 6-game suspension to start the year.
And by the way, shout out to him. He comes back, SMU's on it. Rashee Rice, he scores the first touchdown in the game. He was a weapon all night long. Yeah, except for that one drop.
And he had a pair of them yesterday. He had a great game outside of that crucial drop over the middle that ultimately costed them a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is so dangerous. And I got to say this about the defense again. Patrick Mahomes is so dangerous. He threw 4 touchdown passes, but at one point, the Cowboys defense had 5 stops, 5 straight stops to allow the Cowboys offense to catch up and take the lead. And at the same time, the week before, Eagles go out to a 21-point lead. The Cowboys win that game. It matches the greatest comeback in Cowboys history, 21 points down. And in that game, the defense had 8 consecutive stops. So he's got his pieces. He's looking good. Before we take some more text and we talk some more with some numbers, go a little deeper with the numbers, here's Dak Prescott after the game last night talking about this new revitalized defense.
Yeah, the confidence. And that grows when you go out there and you make the plays and you win the games that we have against the 2 quarterbacks that those guys just, went and had outstanding performances against. It only grows further. And so they're a collective group, as I said, right, that we made some changes and, got some additions. And they felt like we also got some guys healthy and came back. And so I think, for a few weeks there, it wasn't even our defense, right? It wasn't the defense that's out there. Now we've got a group that's very confident in who they are and what they're doing in their communication. And you feel it throughout the week and just watching them go against the scout team and the reps that I do get to see. And then when you get out here on Sunday, they've just been impressive as hell. The biggest difference to me is just their third downs, the way they're making plays, getting off the field on third downs, giving us opportunities. And that breeds confidence to us.
I like that Dak mentioned third down defense there because they held Patrick Mahomes and company to 5 of 13 on third down in yesterday's game. The biggest stop, a 3-and-out in the fourth quarter after Dallas had retaken the lead. That's usually a part of the game that Mahomes and Andy Reid seem to have all of the answers to the homework. They were totally fooled by that pop quiz. The Cowboys' bigger front generated so much pressure, had Mahomes rolling out, and there was a pass where he literally had to send himself in the air, completed a pass like 34 yards downfield. Incredible stuff. He was still Patrick Mahomes, but they were making him uncomfortable all game, and they were mitigating the run game, especially in the second half. The first half, the Chiefs, in that first drive especially, first two drives, you really saw, and you hear it all the time, the scripted plays. Andy Reid, one of the best in the business at drawing up an opening game plan to try to score first, and he does it with high levels of success. After that, it felt like they weren't really gashing as much. I do think the
only gashing was Patrick Mahomes with his footwork.
Yeah.
He is deft. I mean, you would think, oh, he's sacked, and no, he starts running.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the open looks that you are giving other players across the defensive line. And I just keep pointing to Oso Odigizua because now that you add Quinnen Williams in there, he's eating a lot less of the attention. Kenny Clark is starting to play better, like his first couple games with the Cowboys.
Look at Jadeveon Clowney, 2 sacks yesterday.
And I believe Quinnen Williams ended up having 10 rushing snaps where he was double teamed, which ended up just freeing up other people. And then Sam Williams. Sam Williams has found a new breath of life with the new additions around him, and he's starting to look like the talented player that we knew he could be. And we know there is a trade-off that happens with Sam Williams. The Sam Williams experience is very akin to the George Pickens experience. For every big play that he makes, and I'm talking about George Pickens more so in his Pittsburgh years, for every big play he made, he had 2 personal fouls. It seemed like that was always the case. Sam Williams with a roughing the passer, or maybe on a punt block, he runs into a kicker or something. But
I see what you just did there with the George Pickens. Let me explain, because tell me if I'm reading your mind right. Whenever there was a flag down by George Pickens the last couple of games, you're like, what did he do now?
Yes.
Oh, thank God it's only a pass interference.
Yeah, it's just a PI. But I got so terrified when I think it was a pass on the near sideline late in the game. He got hit up high, and he immediately took his helmet off.
Right.
And I was like, keep that helmet on.
They're going to pick on you.
If you get penalized for that and wipe out that big gain, I'm going to be so mad. But he slid it right back on it. I think some of his teammates were even telling him, get that helmet
What
back
it was is somebody hit him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
So he took the helmet off, and because he's in pain.
Yeah.
He don't know the Emmitt Smith rule.
Yep.
Ever since Emmitt Smith was taking his helmet off on touchdowns, they said, you cannot take your helmet off.
Yeah.
And by the way, the only person that ever gotten away with his helmet being off and still kept playing, Jason Witten on that long run. Remember that one?
Yep, that replay's in my head.
They got that on the mural on the wall in the Star. I mean, it's a gigantic mural. Got Jason Witten with his helmet off running down the field.
One of the best plays ever.
By the way, he's a finalist for those who didn't hear. The Hall of Fame, he and Darren Woodson are finalists again this year.
Yes, and we need to do right for Darren Woodson. I don't know how many petitions I have to sign. I don't know, oh my gosh. I just go back real quick because I love when Nate Newton says this. He says it a lot whenever he brings it up. He was like,
we don't have sub packages.
We don't have sub packages. We have Darren Woodson.
Woody was doing everything.
He did everything.
He was the green dot before they even invented a green dot on the helmet.
Just the absolute definition of field general.
My
if you ask
theory,
me.
and I told Woody, I said, I think these dumb writers who are voting, they think you're already in. They think because Charles Woodson and other Woodson from the Steelers, Rod Woodson, they think that you're already in because you were another Woodson. And even though you still have the Cowboys record for tackles, you got Super Bowl rings, you just kind of blurred in the Woodson era. Like, did we already get him in there? No, he's not in.
Which is a shame.
And he's not the least talented of those Woodsons. They're all 3 great in their own ways.
From the 469, if Turpin doesn't recover that Pickens fumble, you're calling Pickens a bum today. No, I'm not.
No, not a bum.
No. I'm going to say you need to be better in that moment, but I'm not calling him a bum.
He got punched out, and he got punched out while he was falling down.
Yeah, but he was also right after the catch. He pivoted to the one hand, and he was carrying it in the palm of his hand. And I said out loud, tuck the ball, and he did. But still, I think it might have been a little bit too late. He was a little bit lazy with it. But again, Kevontae Turpin, one of the hardest working guys on the team. I'm going to keep saying it. He saved the game for you in that play. But again, we're asking you guys, where do you stand with Matt Eberflus after 3 weeks or 3 games rather of this new look defense? Where do you stand? And from the 737, they said, I can't believe we let Mahomes get out of those sacks. We probably would have scored again if we make that play where he found Worthy wide open down the field, which I do agree with you. But at the same time, that's Patrick Mahomes.
It is.
That's just Patrick Mahomes.
He's a magician out there. He has not done this only to the Cowboys. And by the way, that was the only time he's ever played at AT&T Stadium. First time he's ever done it. He was backup for Alex Smith a few years earlier. And by the way, Dak and Patrick Mahomes are now 1-1 because Cowboys went up to Kansas City a few years ago, and Kansas City won that game. And we've got a total from the 903 says, as a former collegiate defensive lineman, I was so ticked off at how much they were not keeping their gaps in the passing rush, allowing Mahomes huge gaps. I'm telling you, I was at that game. What you're seeing on TV, I know what you're thinking. But Patrick Mahomes has insane footwork. I mean, he's elite scrambling. There's a reason he can throw the ball sideways. That's that baseball in him. You know, he can throw all kinds of passes. You never even think of a regular quarterback won't even try to attempt.
Yeah, he completed a couple no-look passes yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Just how?
It's just what he does.
That's what he does to everybody.
There was one play where he avoided a sack, and I think he ended up just throwing the ball away on this play, but Sam Williams completely bull rushed on the offensive left side and got him wrapped around, and he just pirouettes, puts his palm on the turf, keeps himself up, and keeps running. That's the magic of Patrick Mahomes. Sam Williams did everything right on that play.
You know what's so funny? Okay, I don't know if you heard the story about, because on Tuesday at the media locker room availability, the Marvion Overshown was telling a story about when he was in grade school, Patrick Mahomes, who was in high school, came to his school to visit because his brother, DeMarvion's older brother, played against Patrick Mahomes in football in high school. And they were talking some trash and stuff, fun, right? He said, I've always wanted to play against him in the NFL, and I'm going to get my chance, on Sunday. So after the game last night, I said, hey, I saw you after you made that tackle on Patrick Mahomes, and both of y'all were laughing and talking, and when y'all got up, I said, did you say something to him? Yeah, I said, hey, I've been meaning to hit you. All these years. And he was just laughing and fun. That was funny.
I love that.
That's the East Texas stuff, man.
Oh, yeah. And I did see on the fan text as well that this defense needed leaders. And we finally got them with a returning Overshown and Quinnen Williams. And I keep referring to this, and it's very timely, CA, because we're going to have Nick Harris on at 9:20. He told Kevin and Corey on Monday after the Eagles game, Corey asked, what did Schottenheimer say at halftime that sparked everything? And he goes, he didn't say anything. You know who it was?
Quinnen
Williams.
And so let me tell you what Kenny Clark told me. He said, not only does Quinnen Williams, is he a great player, he tells everybody on the defensive line traits of the offensive lineman they're going against. He says he is like a coach on the field because he said he's so smart, and he just lines up everybody and tells them what the other guy's going to do.
He's been a godsend. It's only been 3 games, I understand, but I am excited about defensive tackle play for the Cowboys in 2025. It's pretty cool.
This is called real momentum.
Yeah.
In other words, we know they're not in the playoffs. They have to have other things work out. But there is a real chance because they believe in themselves that strongly and that they're on a mission. And they got 94 in the back of their minds as well. They got the flag every game. But at the same time, they know they've got the pieces on defense. And that's why that team, may not all the fans, but that team believes in Eberflus.
They do, and I think I'm starting to slowly believe in him too.
He might not be a great head coach.
Yeah, but he's
a good defensive coordinator.
Starting to piece it together. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we're we're going to go two different ways here. I'm going to let the fan text dictate how we go here. We have the rest of the Thanksgiving NFL slate that we need to talk about because the team you are playing next week had a major injury that I think could set you to run the table possibly. We will talk a little bit about that, but I'm also going to open up the phones. 877-881-1053 if you want to voice your excitement or maybe even some concerns going into the next game and celebrate a Cowboys win over the Chiefs. You can do that. 877-881-1053. We will hit both of those. We got AM on the FM coming up to close the hour as well. But coming up next, Thanksgiving slate recap and your calls right here on The Fan.
Lola V product? I remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, maybe of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
$33.33. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
With you until 10 o'clock today. We will give way to The Fan after dark, before dark, I guess. They will be in for my show, the KNC Masterpiece, from 10 to 2. You don't want to miss them. Turn it on or leave it on all day today for all of your Cowboys reaction and fun here today. But we're going to hit the phones here in just a minute, 877-881-1053. And as well, we are going to talk about the other two NFL games that went down yesterday. One that shocked me, the nightcap, and then one that has major Cowboys implications. We will get to all of that in just a moment. But CA,
yeah,
go ahead.
Little love for the Tolos texting in, 877-881-1053. That is also the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, and you can dial that number or call that number. Depends on how old you are. If you're old, you dial. Your grandma dials, right?
Yeah.
877-881-1053. The 930-936 says, hey, thank you guys for working this morning. I always listen to Sean and RJ while I open up the restaurant. Nice to hear familiar voices while they are out. Another Tolo from the 214 says, hey, fellas, Woody here. I'm thoroughly impressed by the Cowboys defense. Now, just wish like hell that Flus would have sent Overshown in on some more exotic blitzes. Got another Tolo texting in and says, okay, these two quick ones right here. Says, all right, guys, thanks for working today. Got to go to work now, and I forgot my earbuds, so I'm going to miss the rest of the show. It sucks for me. We understand. Jump in the car as soon as you can. The 302 says, Cowboy fans, here's the guide to the playoffs. Even at 11-5-1, that's what the Cowboys' record would be if they went out. 11-5-1. They're 6-5-1 right now. Have a winning record for the first time this year. This is the formula. They need 3 Eagles losses to win the division. If the Eagles win today, that's highly unlikely. The Cowboys, and by the way, the Eagles are playing whom? The Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm.
If the Cowboys then desperately need both the Bears and the 49ers to have some losses, along with the Panthers, who have a tough Rams game this week. Go Browns. Browns defense at home can get it done. And finally, this is the one I like the best. In all caps, a Tolo texted in, do you guys realize that Quinnen, Overshown, Revel, and Williams are all 3-0 undefeated players for the Dallas Cowboys?
That must be nice to know that, hey, you guys lost, but I haven't.
The difference makers have not lost the game this season.
Exactly. And Overshown, I got to give him his flowers, too, because it seems like his instincts are some of the best on the team.
Dax says he's his favorite new teammate, and his locker's right over there by Dax now, because he's a pure leader, and he's so real. He's so real.
And hearing him talk about his connection with Patrick Mahomes from his high school days is pretty cool, too. This is a through and through. He's the definition of a Dallas Cowboy.
Yes,
he really is. So let's go ahead and hit the phones, 877-881-1053, if you want to get involved in the conversation before we recap the rest of the Thanksgiving slate. We got Doug in Caddo Mills. Doug, you're on with 105.3 The Fan. How's it going? What's on your mind?
What's up, Dougie Fresh?
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, Dougie Fresh. Good morning, guys. Appreciate what you guys do, and and the insight you give to the game. I just wanted to there's no doubt you can't overstate the impact that a guy like Quinnen Williams has had, both on the defensive line, and then he makes our secondary better because of the pressure we're getting up front with those guys. But I think somebody that might be understated a little bit is the impact that Logan Wilson is having on those linebackers, man. That guy, he runs well, he tackles well, he's fundamentally sound, and he just doesn't – he's not in the wrong place. I mean, he may not make the outstanding highlight play all the time, but he's not in the wrong place, and he's bringing some leadership to the guys that are probably more athletically talented, like Overshown, to that linebacking room, and some experience that I don't think can be understated, man. I think he's flying under the radar right now, but I think he's having a real impact on our defense.
You know what? You found out something a lot of people don't know. Great job on that, Doug, because people may not know this, but Logan was a captain for the Cincinnati Bengals. He wasn't having a good year this year, but he was a captain, and he knows Eberflus's system because that's the system he comes from. So what you're saying is right. Once he's comfortable, and when he first got here, we got a chance to talk to him, and he first got here, he said, they haven't given me specific instructions. I'm just going to feel my way along at first, but he's got those leadership skills.
He does, and he's the true Mike linebacker that Eberflus likes to have. He thought Jack Sanborn, who had a great couple of years under him in Chicago, was going to be that piece, and Sanborn ends up getting hurt, but even before that, he wasn't that great.
Right, and you got to back it up if you're going to preach it to the other guys. If you're going to be the guy, you got to be able to back it up.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to what I was talking about during Peace-a-thon with Marcus Simeon, and a reason that he's not here anymore with the Rangers is like, you can't be the watch me kind of leader.
Correct.
And not play well.
And
Logan Wilson, he is a bit more vocal than a Marcus Simeon is. I know I'm crossing sports here, but he's also the technically sound guy. And Jerry was right whenever they acquired him, and he kept on saying instincts, knowledge, football IQ. Yes, that is all there. And I like what Doug said here as we open up the phones. He said he's not going to blow you away with his athleticism, but he makes up for it with his football IQ. So I do really, really like that.
And he could put the guy, communication, I was talking about in the zone, you got to be able to communicate. He could put the guys in the right spots.
He can. And the communication is something that you heard. We ran some of the post-game audio during Inside the Star earlier this morning, and you hear that a lot when people reference the new additions on top of why the defense is just playing better the past 3 games is their communication. Pre-snap, you're seeing a lot more communication whenever you're seeing checks out of plays on offense or you're seeing motion and stuff. You're seeing a lot more hand-waving, a lot more of the linebackers like Logan Wilson coming up behind a defensive lineman saying, hey, scoot over, or hey, you need to be right here. You guys flip. You know, there's a lot more communication going down in that defense, and it's because you got a true green dot helmet guy in Logan Wilson. And I know we've gotten plenty of texts. Kenneth Murray, the 1-2 is there from K9. He is one of the hardest working guys. He just sometimes gets lost.
Yeah,
and
that's the only thing.
Logan Wilson doesn't usually get lost in some of those plays. And there was a couple that I kind of hated. The TV copy highlighted that it looked like Logan Wilson got beat, but
he just saved it. He chased them down.
Well, he got more schemed out of some of those plays because there was like a big crosser that moved the chains for Mahomes in the offense for a first down where Wilson got caught up. It was almost like a pick play.
Yeah.
Similar to the one that they got flagged for, just more over the middle of the field, where they intentionally ran crossers to get him crossed up, and he was 3 strides behind the receiver, which I think it was Rashee Rice.
Yeah, and chased him out of bounds.
So it was a tough look, but it wasn't really his fault. That's just the beauty of Andy Reid. 877-881-1053. Let's go to Reagan in Midlothian. Reagan, you're on 105.3 The Fan. What you got for us today?
What up, Reagan?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm happy to be here. First-time listener, or first-time caller, long-time listener. Before I get to my point, I just want to say thank y'all. As a sanitation engineer, we work all the time.
Yes, sir.
So being able to hear the 3-time Hall of Famer and the pride of Mansfield, Texas makes my day.
That's right.
We're grateful for you, too. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate it. I am drinking the Eberflus Kool-Aid. I can't get enough of it. It's only been 3 games since we got the big additions, but it has paid off true. Amazing. We got 8 straight stops against the Eagles, 5 against the Chiefs. If we can hold off, this is a team that can go deep. And I've never seen a Cowboys Super Bowl in person. It might be our year, guys. That's it. I appreciate it, and I can't wait to hear AM on the FM.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it, Reagan. Thanks for the call.
You can tell he told those.
Oh, yes, and you're going to hear AM on the FM coming up on the other side, but I'm starting to drink it. I'm not drinking it. I'm sipping it. That's how I'm going to phrase it. I'm sipping on the Kool-Aid just a little bit because this five-man front.
Slowly but surely. You're not going to get drunk yet.
Yeah, I'm not yet.
Not yet.
It is a Friday. It's a fun Friday here on 105.3 The Fan, but I'm just going to sip. I'm going to lightly sip. This is my Kool-Aid today. It's a Green Apple C4 energy drink. Sponsor me, please. But we're going to keep sipping on that because I'm liking what I'm seeing. We've talked about it. It's actually going to come up at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock, NFL overreaction or reality. I'm going to ask about the five-man front that they've been running with Quinn and Williams and if that needs to stay the rest of the year. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. But I'm starting to sip on it because schematically, I'm noticing differences. And I'm noticing differences that just make sense. At first, with Eberflus, it felt like he started running some of the man looks that we've been asking for as like a here you go damn kind of move. Like,
oh, you mean when the zone wasn't working?
Yes,
talking about the first couple of weeks.
All of us here kept on complaining. The fans kept on complaining.
The players were in the wrong position.
Exactly. So it felt like he went out there
threw
and
him a bone.
I think it was against the Jets. He ran like something like 15 man plays, and it was like a here you go. You keep asking for it. There's your man coverage. All right, and then he reverted back after that because he said, "This is my system. Dang it, I'm going to run it the way I want to."
And thank goodness they gave him some players that already knew how to run it.
Exactly. They did some good things for him and helped him out there. We're gonna.
Is this perfect timing for the defense to be playing well against Dan Quinn? I mean, not Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell. And Detroit Lions.
Yes, and let's touch on those Thanksgiving games real quick. We'll recap them a little bit more in depth. We'll focus in on the Lions game a little bit more.
That's who's next.
That's who's next for the Cowboys. And if you get past them, I think you have a real chance of running the table just because your schedule gets considerably weaker. But in the 31-24 loss to the Green Bay Packers on Thanksgiving, they added insult to injury, because they lost their star receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, to an ankle injury on the fourth offensive play of the game.
At least 2 weeks.
And he was ruled out after halftime, and according to head coach Dan Campbell, he said he will miss some time, saying, quote, "I'll know more tomorrow," being today, so hopefully we'll get that real timeline today. He said, quote, "I don't feel like this is long term. That's the good news. But it could be a week or two, maybe if we're lucky."
And a week is when they play the Cowboys. They're going to play them not this coming Sunday, but next Thursday, which is a full week. It's a high ankle sprain. He's 2 weeks minimum.
That makes me think that he is definitely missing this, but I think he'll narrowly miss IR the way that Dan Campbell's talking, but you could see a 2 to 3 week absence, and that could do a lot for the NFC playoff picture too, because the Packers, NFC threat, win that game, and by the way, Micah Parsons dominated that game. I'm not going to sit here and hate too much as he annoys me. He had a phenomenal game yesterday. We'll get more in depth on that.
Has he been podcasting up in Green Bay?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That was the thing that was bothering people.
I don't think so, Aiden. I don't think he's been real chatty up there, huh? He's been a dream to work with. Yeah, Aiden, our morning video coordinator, is a Green Bay Packers fan through and through. Gross, but my guy is saying that it's nice living as a Packers fan without a podcast getting in the way of things. But again, Amon-Ra St. Brown, we're expecting him to miss the game against the Cowboys coming up next week. That's going to be a big deal.
By the way, didn't Aiden Hutchinson get injured last year in the Cowboys game?
Yes, he did.
He was out for the rest of the year, couldn't go to the playoffs or anything.
That was still one of the worst things I've ever seen in person. They're covering that game, and the way you could hear a pin drop the second he hit the turf, everybody knew. Everybody on that field knew. It was terrifying, so I'm hoping that we get it. I don't want another heart attack game like we had with the Chiefs. I don't want to be I want to be on the edge of my seat, but I don't want to lose years off my life expectancy against the Lions. And a good start to that is if Amon-Ra, if you need some time to heal that ankle, I'm more than fine with it. You're one of the most electrifying players in football. I hate that you're going to miss time probably, but I don't hate that it's against my team.
Here's the good news. Eberflus is going up against the Detroit Lions team that he had to face twice a year as head coach of the Bears. He should know what to do to stop Jared Goff now that he's got the players to run his system.
That is right. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for AM on the FM. Hey, that's my segment. We got the question of the day. I've got a story about something that would ruin any marriage. And you keep asking, I have a number that we raised during Peace-a-thon. We will get to that next here on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Q.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. Price to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener, we appreciate you so very much for waking up with us here today on a Cowboys Friday, a football Friday, a victorious Friday for the Dallas Cowboys.
Did you say you're just sipping? You're not really drinking a glass of that Cowboys Kool-Aid?
I'm just sipping right now. Well, maybe, what, 2/3 of the way through?
We got a Tolo from the 302 says this is what he's doing. He said, I don't drink Kool-Aid, but I'm going to put a tall champagne glass of blue Cowboys Kool-Aid decorated with a silver Christmas tinsel up for the holidays because it's Cowboy fever season.
And I'm glad that you read that, CA, from the 302 because now you can officially put up your Christmas decorations, and I won't get mad at you.
You know what? I heard Christmas music the other day before Thanksgiving. I'm like, what the hell?
The building was playing it in the bridge.
In the tunnel.
Yeah.
I was like, that was just one place. I was like, why am I hearing Christmas music before Thanksgiving? First, they're getting Thanksgiving stuff ready before Halloween. I'm like, what the hell? I'm not talking about this building. I'm just talking about different places all over town.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Christmas music before Thanksgiving? Nobody's even had any turkey and dressing yet.
Yeah. We gotta pump the brakes.
Now you can go ahead and have your holiday stuff.
Yeah, Thanksgiving is almost underrated, which sounds ridiculous to say, but it's true. Dang it.
And by the way, it's Black Friday, so you can get your Christmas shopping in.
Mm-hmm.
The lines are not long because everybody's already been in there.
Oh, yeah.
They've been in there since 4 in the morning.
Exactly. If any of these stores that you want to hit have already opened, just know the rush is dying.
Yeah, it's after 8 o'clock. It's going on 9.
Go do whatever you do in the morning. Have your cup of coffee, pick out an outfit, take a shower, get cleaned up. Take your time, because by the time lunchtime rolls around, those crowds will be gone.
And let me shout out to all the Tolos who work a gig. This is a gig economy, and there are some Tolos who are actually working holiday hours because they're just doing some holiday stuff.
That's
and
right.
they're doing it on purpose. Some people are doing it because they want to make ends meet, but at the same time, there are some who say, you know what? I don't want to DoorDash right now because I want my own hours. I want to be able to travel and do some things my own way. So they'll do some DoorDash, or they might do some Uber. They might be doing just some retail stuff or working at some restaurants just because they want the freedom to do what they want to do over the holidays. So more power to you.
There you go, and we appreciate you. If you are,
Yes,
we've already had multiple texts saying, "Hey, thanks for helping us get out of some of the stress of a work day after a holiday." So we appreciate that.
By the way, we got a Tolo from the 469 says, I work at a jail. Y'all stop stealing. I'm tired of seeing y'all come out.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Work at a jail.
Just go get some good deals. And by good deals, I mean use your cash or your credit card and pay for these items. But right now, it is time for AM on the FM.
Hey.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dime.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. I do have a number to share, a dollar amount that we raised during the 12th annual Peace-a-thon. We will get to that. Plus, a divorce story unlike anyone you have ever heard. We will get to that here in just a little bit. But CA, I know it's been a while since you've really soaked one of these in.
Outside of my car?
Exactly. And how this works is we have a question of the day that you will answer for me. We have a story that we will pay off as well. But the question of the day oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes, goes after the national day calendar of the most obscure, random, and sometimes nonsensical national holidays. So I'm going to read off all of them for today. And we're going to pick one to kind of center around. And spoiler alert, I'm going to do a double question. A double barrel question of the day, if you will. So I need 2 responses from you and the Tolos. But today is National Alan Day, like, yes, the name, and the spelling is A-L-A-N. So if you're an Allen with an A,
What about the Allens with the E's?
it's not their day. It's not their time.
That's mean.
So if your name is Allen, congrats, I guess. It's also...
What about two L's?
Again, you're out of luck, I guess.
What if you live in Allen, but you're not Allen?
You're out of luck. It's not spelt the same.
Okay.
It's not with an E, it's with an A. It's also your welcome giving day because, Thanksgiving Day was yesterday. It's your welcome giving day.
Kind of like Boxing Day in London.
Exactly. So,
Day
again,
after Christmas.
You can just walk around like Maui from Moana and say, what can I say except you're welcome giving. It's not a real thing. It's Buy Nothing Day as well for the people who don't like to celebrate Black Friday. You can just buy nothing because it's National Buy Nothing Day.
Hey, can I throw in one? You mentioned the your welcome giving. If you're Sean, RJ, Bobby, or Peyton, you're appreciated giving.
That's right. And you can say you're welcome giving to me and CA for taking your spot for the day so you could have the day off.
Boom.
It never stops around here. Got to get the reps, man. But it's National French Toast Day. So
I love French toast.
This is going to be the question of the day. 2-part. Bear with me. Your favorite breakfast food and give me something you're thankful for right now. 877-881-1053 for Thanksgiving. I want to know your favorite breakfast food and something that you are thankful for right now.
Okay. I'll start off. You're looking at me
if you want to marinate, I've got answers ready to roll.
Okay, I'll give you one quick. My favorite breakfast food normally is blueberry pancakes with a lot of butter and syrup. That's my But over the last few years, my cheat code, I really like a cheese salsa omelet. A cheese salsa omelet.
Got to get that protein.
Bacon and egg salsa. I usually get one over at Fuel City. Grab it to go, bring it in.
That's a power move.
Yep.
And if you can get that protein in early, it's usually a great way to start the day.
Cheat code.
Eggs are really filling too. So,
They're pure protein.
Yeah, pure protein, but they're filling as all hell too. That's why.
By the way, they're good cholesterol. Some people concerned about cholesterol, it's high cholesterol. It's good cholesterol. Look it up.
And for me, I would say breakfast number one for me is the breakfast burrito. Give me like a sausage, egg, and cheese, bacon, egg, and cheese, whatever. But I like making them. So I don't have like a favorite place. I usually just make them at home. But you got to do you got to sear it in the pan after, toast up the tortilla a little bit.
Get you a tortilla from H-E-B.
Those are the best.
Oh,
and I finally have one near me, which is amazing. So
the one off of 287 in Broad.
Yep, that one. It is always busy, but I just curbside it. Put the order in the day before, and you're good to go, baby.
Hey, somebody's co-signing 903 says chorizo and egg biscuits with hot sauce. Thankful for you guys at the Fan for entertaining us while I work. The 903, another 903 says sausage, cheese, biscuit, and thankful for my kids and grandkids. Another Tolo from a lot of 903s. Sausage, cheese, egg. Wait a minute, that's another one. Oh, it's in repeat. Oh, biscuits and gravy. I'm thankful for Micah Parsons. Go Pack, go. You've got some outliers here in Texas that actually love the Packers.
Nope. I don't like it.
Oh, I'm thankful for family and friends, too. You said what am I thankful for this morning? Family and friends.
Yeah, and I would say that this year I'm extremely thankful for that. Got an incredible group of people around me, and I try to keep it that way. So, got to show them some love, and it was nice to do that all day yesterday. That's my favorite part of the holiday season is giving those phone calls just to check in and, remind people of how important they are, because we need to be better at that as a community, just as a general consensus. We all need to be better at that.
Yep.
So.
Just let everybody know how much you care. One other note, if you really care and you're in a family text, do not text anybody in the family just to say happy Thanksgiving or happy holidays or whatever at 5 a.m. Please wait until 9, 10, 11, even if it's different coasts and you're on the East Coast and you're up. That doesn't mean everybody else, the other 20 people are up. Everybody else, this is what I had to do, Alec. I had to put my family texts on silence. The notification, because I'd hear ding, 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 ding. 6 a.m., 5 a.m. I'm like, no, that's too early. I appreciate you saying you don't want to be the first one. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and I got saved yesterday because we did our family, big family event at noon. because we have some older folks in the family and we have some transportation issues that need to get figured out.
Oh, that was that trip to Luby's you were telling me about.
No, it was to my aunt's house in Waxahachie, and I was so tired after Peace-a-thon, I forgot to set my alarms. And I needed to be up. I told myself I was going to be up at 8 so I could go to the gym, get a workout in,
and
get
then
cleaned
go
up,
over there and eat.
pick out an outfit, go over there and eat. My girl called me at 9:30. And I was like, oh no. And thank God she did, because I would have slept through and I would have gotten a knock on the door like, what are you doing still in bed? Saved my life yesterday. But yeah.
Thank God for family and friends.
Exactly. 100%. Keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. Something you're thankful for and your favorite breakfast food. We are up against it, so we're going to fly through a few of these. Breakfast bowl with gravy and thankful for my family and a Cowboys win from the 469. Biscuits and gravy from another 469, thankful for family and health. And 2 sunny side up eggs with a sausage patty from the 321. Appreciate that.
Oh, the 817 says chicken minis from Chick-fil-A.
Yes, those
thankful
are so
I have
good.
a job at this time of the year.
And I know we're gonna be up against it here, and bear with me for a second. One, people have been asking all morning, do we have a number for Peace-a-thon 2025? Corey Majors has confirmed with me, right at $80,000 raised for my possibilities and the Sandlot Children's Charity. Appreciate all of you for bidding and all of you getting involved in that. And the item that I donated, the Texas Stadium seat signed by Bob Lilly, Mel Renfro, and Drew Pearson, sold for $390.
Nice.
So thank you and congratulations to whoever won that. And I do have a story that I wanted to get to. I'm going to save it for Fred and Blake during Crosstalk, because I think they're going to have a unique perspective on this.
You want to pick their brains and let everybody hear it.
Yeah, a man
live on the radio.
I'll give you a tease. A man divorced his wife after discovering an obsession with a streamer online.
Kai Sennett.
Well, you'll hear there's a lot of money involved in this. We'll get to that at 9:40.
Drewski? She's having an affair with Drewski?
9:40 Crosstalk with Fred and Blake. 9:20 Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, is going to join us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. But coming up next, I've got some NFL overreaction or reality for you. The Cowboys 5-man front, and is this team an AFC fraud? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more...
bucks. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, breathe.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Might have been a record. It is the 9 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. That is the three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
You just heard myself, Alec Medford, Larry Flores holding things down. Aiden getting it in the hallway on Twitch and YouTube. It's fist pump time.
Cowboys Friday.
The 9 o'clock hour here on a football Friday. Thanks for joining us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home of Dallas Cowboys football on these very airwaves. Your Dallas Cowboys victorious over the Kansas City Chiefs on Thanksgiving Day yesterday at AT&T Stadium. It was a glorious sight, 31-28, as the Cowboys offense continues to roll and the defense continues to improve. 3 weeks post-trade deadline, a totally different looking defense. We're going to talk a little bit about that here. To kick off the 9 o'clock hour, we will crosstalk with Fred and Blake coming up at 9:40. Get Fred's emotions whenever we bring up the fact, we bring up the fact that his precious Kansas City Chiefs just don't have it anymore.
He was born and raised. He's from Kansas. It's legit. It's not like he just bandwagon.
Oh yeah, it's legit. But
and by the way, everybody knows the Kansas City Chiefs. If you're from Dallas, you know the Kansas City Chiefs started here. They were the Dallas Texans first.
Yep.
Then they took their talents up to Kansas City once the Dallas Cowboys came along. And a total actually asked me this yesterday. This is an interesting thing. Yesterday, Cowboys were wearing their throwback jerseys.
Yes,
uniforms.
beautiful.
Mm-hmm. He asked, what if the Kansas City Chiefs had worn their throwback jerseys? And he asked me if the Kansas City Chiefs had ever wore, as a throwback, their Dallas Texans throwback jerseys and helmets. And I looked it up, and yes, they did. In 2009, it was the 50th anniversary of their team, and guess what their helmets look like? This is crazy. They're red, just like the color of the Chiefs now, but they had the state of Texas on the side of the helmet where the logo would be. It's the state of Texas, and a gold star where Dallas is located. Can you imagine that? If you can, I'll show you a picture of that. But just
no, that
imagine,
actually does sound great.
Imagine if you had seen that on the football field. Think about that. The Cowboys wearing against the Chiefs, the Cowboys in their throwbacks and the Chiefs wearing their throwbacks. It'd still be red, but both of them have a little star on them. And one of them's on the state of Texas with the gold, and the Cowboys got the silver.
I like that.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I'm in favor of more throwbacks across the entire league in general because it feels like most of them are very well done. Like I keep pointing back to the Buccaneers creamsicle jerseys. Those are the most beautiful in all of football, if you ask me. And it's a shame that more teams don't step up and do that. The Packers always have great throwback uniforms. Really, these teams that have history.
Look at that right there. There you go. Can you see that? That's it.
It's simple but effective.
Yep. Red helmet, white state of Texas, and a gold star where the city of Dallas is located.
Well, speaking of star, Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram is going to join us on the D&M Leasing hotline at 9:20 coming up on the other side. Right now, let's kick off some NFL overreaction or reality, stealing a bit from my own show because I can. Why not?
Why not?
We're going to start with a couple Cowboys questions. CA and Tolos, we want you to get involved as well. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Feel free to interact and get involved with the program here on a Black Friday. I start, and I tease this going into the break. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys should and will stick with the five-man defensive front the rest of the season. We talked about some of the numbers that went into the game yesterday. Quinnen Williams getting a lot more double teams, and with that five-man front, you're adding an extra rusher. If you're double teaming against a five-man front, somebody's going to get freed up unless you have a running back or a tight end and pass protection. So a lot of things open up when you do that, but it leads for other guys that you wouldn't really expect on the big key plays to make that play. Like we talked about Jadeveon Clowney, who has been awesome since he got here to Dallas.
Yes,
he had two sacks yesterday. Man. He was the team leader in tackles. Like he was a season high for him in both categories. He was incredible yesterday. And then Oso Odigizua seems to be getting a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
And then Sam Williams. I can't stress enough how great Sam Williams has been since the additions of Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams. Getting guys lined up in the right spots is everything, and communication is key for this defense. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys should and will stick with a five-man defensive front all year.
That is not an overreaction. That is a fact, Jack. Break it down. It's successfully working, and it allows the secondary to handle that zone better. In other words, here's what's so wild. Patrick Mahomes is the most dominant quarterback in the NFL, period, overall. But guess what his strength is? Breaking down zones. Nobody can stop him when he's penetrating these zones. Well, guess what? The Cowboys handled up. Yeah, he threw 4 touchdown passes, but he's Patrick Mahomes. Doesn't matter. When the Cowboys were down 14-0, guess what? Suddenly, the Dallas Cowboys put together 5 straight stops because of that five-man front.
I like it. I'm going to go reality as well because I do like what the 903 said. They agree reality. It completely fits our new personnel, and it allows our secondary to show off and thrive a little bit. And you do put more pressure on your secondary in a way because you are using
the right spots.
Yeah, you're using a body. You know, you're bringing an extra body, whether it is a corner blitz or which they are doing a lot more secondary blitzes. You're seeing like a Triquez Bridges coming down and making plays. Reddy Stewart sometimes will come down into the box and rush the passer, which is nice. It's a breath of fresh air. I do enjoy it. I know the 302 is not happy about Sam Williams covering a tight end, but I do think as he gets more acclimated, that's going to be more of Siobhan Revel's job.
Yes, and Siobhan Revel's got, Siobhan, his name's Siobhan Revel. He's got the measurables because he's like a Richard Sherman. Not that he's going to have a career Richard Sherman, but the body type is Richard Sherman. 903 texted and said, it is reality. It's completely fitting our new personnel and allows our secondary to thrive.
It does, and I'm enjoying it. I know that they can't just run base all of the time, but that's what's going to get you pressure. And that's the thing that the coaching staff kept on talking about is we're not getting any kind of pressure whatsoever. How do you get it? You just add more bodies to the mix, and you add good bodies to the mix. And you did that with Quinnen Williams. So I like it. I know that we need to pump the brakes on too much excitement. That's why I'm sipping the Kool-Aid that Matt Eberflus is pouring up for me. Not chugging it yet, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Overreaction or reality, CA? The Cowboys, if they beat the Lions, can run the table the rest of the regular season.
Reality. Go ahead.
I pose this because this is the meat of the schedule, as Jerry likes to say, where things really get tough. Because we talked about this stretch of 3 games, really 4 for a while going into the season, was that gauntlet of Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, and Vikings. You know, that's going to be the true test that dictates your season. Now, the Vikings aren't as good as I thought they were, so you do have the Lions next. Again, we mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown likely going to miss that game for the Lions with an ankle injury, as he's likely going to be week to week. We should get an update today on his status and the timeline, so listen to Fred and Blake 10 to 2 after and see if that news breaks. But after the Lions, you host the Vikings, you host the Chargers, you visit the Commanders, and you visit the Giants. I think you end the year with 2 scheduled wins. Even if Jaden Daniels comes back for the Commanders, I still just don't think they're good enough this year, and that's totally okay. The Giants are still kind of a question mark that is not a very good question mark, but they're at least fun to watch.
They're fun to watch. Dart probably be back, but Scatterboo's gone.
Exactly. And
he's a wrestler now. No, I'm kidding.
He was beefing with wrestlers on Monday Night Raw with a bum ankle. Probably not what I would do, but hey, I bet his team wasn't too thrilled with that. And he's doing shoeies on his Twitch stream.
But
there's
if
something.
It's choreographed, why would the team be mad? They knew he wasn't going to get hurt.
Still gets physical, you know?
Oh, somebody
can roll his ankle or something.
That's true.
Yeah, so it could always go wrong. But the Chargers have been, again, the Chargers are the Chargers. And what do I mean by that? I never know what I'm going to get from them.
You never know, man.
I never know what I'm going to get from them because I talk about it all the time. Justin Herbert is the greatest quarterback of all time in made-up scenarios. People love to do, if he had this help, if his tackle was healthy, if this happened, he would be amazing. Well, those things don't usually happen. He's still a good quarterback, but it's okay to admit that he's not great. Omarion Hampton likely working his way back and will be back, I'd expect, by the time they visit the Cowboys, a very good rookie running back there. Harbaugh has breathed in new life into that defense. We're going to talk about Jim's brother John and another overreaction or reality question here in just a moment.
You know who their best player is? Digger the kicker.
Yeah.
He is.
And, he might be.
But he's not better than Butter. And Butter was better than Booker.
It's true.
Butter was better than Booker yesterday. You know that? Buckner. Or however you
Buckner? Yeah.
However you
Bucker.
pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Bucker.
Harrison Butker. I saw somebody texting at the open of the show, and they're like, do they have a kicker problem in Kansas City? Because Butter is way better. I'm like, well, he's going to set the market for Brandon Aubrey for sure.
Yeah. He and Dicker make the most money out of all the kickers.
They do.
And they make like around $6 million. And, Butter's just barely making $1 million.
Give him a blank check. Give him a blank check. I am going to say reality that they could. I don't know if they will, but I think there's a high possibility. Like the 469 says, reality if our offense continues to be one of the best, our defense just has to be middle of the pack. And that's what everybody is saying. The national voices, us, everybody has been saying if they can just be okay, this offense can score enough, and that's why I think you can beat a team like the Vikings, which I call Brian Flores, their defensive coordinator. I call him the boogeyman because he is what haunts you in your sleep when it comes to designing coverages, disguising blitzes and packages, and he knows what the heck he's doing, but that offense in Minnesota doesn't. So I do think it's a reality. You could run the table.
I think it's reality, and this is the key to the phrase. Listen carefully. You said, can they? Not they will. You say, can they run the table? Not they will run the table. Can they? Yes. And what would be a damn shame is if they ran the table and still are on the outside looking in because the other teams did not lose the games that they need. They have to have some help. But the fact of the matter remains is they have momentum, and this is real momentum. You beat the 2 participants in the Super Bowl within 4 days, and you believe in that defense. And those guys that are added on the defense, they're 3-0. They haven't lost a game this. You can't tell them that they can't keep winning. Not yet. And again, it's can, not are going to.
And what I can tell you is we do have an update on Amon-Ra St. Brown. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network just tweeting this out moments ago. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is believed to have suffered a low ankle sprain yesterday, sources say. And while he continues to be evaluated, it is good news so far on his chances for returning sooner rather than later.
Not this week.
Detroit plays just one game in the next 16 days, which is the game on December 4th against the Cowboys. Thursday. Right here on these very airwaves. But
He ain't gonna be back for that game. It's in Detroit. He's not coming. He's not gonna play in that game.
And these insiders are smart with how they word things too. I think him hinting there at the bottom. That's why I think he's doing. I think he's hinting is when he says they only play one game in the next 16 days. How about you sit out that game and make sure you're good to go?
Yeah, the whole time off. He'll be back after all these days in a row off, 16 days in a row. That's why he's not going to play this game. But at the same time, Dan Campbell knows how to have fun against the Cowboys and trick things up. But watch what happens. This is a different defense. And, again, Dan Campbell's calling the offense for the Lions, and they're going to go after Jared Goff.
And let me go ahead and pay off this one real quick before we get to Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Overreaction or reality, CA? The Baltimore Ravens will never be serious under John Harbaugh. And ever since his one Super Bowl run, he has not quite figured it out. And you've seen this year, without his quarterback, obviously, it was tough to start the year, but the Ravens on offense just cannot seem to get things going against one of the worst defenses in all of football, if not the worst defense in all of football yesterday. They put up just 14 points, losing 32-14 against the Cincinnati Bengals. Lamar Jackson, 17 of 32 for 246 and an interception.
2 picks.
And Derrick Henry, just 10 carries for 60 yards and a score. So not much going in the passing game, not much going defensively, which Baltimore, for my money, is usually that defensive team that you have to look out for. They have not been good this year. They fall to 6-6, but the AFC is still pretty wide open, especially within their division. That division is gross this year. So overreaction or reality, the Ravens will never be serious under John Harbaugh.
That's the overreaction. He's always quality. He's got quality players. He just hadn't gone back to the Super Bowl. It's just that simple. And so you can't just blame him when Lamar hadn't had great playoffs. And I love Lamar Jackson, but blame him.
From the 903, they won't be serious until they acquire a better wide receiver and allow Lamar to play his game. I do think that they kind of do the Cowboys approach when it comes to pass catchers of finding the old name. You know, the name that used to be a name, like DeAndre Hopkins, and bringing him in. And he has a good game every now and then, but he's very quiet some games because he's not who he used to be. He's an older player. So I think they take a Cowboys approach sometimes, and that's why I think reality, because I don't think his GM is going to help him out either. And I think he ends up getting fired sooner rather than later. Maybe not this year, but next. I don't think he's there much longer.
The reason you say that is because coaches are hired to be fired, and he's expired a long time ago.
He is past his shelf life. It's like when you get a gallon of milk and it hasn't started smelling bad 3 days after the date that's printed on it. That's what Harbaugh is.
That's what happens.
That's some NFL overreaction or reality for you. 9:40, we crosstalk with Fred and Blake. But coming up next, we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
Hey, thanks for starting your day with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, YouTube, or on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. It's time for Black Friday. They're racing to finish the year #1 in the world for the 3rd year in a row. And just like any great team in the closing minutes, they're turning up the pressure with Black Friday savings on everything. Make a play on a new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500 and score $15,000 in total savings. That's right.
remember that Uber Eats has most.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when we used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Sisters?
Hazel Bates.
That's Scott.
Nutmeg Maidens? No. She said no. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call the Dirt Nerds at PermaPure Foundation Repair. Get a free foundation inspection, 844-919-7276, or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
This segment of the Fan is also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Turn It On or Leave It On listener. We are hoping to speak with Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram here in a matter of moments. But before we get to him, let's run through some more NFL overreaction or reality, CA, while we wait, because I have a bunch more that I do want to get to.
Before you get to it, there's a couple of people texting in, Tolos texting in, that are answering your overreaction or reality about, can the Cowboys win out?
Yeah.
And we got a Tolos, and by the way, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. We got Tolos says from the 940, we will lose at least one, but it's going to take at least 11 wins to get a wild card. This offense is not the same as it is on a lot of these road games. In other words, the road games wind up biting them. And the only road games left are Detroit, New York, and Washington.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens because
I think those are the easy ones.
They are.
I think the Chargers and who else is coming in? Minnesota, those are the tricky ones to me.
But I also thought that the Panthers was an easy game too.
Surprise.
So again,
it's the NFL. It's the most 8-9, 9-8 year in NFL history. I'm serious. Any team can win any game.
Yeah, and I saw somebody text in and they're like overreaction or reality of their own. They said the best record in the NFL this year is going to be 12-5. And I was like, Interesting, because there is so much parity this year.
You don't think the Rams can go 14-2? I mean 14-3?
I hopelessly think that they can, just because for my money they're the best team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 1-1A with them and the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Matt Stafford. So if I know my team, like I just say right now, because I'm still sipping, remember? Still sipping on the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
You're
sipping it like it's some nice fine whiskey.
Exactly. And I don't think that there's a real Super Bowl chance for the Cowboys, but I just want a team or a player or a set of players that I like to get that opportunity. And I like Matt Stafford. I like Puka. I would trade my entire existence for Sean McVay to coach my football team. It's not a knock on Brian Schottenheimer. I just still think he's the best in football at designing offensive plays. But yeah, 12-5 might be a gold standard this year. It might be.
That's something.
I think the Rams and Patriots would like to have a word with you, in terms of projecting a lower win total. But I think the Rams would be the biggest threat to that idea. Overreaction or reality, Chris? The Texans will overtake the Colts and win the AFC South. Houston began Week 12 in impressive fashion, beating the Bills on Thursday night. The Texans improved to 3-0 with backup quarterback Davis Mills starting, C.J. Stroud still in concussion protocol, and their swarming defense got to Josh Allen 8 times in that game. DeMeco Ryans' defense has been phenomenal. They recovered from an 0-3 start to poke its head above 500 for the first time this season at 6-5. The Colts had a 20-9 fourth quarter lead on the Chiefs this past Sunday, only for their offense to completely shut down and give the game away. They fell to 8-3 with that loss. Overreaction or reality, the Texans can and will overtake the Colts and win the AFC South.
Overreaction. The Colts defense, the Texans defense is legit, no doubt. But I'm sorry. The Colts have been solid the entire year. To me, the only reason the Colts haven't been relevant the last year and a half, they were messing around with Anthony Richardson for dumb reasons. Anthony Richardson, when they drafted him, me and Will Chambers both were talking about this over and over again. Just because he has measurables and won the combine, the underwear Olympics, does not mean he's a complete quarterback with a high football IQ, and they kept making the comp like he's Cam Newton. Cam Newton came out of college with a Heisman Trophy, a national championship. He was Rookie of the Year. He went to the Super Bowl. Cam Newton, just because he's big doesn't mean he's just big. Cam Newton has a very high football IQ, and he did all those things a great quarterback does. Anthony Richardson just had highlight reels. He didn't have complete games that were great. And so, to me, they were messing around. I shouldn't say messing around. They were effing around and found out.
That's right.
With Anthony Richardson, and he was getting hurt all the time.
That's right.
So, to me, Danny Dimes comes in, Daniel Jones comes in, and he's already seasoned. To me, he's no different than Baker Mayfield going down to Tampa Bay. To me, Indianapolis is for real. They've only lost 3 games. I am not saying the Houston Texans are going to suddenly figure it out offensively.
I'm going to go with reality here just for fun, because I do think
you like the chaos.
I do, and I do think that the Colts are still one of the best teams in the AFC, because I think Shane Steichen is an unsung hero of the NFL season. He made a completely irrelevant team must watch to a degree, because Jonathan Taylor is doing amazing things at the running back position.
And by the way, Steichen was the offense coordinator the first time, the second time the Eagles went to the Super Bowl when they lost to Kansas City, and Jalen Hurts would have been the MVP.
And that's what I kept talking about with the Eagles last year and ended up being proven wrong. But especially with this year.
Steichen leaving and Kellen Moore coming in.
And not just him, Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator.
To the Cardinals.
Yeah, and look what he's doing with a bunch of nobodies.
Yeah, they lost coordinators just like the Lions did this past year.
Yeah, so Sirianni knows how to recruit, and he knows how to get good coordinators underneath his belt. And Steichen was one of those. Mm-hmm. And he is a mastermind when it comes to the quarterback position.
Was that Sirianni or was that Howie? Because Howie can do it all.
Yeah,
I don't give Sirianni credit for anything other than being the face of that Eagles team because that's the matches the city's mood.
That's a question I still ask myself: is how much does Howie get involved in staff decisions?
Yeah,
because bringing in Vic Fangio was a home run.
Yes, I'm like, I can't imagine Sirianni doing that. I can imagine Howie doing anything because he does everything right when it comes to team building.
Yes, and team building also includes the staffs. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Since I'm a Sirianni hater, I like to think that he has nothing to do with that.
That's
and
the way I look
like you
at
say,
it.
he just exists.
Mm-hmm.
He's the mascot. Essentially,
he's the mascot.
It's
that
him
fits
and Big
the
Dom.
city.
Yeah, they're the mascots because they're the most unlikable humans in the entire NFL, both of them. Like, they both suck, but when you combine them, you have them standing shoulder to shoulder. That's the most unlikable picture in all of national football. Like that, I can't stand either of them. So I like to think that he does nothing. He just exists and collects a check. Overreaction or reality, CA, before I go on an Eagles tangent. Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears are going to be a tough out in the postseason. Caleb Williams, 19 for 35 for 239 yards and 3 touchdowns in Chicago's 31-28 victory over the Aaron Rodgers-less Steelers at Soldier Field. The Bears have won 4 in a row and 8 of their last 9, and they're 8-3 and alone in first place atop the NFC North. They've got a clear identity on offense now, a physical run game that sets up Williams, and he's got a talented group of wide receivers now. The defense, which has not been great and playing without at least 5 starters because of injuries, made the plays it needed to stop Mason Rudolph and Pittsburgh's offense. And you talk about who they have next, the Philadelphia Eagles, a true test for the Bears coming up. NFL overreaction or reality? Caleb Williams and the Bears, they're going to be a tough out in the postseason.
I'm going to say overreaction slightly, and I'm going to say slightly because I think most people don't want to give Caleb Williams the credit they give Ben Johnson the credit for offensively doing what they do. And Caleb Williams finally has somebody who knows how to use him. He's never really had a great offensive coordinator with the Bears. I've never hated Caleb Williams because he had a cup of coffee at OU and helped us beat Texas in one of the most memorable Texas OU games ever. Then he took his talent at USC, won the Heisman. I don't care what color he paints his fingernails. I really don't care. I don't care that his mom consoled him when he was crying or he was upset. I ain't mad at that at all. I just think that with Ben Johnson, it's more like the matchup. Ben Johnson may be able to have an easy time with the first-round matchup, and it's not just Caleb Williams. I don't put him there. Yeah, in other words, if he had the same coordinator for a couple of years, I say, yeah, watch out. But to me, he's not on the job learning, but he's finally got somebody that's taking him seriously.
From the 903 overreaction, they will run into a team that shuts down Caleb, yet they beat the Eagles on Sunday. I like that. You're like, hey, there's going to be at least one game where they put up a stinker.
That's the Ben Johnson thing, though.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson can help them overcome. So I don't assume it's an automatic, is what I'm saying.
I'm going to go overreaction as well because for the Bears to be a threat in the postseason, they still have to make it, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, they're in first place, but the Packers not far behind. The Lions are still kind of hanging in the mix as well. I know yesterday's matchups ended up changing some of that, but Chicago lost to the Lions in Week 2. They play them again in Week 18, so the Lions, even if they start slipping out of it, they could play spoiler at the end of the season, and they have a head-to-head matchup against Green Bay as well. So that's 2 games against the Packers and 1 each against the Eagles and the Lions among their final 6.
And that Eagles game is today.
Yeah, and that's not easy.
Nope.
That is not easy.
Tell from the 302 Wonders, is the Eagles secondary still hurt today?
Well, I'll have to take a look at the injury report before we head into it. I'm sure we're going to preview that game coming up in Crosstalk with Fred and Blake. One more quick one for you, CA, before we get to Crosstalk. Overreaction or reality? Jerry Jones is going to be in a great mood when he joins Fred and Blake at 10:30 this morning live on 105.3 The Fan.
I think that's reality. He was in a very, very good mood last night, and even in his ganger, even Blake asked him a question last night. Maybe Blake will ask him again.
Well, I hope so, because he's got about 25 minutes to kill with Mr. Jerry Jones joining us live at 10:30 on 105.3 The Fan. That's some more NFL overreaction or reality for you. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold in for one final segment. We will crosstalk with today's edition of my show. It's The Fan After Dark. Fred and Blake coming up next here on The Fan.
Number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. Price to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
Ball's on the right hash. Mahomes in the gun. Snap is back. Oh, he's got all day. They block it. Now he's pressured. Now he's sacked. Jadeveon Clowney, I don't know how he got through there, and I don't know why Mahomes held it that long. But Jadeveon Clowney has his second sack of the day, and what a time he picked.
An impact player for the Cowboys yesterday. You would have guessed it, in 2025. It was Jadeveon Clowney. Cowboys win over the Kansas City Chiefs one final time here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Alec Medford alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
In for the boys today. Want to give our thanks to Larry Flores for holding things down for us today. We're about to crosstalk with this iteration of my show, the KNC Masterpiece, but today it's actually the Fan After Dark Masterpiece. The Fan After Masterpiece, the Masterpiece After Dark.
Ooh,
I don't know what we're doing. But it's
the F&B Masterpiece?
Yes, it's Fred Davis and Blake Elliott joining us here for Crosstalk on 105.3 The Fan. Guys, got a lot to get to, including some non-football stuff I need to pick your brain about. But before we dunk on Fred's Chiefs, I want to know what's coming up on the show today.
Loaded show as always, boys. You guys know what time it is. Jerry Jones is going to join us. That's going to go down from 10:30 to 10:55 today. I don't know if you guys knew, but Blake Elliott and Jerry became besties last night.
We played the audio.
Yeah, so they've got that. We got that going for us today, and of course, we're looking forward to talking to Jerry. Blake and I have each talked to Jerry individually on different shows, but this will be the first time that he gets the Fan After Dark twosome, so to speak. So we're looking forward to that. Take that however you want.
2-on-1 fast break, I like that.
2-on-1 twosome, 2-on-1 fast break, whatever you want to call it. But either way, it's going down. It's going down with Jerry Jones today.
Can you tell him you're a Chiefs native / fan when we're on the air with him today?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, I will. I mean, I got no problem with that. I mean, why wouldn't he care? I mean, he just BTA'd us last night. So yeah, I actually have an oil and gas question I want to ask him, but we'll see if that. I mean, look, I spent 10 years in the oil and gas business, so I'm curious, among other things. But that said, obviously, plenty of Cowboys Chiefs stuff, and something. It was an interesting night yesterday. I was surprised, and at the same time too. And Blake and I talked about this yesterday after we left the stadium. Maybe it was because it was so raucous and everybody was so excited, and it was such a big win yesterday. But I felt like that place emptied out pretty damn quick, because last year we were there for Thanksgiving.
Talking about the locker rooms.
And just the locker rooms and the stadium. I mean, it just felt like, and again, I'm not saying anything. It's just an observation that I had, was that it felt like last year, and maybe because there was kind of this feeling of, we don't know what's next. Whereas this team, and I want to say this now because I listened to the post-game show with Chief and Broadus.
Fantastic show.
Oh, look, those guys. We already know what time it is. By the way, Broadus will be on with us today at noon. He said he'll watch the tape, so he'll give us a little breakdown. But this team's making the playoffs. And I don't say this to be hyperbolic. I don't say this to be hot take guy. I don't think you do what you just did. And what I mean by that is dovetailing it with the way this team felt. The feeling in the locker room to me yesterday, and CA, stop me if you think I'm wrong about this, was that these guys expected to win. Like,
yes.
There was no surprise in that locker room yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
The matter-of-fact nature.
Like, we got this.
We're not overwhelmed anymore.
No.
And I'll say this too, and we'll dive more into this with when Blake and I do the show next. As a Chiefs fan watching that game yesterday, when you're watching your team, like, look, you can't stop these other guys, right? Like, there's nothing we're going to do.
That's why they didn't bring
them.
out the kicker.
And I'm telling you right now,
they never brought out your kicker.
As a Chiefs fan, when you gave that ball back to the Cowboys with 4.5 minutes, whatever it was curtains. Mm-hmm. It was curtains. You knew the Cowboys, outside of that kind of that slow start to the second half, did whatever they wanted to do yesterday to the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'll say, as a Cowboys fan for a long time, I was not confident in that final drive. The Chiefs have 3 timeouts, the 2-minute warning. This is clutch time. Patrick Mahomes on the other side. If you punt the ball, I think most of us are thinking Patrick Mahomes is going to win this game.
Yeah.
So we've seen the Cowboys, have clutch games, but against an opponent like that in a moment like that, I was nervous watching the game. I'm like,
so you like that 51-yard pass? You like that?
I like that. Like,
you
all
like
it takes
that dial-up pass to CeeDee?
False start or a negative play, and next thing you know, you're having to punt. So the fact that they were able to ice the game with 3.5 minutes, 3 timeouts for the Chiefs, and a 2-minute warning, that to me showed me you can be a playoff team, you can be a clutch team when it matters. All the other stuff is fun, but that's when the chickens really count.
Yeah, and Fred, I like what you were talking about, the matter-of-fact nature, because we ran your interview with Jadeveon Clowney.
Hey!
And towards the end,
somebody did.
Towards the end, he goes, we are where we are supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like, he was so chill about it. You just beat the reigning AFC champion, and he's like, that's what we were supposed to do.
They beat the 2 Super Bowl participants within 4 days.
Yeah.
We're talking about a Philadelphia team that was 8-2. In other words, they might have been arguing amongst each other, but they were still winning games. And then you beat
games.
You beat the team that had been to 7 consecutive AFC Championship games, 5 Super Bowls, winning 3 of them. You got the best quarterback in the league, and you beat those 2 teams back to back in 4 days.
And by
in
the
other
way,
words, you don't have a full week as a coaching staff to prepare for each one of them individually.
Yep. And let's just take it another step back. Is Dak outplayed Pat yesterday?
He did that one time. It was very close, though.
No, look, it was close, but here's the thing, right? Now, now, obviously, it didn't help that Rashee Rice dropped a huge 3rd and 8 over the middle, okay, and that would have prolonged the drive, all right? But he missed, there was a 3rd and 8 that Mahomes missed, and there were just little throws here and there where maybe he missed Kelsey, on a little, I think, a wheel route that he ran on the side. He had Rashee Rice cutting out. Look, could he have flattened the route out? Yes, but at the same time, too, look, that's what we pay you $50 million. That's why you're Pat Mahomes, is you make those kind of throws. Because on the flip side, the throw that everybody's talking about, where he escaped Quinnen Williams and then finds Xavier Worthy, all right? And then Xavier Worthy. And you know what? Let me tell you something about Xavier Worthy, all right? I am sick and tired, and this just goes for NFL guys as a whole. Look, you got 2 dudes right there, pause, split the middle of them or something, okay? Like, my man just runs out of bounds. Like,
you can edit out the pause out. When
did football players stop wanting contact? Like, bro, you're down a tutty and you can't make a play, but you're going to go ahead and run out of bounds? Like, I get it.
You know who will do it? Number 3 for Dallas.
George Pickens. And
yes, he will.
One of the things to me, and again, it's funny when Blake and I were talking about it, like I said, he was nervous. I wasn't. Because what the Chiefs did when they let the Cowboys just march down the field, that's been their MO all year. Okay, is unlike in years past where they've made key plays, where they've been able to dot I's, cross T's, make that pass, make that block, whatever. They just haven't done it this year. And I go back to what Nate Newton said the other day on Cowboys Crosstalk. This is a tired football team.
The Chiefs being.
The Chiefs are. I mean, look,
he's lived it,
bro. Look,
Nate has lived it before.
We talked about it, and Blake and I talked about this the other day. Look, what do we talk about LeBron? He's probably played, 2 extra seasons because of all the postseason. All right. You mentioned it earlier. 7 straight AFC championships, 5 straight Super Bowls, all right, or 5 out of the last 6, whatever it's been. That adds up.
It does
after a while.
Put it like this,
really
it's real
truly
simple.
does.
They've played more games than any other team in the NFL.
Absolutely.
No other team is close. No other team has gone to 7 straight championship games. Nobody's close.
That's why I'm not. Look, make an excuse, whatever.
By the way, Nate's team didn't do before. They didn't do 7 straight. They did 4.
I mean, so you've got a Chiefs team but take all that away. You got a Cowboys team yesterday that was most impressive to me, never flinched, took care of business, and I don't know about you guys, but to me it felt like it was inevitable that the Cowboys were going to win that game yesterday. And look, now you're sitting a team at 6-5-1. You got a Lions team that's reeling. Suddenly, this playoff thing doesn't seem so absurd anymore.
Right as you guys go off the air, we have a battle of 8 and 3s inside of the NFC East a little bit. The Chicago Bears visiting the Philadelphia Eagles at 2 o'clock today. What are we feeling there? And I posed an NFL overreaction or reality question earlier that the Bears would be a tough out in the postseason the way that they've been rolling. What's your feel on this game? Is the Philly implosion going to continue today? I think yes.
I sure hope so. I mean, the Bears, their secret sauce has been running the football. 4th best running team, most explosive plays. And then shout out to Al Harris. made another team lead the team in takeaway or lead the league in takeaways. Nashawn Wright's got like 5 or 4 on the season. A guy that we just let go.
That's a Dan Quinn disciple.
So I do believe in the Bears. I don't think I'm a hot take here. The thing that I need the most validation in is the quarterback. He's made some clutch plays, but that would be the one to put me over the top because I like everything else. They're getting some defensive players back. I like the running game. I love Ben Johnson. So I'm hoping for a W from the Bears tonight or today, excuse me. At 2 o'clock, it's in Philadelphia, and I asked yesterday, like, if Caleb Williams wins his game, is he in the MVP conversation? Just because they have 8-9 wins, all the clutch comebacks, I don't think he is. But the Bears can show that they're a solid playoff team with a win today.
Well, he's producing for us today as well. So
we're gonna have a lot of Bear.
A little lighter skin than I thought he was going to be. A little smaller in person than I thought he was going to be. But nonetheless, Caleb on the 1, 2s, and 3s for us today.
Degenerate Caleb.
That's it. That's exactly right. Degenerate Caleb.
Huh. I didn't think they could bet on never mind. Guys, appreciate the time. And Fred, thank you for your contribution to Peace-a-thon. We needed somebody to shoot the show off the rails, and you did exactly that. Kevin Hageland looked like he wanted to throw his headset numerous times. And no, we never got the $5,000 donation.
I tried.
4,000?
No,
I tried.
Hey, we did reach $80,000. We did reach $80,000.
Okay,
for my possibilities in the Sandlot Children's Charity. And just a FYI, coming up next Sunday, on December 7th, the Sandlot Children's Charity Swinging for a Cause event at Globe Life Field. You can get your tickets now at Sandlot Children's Charity. Find Jared Sandor and the Sandlot Children's Charity on social media for more information. I'm going to be there. We're all going to be there. It's going to be a great time. Guys, have a great show today.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks for letting us hold down your morning in place of Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Peyton, I guess. My name is Alec Medford. For the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold and Larry Flores, we're saying so long for now. Back 10-2 next Monday right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome in DFW. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this Black Friday post-Thanksgiving Cowboy Victory Friday. I don't care how you slice it, all right? I don't care how you slice it. If you are a Dallas Cowboy fan, you are in your feels for all the right reasons today. Your Dallas Cowboys was one of the biggest victories they've had in quite some time from a regular season standpoint. We'll ask Jerry Jones today, where does this rank in the pantheon of Jerry Jones Turkey Day surprises? But I'll tell you what, he was geeked after the yesterday, and rightfully so. Came out with the turkey leg, chatted up Blake Elliott on just through the bowels of AT&T Stadium because that's how good he was feeling. Introduced him to his best friend Post Malone, and that was the kind of vibes that were going on last night in AT&T Stadium. I'm Fred Davis, Fan After Dark, the one, the only, the Blake Elliott to my right. We got our boy Degenerate Jake, a.k.a. Degenerate Caleb Williams, a.k.a. Light-Skinned Caleb Williams, to our left. Rocking the jersey. Can't wait for his boys to get it rocking and rolling today.
You want to wear the Eagles jersey today?
No Cooper DeJean? No Cooper DeJean?
Today. No. Well, I would have worn that yesterday because it's a good luck for the Cowboys.
Didn't
need it. For the Bears.
Didn't need it.
You know what's crazy?
Exactly.
Didn't need it.
I just realized he wore the Eagles jersey, which we already gave him mess for last week.
Rightfully so.
Knowing that the Bears play them the following week, which is even crazier.
Does that show? But again, it was for his best friend.
The Eagles also,
for his best friend.
They took out the Bears trash. I mean, they took care of the NFC North for us, so.
True.
That's true. So, look, we'll let that slide. Welcome in, everybody. Go ahead and, give your little salvo. How you doing today, bro?
I'm doing great.
You were geeking yesterday.
I was geeking. I would probably say outside of my family being with me, because most of my family, intermediate, has passed away, so it's just me and my mom. But just on a personal business side, this was probably my best Thanksgiving
ever. Professionally, for sure.
Like I'm saying, professionally, this is definitely my best Thanksgiving. I got cat hair on my Odyssey jacket, which is making me in my feels a little bit because that's the last time I wore this jacket.
Oh, man.
There was a cat around because I've been picking cat hair off of it. But yeah.
We ain't seen that cat in months.
I know. And I if the Cowboys keep winning like this, I might just have to go get another cat. I might just have to go get another cat. But yes.
Or we can just go kidnap the other one, huh?
We can just go kidnap
Let's do it.
I mean, just a fantastic Thanksgiving. We get to see a Cowboys dub. The Chiefs lose. I'm right next to Fred as him and Brett Veach are throwing tantrums in the press box. Then we
Brett, if you're listening.
Then we go and interview Jerry, or I go and interview Jerry.
You interviewed Jerry. I did the Cowboys locker room.
And then I said,
wah, wah.
I looked at Bobby Bell dead in the eyes. I said, hey, still got to be professional. You need me in the locker room? Is there? He goes, no, everyone's pretty much cleared out. You can go to the Chiefs if you want. Womp, womp, womp. Walk into the Chiefs locker room. Who do I see getting on a golf cart just with his little posse? No fans around?
Yeah.
Post Malone. Walk up to Post. I say, hey, man, great performance. Now, did I think it was a great performance? No, I did not think that. But
capping is what you were doing, but I appreciate it because you got to do it. You got to do it.
I'm not going to be like, hey, Post, I got some remarks about you.
While we're here.
And give him some dap, wish him a happy Thanksgiving. I said, Blake, you're right here. You got to, show him some more love. And I was like, hey, DFW native, because he also, DFW native.
Yeah.
And I told him, Grapevine, South Lake area. He goes, for real, man? Daps me up.
Yeah.
He goes, how about them blanking Cowboys? We embrace for 2-3 seconds, and I tell him to have a good day. He says, you too. Got it on video.
Yeah.
It's on the Instagram story.
Love it.
Then walk to the Chiefs locker room. This is my favorite part of the whole night. I go, the Chiefs still doing media? He goes there's a couple guys in there. I walk in there. Jacob Ray, you could hear a pin drop. It was the quietest locker room I've ever been a part of in my entire life. High school, college, NFL, didn't matter. There was not a single word being spoken by reporters.
Ain't much to say.
By anything. I walk in, the first thing I see is Pat Mahomes in the corner, black jumpsuit, all by himself. He'd already done his post-game press conference because, like I said, I was doing Jerry Jones, so the timing. He'd already done his post-game press conference. He is all by himself. Kareem Hunt is getting dressed as the 3 media members in there about to ask him questions. I didn't hear a single question asked other than they asked him something about the game, and Kareem Hunt just went, no comment. Just whispering. Nobody's talking. I did walk up to Chiefs PR. I was trying to break the ice. Yeah. And I walked up and said, hey, what do you think about the visiting locker room? How would you grade it?
Meanwhile, this team's lost 6 games. And hey, how about this locker room, huh?
And for anybody that knows what Steve Randall looks like, so it might just be you, Fred, that knows what he looks like. But middle-aged white
Steve
guy.
and Khaki Kevin.
Probably 5'6", 5'7".
Damn, you hear that, Steve Randall? 5'6"?
How tall is Steve?
5'8".
We'll say 5'7". So this guy's 5'7", middle-aged. I'd probably say 6-year-old.
Great head of hair, though. Make no mistake. Steve Randall has an elite head of hair.
And this guy had the same head of hair.
Yeah.
White Chiefs hoodie on.
Yeah.
And I asked him, what do you think of the visiting locker room? He looks me dead in the eyes. He goes, I do not care, and walks off. We do not care. Well, Steve, Mike Tomlin. And I said, all right, that's over. There's probably a good chance this is about to wrap up pretty quickly. So I said, I got one chance to talk to Mahomes.
Did you feel like he might want to punch you or slap you at that point?
I mean, he looked at me, he was like, I do not care. And then I walked to another guy that was around my age, and I asked him the same question. He goes, I think it's like a 7 out of 10. I complimented his tie. He had a nice outfit on. Me and him chatted. I said, hey, you didn't lose. I didn't win. We're not part of the team technically. We're just doing our thing. We weren't on the field. I didn't take any hits today.
Oh, that's
hilarious. I see Pat Mahomes standing in the corner. I see him about to leave, and I said, this might be my one chance to have Pat Mahomes in my whole life. Who knows?
We'll get him on the show.
I said, Patty, happy Thanksgiving. Good game. He goes, thanks, man. You have a happy Thanksgiving as well. He smiled, and we both left.
Did you ask him if you want to call in for totals on the telephone today?
I was about to, and then Steve Randall.
That's when you should have said, hey, my co-host knows your dad. You know, what? Maybe?
If they had won, I would have elonged the conversation. I really just want to say
extended, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Elonged.
I don't think elong's a word, though.
I just
elongated?
Elongated. I just wanted to be able to tell myself that I talked to him and made physical contact with the knuckles.
Pause. I considered going into the Chiefs locker room after the game, and I was kind of, vacillating back and forth as to whether or not.
Who was in there with you, Bobby and CA?
Bobby and CA.
It was covered
in the Cowboys locker room, and but no, I thought about going to the Chiefs locker room afterwards. But when they lost, I just felt like, you know what? I've got a job to do. I'm in the Cowboys locker room every week, and I want to make it clear that I'm here to do my job. Because plus, on the flip side of it, my thing was like, what am I going to say?
Yeah.
In the locker room.
There wasn't much to say. Everyone's pissed. You're not going to have some, I know you, let's kumbaya. They don't want to hear that.
I just, and plus, because look, I'll be honest with you, the Cowboys locker room, and you and I said last week, 877-881, let's just reset the show real quick, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, that is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. It's a KNC Masterpiece Fan After Dark edition of the program today. We're glad to be here on a Black Friday. If you're out shopping, if you're out and about, or if you're just out doing whatever you want to do on a Friday.
Academy Sports and Dick's and all the places that sell Cowboys gear, they're probably jumping today.
Okay, real quick, from the 214, Fred, you a damn lie. Well, what am I a damn lie about? Let me know. No, because I have no, what am I a damn lie about? I have no problem answering whatever you think I'm a damn lie about. I'm guessing you're referencing whether I should have gone to the Chiefs locker room afterwards. I mean, like I said, I'm 44 years old. Like, what am I going to do?
I sent that text.
Huh?
I sent that text.
That's not your number. That's not your number. Look, because it did play in my mind a couple times on my way home after, Blake and I, being the, environmentally conscious people that we are. I don't know if carpooling's still a thing. I mean, at least it was back when I was growing up. But Blake and I carpooled to the game and then dropped you back off here at the station as I was driving home. Just kind of, because you and I talked about it on the way.
Do we have McDonald's or...
No, that was the night before. They did kind of meld in. I'll tell you what, we will dive into, because yesterday was a Specs tailgate kind of show and we didn't really want to deviate from heavy sports talk. Yeah. We will get into later the epic run that Blake was on Thanksgiving Eve night.
Maybe we'll do it with Jerry.
If anybody can appreciate an epic run, it's Jerry Jones. Okay, if anybody can appreciate an epic run going out. Now, I'm guessing his Riz kind of speaks for itself. Yeah. All right, Jerry just walks in and the Riz is already there.
Someone sent me a DM. They said, "What is it like interviewing Jerry every week?" And or talking to Jerry in the scrum. And I said, Jerry, obviously a lot of people have their thoughts online, but being in person with Jerry, I mean, he's a nice guy. Like, Jerry is very hospitable, very, very Southern charm, very much trying to get to know you. And he answers a lot of questions. I think people forget that. Like, you might see on TV 5 minutes. He is talking to the media for 25 to 30 minutes after every game, win or loss.
I've said time and time again, the one thing that has amazed me about Jerry Jones in the last year and a half, I've done radio, I've done media long enough where, especially with owners, first of all, owners don't talk much, number one. GMs don't talk much. Now, I will say it was the first time I've ever seen in my life being in a press box where the GM, hell, the entire front office of the opposing team was in the press box.
Right behind us.
Right? So we had the Chiefs front office behind us. We're right there up against the glass. You got the second level, the third level of the press box. Boom. You had the entire Chiefs front office on the second level behind us. And
I was like, these guys look a little more official than me.
No, they were locked in. They were locked in. They had little red ties on, white shirts, almost very uniform-like. And again, much like Brett Veach, there were some times where I, too, was a little dismayed with some of the play calling and or decision-making by the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. It was a weird day for me, though, because I've never been in a situation where – because here's the thing. When the Chiefs would play the Texans back in the day, like, I got no problem saying I want to see the Chiefs kick the Texans' ass.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different covering the Cowboys.
Guys, Fred was bipartisan. He was playing both sides the entire game.
I really was. I mean, I didn't.
And then, before you speak, Fred, the fourth quarter hit, and especially the last 10 minutes, Fred went full Chiefs.
First of all,
he wasn't like jumping up and down.
I wasn't demonstrative. I wasn't
you could
egregious.
just tell like a penalty. He's like, "What are we doing?
I was a little frustrated.
What is that call? What are we doing on third down?"
The fan in me came out a little bit.
He didn't get mad at the Cowboys, but like when the Chiefs would make a bad play call or a penalty would happen, you just saw Brett Veach and Fred have the same reaction. It was a fun game to be part of. I know we're going to get into the specifics all along the show. Fred Davis, I mean, you could really say all 48. Everybody that suited up honestly made an impact. Like, there's not just, this one player did it, but to you, just off the top of your mind, not watching the film, what were some players that stood out for you?
I mean, let's not bury the lead. Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah.
Jadeveon, and I'm not saying that because we may or may not be besties, but
Jadeveon did confirm this after one-on-one with me.
Jadeveon and I, we are homeboys. All right, let's make that clear. And I might be homeboys with Solomon Thomas after yesterday. I might be homeboys with Nate Thomas.
Is this the one? I don't want to go too far.
Go ahead.
Where would you rank this defensive line for the Cowboys among the NFL?
Look, are we wearing our silver and blue shaded glasses right now because we're all geeked after what happened yesterday? I mean, I would say right now this is a top 10 Cowboys defense in the NFL. A top 10 defense the way they've played.
What about
the last
just a
3
defensive
weeks.
line? What is that? What are those 4/5 rank?
I'm going to
because I think it's top 3.
I'm going to piggyback everybody right now into the top 10 because look, here's the thing. Quinnen Williams was a problem yesterday once again. Now, you were down 3 offensive linemen for the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. And by the way, okay, so I'll tell you what, we're up again. Let's pause. And I mean that in a good way. We're going to pause because we got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, so our clock's a little bit different right now. So I'll tell you what, we're going to go to break real quick. We'll touch on a couple things. We'll read a couple text messages, and then at 10:25 or 10:30, you're allowed to talk, Degenerate Jake. What the hell are you doing over here, bro?
10:30.
Speaking of the mic, come on, you're better than that. You should be geeked of all people. My man's got his Texas Tech hat on. He's got his Caleb Williams jersey on. I mean, it is a good time to be Degenerate Jake. Right. All right. Coming up next, we'll touch on a couple of y'all's text messages. We'll answer Blake's question, and we'll get ready for Jerry Jones. He joins us at 10:30. 20 minutes of Jerry talking all things Dallas Cowboys. They are very well alive in the playoff race. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Hellsberg.com.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Tolos, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel, and y'all already know what time it is. Football season in Texas. That means it's time to roll up to the game, tailgate, or watch party with something that stands out. One of our custom lifted rigs, blacked out Beast, or Texas Tough trucks. We make it easy. No hidden fees, no dealership games, and fast financing that can have you in and out in just under an hour. If you're a real Tolo who bleeds blue and silver, come see us at EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard and Tolos roll in style.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call the Dirt Nerds at Permapeer Foundation Repair. Get a free foundation inspection, 844-919-7276, or go to dirtnerdsdfw.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Welcome back in. It is the KNC Masterpiece
Fan After Dark style right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we've got Jerry Jones is going to join us at 10:30. And, of course, that Jerry Jones show is brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and I drive a Ford, so for whatever that's worth, maybe me and Jerry can bond over that. But you know what we're really going to bond over? The fact that his Dallas Cowboys put BTA to my Kansas City Chiefs yesterday.
Someone said we need to convert Fred to a full-time Cowboys fan. I gave it 2 to 3 years, and he'll forget about the Chiefs.
I'll never forget about the Chiefs, all right? You never forget about your first one. And, look, I was a Kansas City Chiefs fan before it was cool to be one, so that will never die. That said, there was a dude that called in yesterday to the postgame show who, and I don't know what his name was, but my man went on a 3 or 4 minute, and I mean a rant. Now, he was very geeked and what have you. Apparently, he was a G-bag of the day like 5 or 6 years ago and let everybody know that. And, it was one of the first times I've ever heard Chief and Broadus just kind of, you just had to let this guy cook. And probably, if I had to guess, said bro 23 times.
Yeah.
Oh, he was so amped.
There was 25,000 people watching the postgame show last night for Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus on the Dallas Cowboys postgame show. I was geeked listening. They did a fantastic job. They took callers. They had Bobby. They had, of course, Brad Sham. They had all the postgame interviews in there. It was just a fantastic program. If you were able to call in or able to listen, you were part of something special, because this is now the Cowboys beating the last 2 Super Bowl champs in 4 days, like CA said before. This is a magical time to be a Cowboys fan, and this is probably, I heard people calling in, this is some people's best 5 days of their life. I mean,
one guy did call in and say that. I think he was calling when you and I were driving back. Yeah, he said this was the greatest 5 days of his life. And look, who are we to judge? All right,
they can continue getting better, man. If they keep stacking wins, you've got the gauntlet of your schedule: Eagles, Cowboys, Lions, and nobody, and I mean even your diehard Cowboys fan, wouldn't have said they'd be 2-0 at this point.
If you go 3-0, and let's be real, you can beat the Lions next week.
They didn't look good against the Packers.
Like you look, Amon-Ra St. Brown, we don't know because his ankles messed up. Their defense is not good.
Oh, it's been gettable all year.
Okay, their defense is not, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think their defense has been that good, really, for a while. So, and plus you're playing, and again, you've got a team, doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. You've got a lot of veteran leadership on this, and then, and I might ask Jerry this, and you and I talked about this last night on the way home. I don't know that we've loved up Jerry enough. Now, it's easy to do. Look, let's not bury the lead here, all right? When you're winning, everything, food tastes better, air's cleaner, your car drives better, traffic parts, I mean, it's just out of this world. Versus when you're losing, anything that could go, I mean, start of the season, how much Jerry vitriol do we get on a day-to-day basis? Y'all are just holding Jerry's water. This is what he's been doing for the last 30. Ain't nothing going to change until Jerry leaves and that sort of thing, right? Yep. You go and get Quinnen Williams. Mm-hmm. You went and got Jadeveon Clowney, all right? You went and traded for George Pickens, which you and I have talked about. I don't know that enough has been made about the fact that
third-round
you gave
pick.
up a third. And look, we've got plenty to talk about whether or not he's going to be here next year or not, but I don't know that enough flowers have been given for our boy Jerry Jones for the fact that you went out and got George Pickens, and he's been arguably, without question, the most important impact player of any NFL team this year, and that's not hyperbolic saying that.
You also got Quinnen,
and you got Quinnen Williams. We haven't even gotten to that part yet. So, all right, coming up next, let's get right down to it. The Jerry Jones Show, brought to you by North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. That's Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Degenerate Jake behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. Jerry Jones, owner and GM of your Dallas Cowboys, coming up next.
Oh, man, I love to feast, Kevin. And you know what I love so much about feasting? The food. That's part of a feast right there.
And the Friday, isn't that the main part of the feast?
Yes, exactly it is. The Friday football feast, though, has been such a success. And it's because the Tolos keep turning out, having fun with us, and just, quite honestly, making new friends along the way. And I've always said, it is about the friends you make along the way. And we just get together and we get to feast. And good gosh, I can't wait to be at the next one.
Well, on the off chance that you don't particularly care about the friends that you've made along the way, you just enjoy the Friday football feast because of us, because of the giveaways, because of the content, or maybe realistically, it's just because of that delicious food. So today, heck, right now, stop by Uncle Julio's or Freebirds or Taco Bueno, or maybe you even want to mix some Arby's in there. They have been great for us, great for our station, and they will be great for your stomach. Make the stop. Do it today. Heck, do it right now.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. Even a tiny leak can quickly turn into thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even dangerous structural issues. I'm Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Hidden damage is real, and it's costly. Let us be your peace of mind. Act now before a small problem becomes a major disaster. Schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection now at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
Gross.
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
Cowboys Nation is big because everything's bigger in Texas. And Reliant has the energy to power it all. From home field advantage to home sweet home, Reliant has Dallas Cowboys fans all across the Lone Star State covered for every electric moment this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider.
more information, go to Rangers.com/toy drive.
Welcome back in. It is the KNC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Victory Friday. And without further ado, let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Welcome to the program. Brought to you by the Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Owner and GM of your Dallas Cowboys, Mr. Jerry Jones. Mr. Jerry Jones, first and foremost, great to have you on. I'm sure you slept like a baby last night. And, of course, my first question for you, sir, is, since you bought the Cowboys back in 1989, you've been a part of 37 of these Cowboy Thanksgiving Day games. Where did yesterday's rank for you?
Well, I don't, being that it's this morning, I don't think there's ever been one to top it. And we've had some really momentous games out there on Thanksgiving Day, and we always are so have got the game so built up. It's our Super Bowl for the year, really, because we get to do what we do with the Salvation Army on Thanksgiving Day, and we know we're going to be going to millions and millions of people. And so it's just a big part of what we do. I can't believe that we get the visibility that we get. I haven't heard the numbers, but it could break all records for a Thanksgiving Day, which is, other than the Super Bowl, the biggest game watched. So anyway, a lot of things going on out there, but boy, how proud I am of this team, how proud I am of the coach, head coach, coaches. It was just more than I could have imagined, really.
Jerry, before we get into the nuts and bolts of the football team, I just wanted your thoughts on kind of how everything went into Thanksgiving with Post Malone being out there. We had Taylor Swift up there in the box, and just overall a Thanksgiving fiasco with their Dallas Cowboys getting a win.
Well, I know this, that the Post Malone thing, for him to be the featured entertainer, and we've had a list of entertainers out there over the last almost 30 years that look like who's who of entertainment. And it's a great opportunity for them. They get to go to the entire nation. And it's such a unique audience because the principal makeup of the audience probably is not an audience that watches all the NFL games or watches games. It's just they're there. It's Thanksgiving Day. Everybody's enjoying that. Plus you have the game. And it's to me, it's a wonderful chance to for an entertainer, or a wonderful chance for the Cowboys to leave an impression. Post Malone is so unique. I can't tell you what a wonderful person he is. Mm-hmm. He was raised right, and I can speak to that because his dad was in charge of all of our beverages at Texas Stadium when we were at Texas Stadium. And he would come from school, and his mom was still working, and she would work to maybe midnight. No, not midnight, but 9 o'clock at night. Well, they had a cot, had a special place set up for him, and he just grew up being raised right there in Texas Stadium. For him to be the featured entertainer and to have had the distinguished career that he's had was just a confluence of fitting. And so I'm telling you, that alone was enough to be thankful for.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by the Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, you guys, much was made about 18 months ago when you had your infamous, we're going all in remark, and some might argue the all in really wasn't all that in. However, when we look at what you guys in this front office has done over the last 6 months, look, it looks like your first 3 draft picks have been nothing short of long-term building blocks for this Dallas Cowboy team. You went out and basically stole George Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Quinnen Williams has been a revelation for this Dallas Cowboy team. What did you, as general manager of this football team, what did that kind of the all-in comment and the, requisite fallback, and then basically what you guys have done, oh, by the way, trading Micah Parsons, and now we're starting to see the fruits of that labor here after 3 huge wins in a row?
Well, first of all, you've got to realize you just can't think about today. You really do have to look ahead, and your strategy can begin at one point, and you're still executing it, let's say, 12 months later. There was no doubt when we agreed and wanted to extend Dak Prescott. There was no doubt that we needed to change the makeup of what we were. And so you don't just announce the stuff in the Dallas Morning News or in the Wall Street Journal. You go about it because there's strategies. And as it turns out, an important part is not only draft picks or not only the things, consideration for trade, but an important part of this thing is how you're going to work these salaries and meld them together so that you can have a total team. When I basically traded Micah, I knew that I was trading him for as many as 5 of the kinds of players that, if there is such a thing, I don't want to demean Pickens, but 5 Pickens, because that's what we were going to pay Parsons as it relates to 5 more players. Apart from the picks that are involved, you've got to consider how you fit them in under our system. This is not necessarily financial. Picture, if you will, college and where you give scholarships. But let's say the deal was that some players you could get for 5 scholarships. Some players you could get for the normal 1 scholarship. Well, it really doesn't work that way, but you have to decide, do you want 5 for 1? And those were the decisions. Mike is a great football player, but in order to execute on where we've ended up here and hopefully will be in the future, we couldn't pay him plus keep Pickens and keep players that you want to keep in the future. So we made that decision. Micah's very impactful, but we really hadn't won with Micah. Not because of Micah. We just hadn't won because of they were able to work around us having Micah. And they ran right at him, or they basically threw the ball quicker. Those are simplistic things. And there was no question that if we could replace him with 4 or 5 top players, Pickens-type players, dare I say, name Ravel out there that could very well be one of the best defensive backs that we've had play for us. And so those guys are going to take a part of the salary cap, and that was all in the thinking with Michael Parsons. I actually tried to trade for Williams. I tried to get the Jets in training camp, period. And I was going to I wanted a 1 and Parsons for Williams. A 1 and Parsons for Williams. I thought that much of Williams. And he's showing you what he can do for a defense. And so, you'd love to have Micah and love to have several players around, but that's not the game. That's not the system. The NFL system is built so that everybody has a chance to put equal players out there.
Jerry, what changed then? Because we played that audio because we got that audio later that came out of you talking to the I think it was somebody in New York when you talked about that. Was it just the Jets basically starting out horribly that changed their mind as far as why they didn't want to do that deal with you to start the season versus why they made that deal at the deadline?
Yeah, and plus they didn't have the cap room to pay Micah.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Well, Jerry, when it comes to this part of the schedule, I think even the most diehard Dallas Cowboys fans saw that you had the Eagles and Chiefs in 4 days and then the Lions following. As if the Cowboys go 1-2, that's a blessing in itself because it's a very tough part of the schedule. You are now at 2-0 versus the last 2 Super Bowl champs and have the Lions next week. What is that confidence like for you? I know you're an uber confident person in your Dallas Cowboys, but in that locker room especially for this to be a playoff team.
Well, you've asked the right question. Not what it is to Jerry, but what it is to those players. And I can tell you right now, that level of confidence, you can cut it with a knife. It's so thick in there. They are emboldened, and that is the way it goes. That's what happens when you start winning. Just as when you start losing, you can lose some of that. It's called momentum in a simplistic way. But there's no question. You can see us just like straightening up, having maybe been bent over, and all of a sudden looking around, and I can do this. And I know when I was a senior in college, we barely won games. And then we came to Texas to play the number one team in the nation, the Texas Longhorns. And we barely had won our games. And we go down there and we win. And Darrell Roy went for 2. And Ernie Coy didn't get the ball. And we won. And we had beaten the mighty University of Texas. We went home, those little pigs of Arkansas. We were never scored on again. We're the only undefeated team in the country and won the national championship. It really inspired me to be talking to you on the phone today. Having said all of that, it shows what the mentality, the mental aspect can happen when you get on a run and get to believing in yourself.
Jerry, one thing that has been talked about when it comes to you and you being GM is that, how much does he let his coaches do their thing, and how much, autonomy does he give them? And that was one of the things that people push back on. Well, that's why he hired Brian Schottenheimer, because, he wants to have his hands at everything. But it just feels like with Brian Schottenheimer, and look, I'm a Chiefs fan, so I grew up watching his dad, that he does have this kind of old school approach that you don't necessarily see in newer, younger coaches. And what is kind of what is your relationship with Brian Schottenheimer, and how much do you let him do his thing?
He's outstanding with people. He's got inordinate people skills, frankly. And it doesn't surprise me. I knew his parents well, his mom as well. And they enjoy really exceptional people skills, really can communicate. He's 50 years old. Had been in the NFL for almost 30 years and sat around that kitchen table with his father, one of the greatest coaches of all time. All he has been around is NFL football. He passed on a head coaching opportunity when he was maybe 33, 34, and he regretted it. But here you have somebody that has all of this intellectual experience and knowledge, and he's been on 6 different coaching staffs in his career, plus grew up with one of the greatest. Now here you got somebody 50 years old that has never done it. I'm going to tell you, when you've never done it, when you're trying to prove something, when you're trying to show yourself and the world, that's a heck of an advantage. Don't ever forget it. The first time out trying to prove it. On top of that, you've got all of this wealth of experience. The combination is what really sold me on him. I didn't really intend to go in his direction until we got into it. We saw that we weren't going to work with Mike, and then we opened it up. And Brian had agreed to be the coordinator going forward. We knew how well he worked with Dak. And all of a sudden, we're sitting there looking and visiting with him about the coordinator. And Steven and I were talking, and we might be looking at our head coach here. Well, we interviewed a few more people, and we still look back at that offensive coordinator we just hired, said that might be the head coach. And guess what? He's got all the ingredients of making it happen, and really works with Dak. That's how that came down.
Jerry, I want to go to the other side of the ball. The much maligned Matt Eberflus, who a lot of people were calling for his head. And then after the trade deadline, you get 6 new players, some from trade, some from injury, and some new guys stepping up, and one big guy being Quinnen Williams. What can you tell me about how Matt Eberflus has changed his defense, especially in second half of football games against really good teams?
I looked at our top 11, looked at the stats on our top 11 defensive guys relative to tackles and plays. That doesn't tell it all. But of that group, only two were with us this time last year. Of the top 11 in our stats for yesterday, only 2 were with us last year. Now, we changed defensive coordinators now 3 times in 3 years. That doesn't work. I'm going to tell you that creates a problem. those players can't be thinking about what they're going to do. That's like thinking about breathing. You can't do that and live life. That's got to be just that's just got to be there. Well, that was there early for us, and it's been there early. It was there for Zimmer last year on evolving into everybody counting on each other and relying on each other. That's a big thing in these defenses. Got to know the other guy's going to get his job done so you can have confidence to get yours. So you knew that was going to have growing pains when we came through with another change. Eberflus is an outstanding coach, and make no mistake about it. But he would be the first to tell you that in relying on his, let's say, his system, which he's got several systems. He can play it any way you want to play it, really. But he was relying on guys knowing what to do, and everybody was depending on them doing, and of course that was shaky. And then, very candidly, we had guys on the field last night that about 5 of them that weren't to be found in our first 6, 7, 8 ball games. Mm-hmm. So we have dramatically changed the talent composition out there. Plus, more, just as important, we have changed the reliance on each other, the execution of which has to evolve. And when you come in fresh players, new players, as well as new coaches, that's a big challenge. And, of course, if you look from last year's coaching staff to this year's coaching staff, it's been a complete change, really, overall. A couple of the coaches are there that were there. And, of course, Brian is not only calling the plays, which he hadn't been doing, but he's head coaching the team. So there's been a dramatic change here. And we really affected that change. The most important ingredient was when we signed Dak to made him the highest paid player in the NFL.
Jerry, sticking on that defensive side of the ball, you talked about some new guys being out there, and we saw Kalen Carson obviously was banged up and wasn't able to suit up. We saw Ravel get a little banged up. Where are we at on the Trayvon Diggs returning back to this team?
Okay, he'll be on the field. Could have been on the field, wanted to be on the field last night, but he'll be on the field as at Detroit, in my view, barring an exception. By the way, Ravel was not hurt. He wears a brace, and that brace kind of malfunctioned on him out there, and they had to make an adjustment on that brace, but he wasn't impacted physically. And that brace is an assurance thing. Frankly, I wish that all. If I had my way, I'd want them all to wear knee braces. Mm-hmm. But won't do that.
Jerry, I tell you what, I was glad I mentioned the Revel stuff because I know some folks were talking about it on Twitter afterwards. And so, like I said, obviously you talked about Quinnen Williams and his impact and Trayvon Diggs, and obviously that'll be a big part of getting him back on Thursday. A little bit about Logan Wilson. I think some folks are wondering, okay, are we going to start seeing him a little bit more? And then as far as, I don't know that enough has been talked about with the Solomon Thomas edition and that, and what you guys have done there. And just overall, like, how pleased are you with some of these, because you guys have been, criticized before. Well, there they go, value shopping again. But for the most part, I mean, you guys have hit it very well this year with some of these signings, Kyle Elam notwithstanding.
Wilson was impactful last night, to mention him. And this is an instinctive thing for especially an inside linebacker. It's just instinctive. If you've got it, it's dramatic. And that is that he not recognizes, but at the same time he's recognized that he's moving toward the hole. And you got to fill. It's called filling the hole if you're a linebacker. And those big guys up front are making holes for you. They're keeping those big guys from stepping out and hitting those linebackers. He's instinctive on hitting the hole, and you can see it last night. And you look to see more of him.
Jerry, I'm excited to ask you about this one because we talked about it last night about Pickens and kind of the players that he reminds you of, and you mentioned Dez Bryant. Just him and CeeDee Lamb out there, do you just feel uber confident that anytime Dak targets him that it's going to be a positive play, and kind of what they mean to this offense? Because I don't think Cowboys have seen in a while two dominant receivers like this night in and night out.
Well, I'm going to answer your question by saying I agree with everything you just said. And, boy, we do have two number ones. And that really is problematic. They had their best one on, I think they had the best one on Lamb yesterday, and he showed out. And worry about a lot of times Lamb can catch football and has for years. So now, like anybody, he was thinking about running before he's catching his ball, for instance. So we all have to refine where we've gotten a little lax. So I'm so proud that he had the day he had. But obviously, Pickens is such a threat that it demands both of them being looked at. Well, hello, what ends up happening? Some other players get in the middle of it. Our tight ends get in the middle of it. Our slot receiver gets Turpin comes in big. And let me say this while I'm talking about Turpin. That fumble recovery is as big a play
that was huge
as I've seen in years a player made. And I'm telling you, everything about Turpin was shown up in that. He has the courage of a lion. I've never seen more courage. And, boy, he will go up in there, as we all know. But it was almost like breathing. He just instantaneously went to recover the football, and all the motion, had the quickness to get in there. It was one of the biggest plays I've seen us have.
Jerry, I'm dying to ask you this, and this is kind of a non-football question, but I've spent 10 years in the midstream oil and gas sector, so I've always been wanting to pick your brain about this. And you know, you kind of like caught a little flack a few weeks ago when you said, "Look, I should be working on this defense, but I got a $100 billion deal I'm trying to get done here." What are the similarities for the folks that have never been in oil and gas? They know Jerry Jones is ubiquitous with oil and gas, but what are the similarities between the oil and gas business and running a football team? And how much, and this is something that when I was watching y'all's Netflix special, the fact that back in the late 60s, you wrote that piece about the business of sports. How much of that do you still use today? Well,
it's just permeates my almost every conversation. And between the two, it has familiarity. I thought when I bought the Cowboys, I decided right there to change my life in that I bought an occupation, running the Cowboys, being involved in sport. Frankly, had I not had the greed or just whatever you want to call it, to do more financially than coaches had done, I would have been a coach. I love it. And loved it. But I hope that everyone listening realized that it would take a fool to do either of the two things without some great input from some very smart people. And you have to listen to the people that you're around and others that you aren't around. So I accumulate opinions, accumulate information, and try to go to the people that seem to be the most qualified for that at that time. The best thing I can say about oil and gas is that, relative to football, is that pretend that I'm sitting with a bank of phones, a couple of phones. And in my left ear, left hand, I'm talking to someone that has just told me that I've lost my proverbial butt and I've gotten a major dry hole that costs enough to make my eyes water. On the other hand, I've clicked down and I've had on hold someone that I'm talking to about going in a new prospect with me. And I'm trying to sell them on joining me to drill that new well. When you go from the left being told that you've just been hit on the nose, your voice can't break. You've got to go in with all the enthusiasm as though you had just found some big deal. That's football. That's all business. They're very similar like that. I thought when I decided to really spend my life in sports, and that's why I kid with sports people, sports media especially, because I say, guys, be a little sweeter to me. I said, be a little sweeter. I said, we're persons. I said, all of us have decided to spend our life in sport, principally. And so we got a lot in common. Well, that doesn't get me very far, but I feel that way. We do have a lot in common. But I had thought, though, that because the oil and gas business is competitive, there are piranhas out there.
Yeah, it is.
And, boy, are they smart. And they will get you, and they'll get your money. I thought I might get bored when I got over into really full-time sports and all the things that were involved. I had no idea that it would evolve into where it is today with all of the issues of teams and the kinds of decisions we make and, frankly, the money that's involved. It's been the last thing from making me have cabin fever about getting over into competition. But you think it's competitive on the football field? Get over in that oil and gas business, and you'll come out of there with nothing but, if you will, get out with the shirt on your back.
Jerry, I'll get you out here with this open-ended question. What do you have to say to all the fans that are listening right now after 3 big wins and headed to the Lions next week?
Well, I'm so happy for you. You can't imagine how important you are in thinking on every decision I make. And I happen to understand. Tex Schramm once told me, I was riding along with him and just met him, and I said, Tex, I wouldn't be sitting with you had you not done such a great job making the Cowboys America's team. And I was riding shotgun, and we rode along about another quarter. And he finally said something. And he looked over at me, and he said, this would be a hell of a business, Jerry, if you didn't have to play them football games. Think about that a minute. I said, what in the world? What kind of answer is that? I know exactly what he's talking about today. And so to that end, I'm excited for you, our fans, through you, our fans. And this is what you deserve. And I'll assure you that I've not lost 1 ounce of, as a matter of fact, I've gained on it. And you'd be shocked at the kind of check I'd write if I knew it'd get us the Super Bowl.
Jerry Jones, I'll tell you what, this is, like I said, this is Blake and I's first opportunity to sit down with you, the two of us, and I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity and a better conversation. God bless you, sir. Big win yesterday. You and your family have a wonderful weekend, and let's go beat those Lions next Thursday.
Same to you guys, and boy, everybody listening, I'm sure happy we're having this kind of conversation.
100%.
Thanksgiving.
There you go. The one, the only owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Mr. Jerry Jones. And, of course, the Jerry Jones Show is brought to you by Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. All right, first hour in the books here on the KNC Masterpiece. Fan After Dark style is in the books. We got a lot to get to. We'll recap a little bit of what Jerry had to say. We'll get some of your text messages. And, hey, how about them Cowboys? 31-28 over the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is KNC Masterpiece.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and, of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute. College football rivalries. When you get Michigan and Ohio State, kids have dreamed for years of what it would be like to beat Michigan, to beat Ohio State, Virginia Tech. When they get together, lifetime memories will be made, and either you walk away and you'll hold your head high, or you'll walk away in shame and you'll never forget the moment. That's why when little kids put on that football uniform for the very first time, their moms and dads dream one day they'll play in games like this. I'm Rich Herrera.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey there, folks. Kevin Hagelin here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car truck wreck? Call Frankel & Frankel first. They're the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in DFW. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for your rights for more than 30 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, so they know all the tricks and tactics that insurers use to deny your claims. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Frankel & Frankel are here to help. They make it easy, from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when...
Of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now. It is KNC Masterpiece, Fan After Dark style, here on 105.3 The Fan. Your boy Freddie D, your boy Blake Elliott, and light-skinned Caleb Williams, a.k.a. Degenerate Jacob Ray. In the glass, behind the glass, on the 1, 2s, and 3s on this Cowboys victory Friday. And I'll tell you what, if I've learned anything from working here at 105 Through the Fan for the last almost, 2 football seasons now, 18 months all told, it doesn't matter who you beat when you're the Dallas Cowboys. Without fail, death, taxes, and somebody texting in, y'all act like y'all just won the Super Bowl. Every single time. Yo, what y'all getting excited about?
Every win.
It's just one game.
Beat the Raiders, same thing. Beat the Eagles,
now, look,
same thing.
The Raiders I get.
Yeah.
Beating the Raiders, yes.
But I'm just saying it doesn't matter if it's a good or bad team. It's the same response from haters.
There's always going to be that one person
So we
who
just
texts in.
we won't get excited the entire season. We'll just say whatever. It's just
you only beat the last 2 Super Bowl champions.
So what happens when we beat the Lions next week? The Lions are really...
the defense isn't great. They lost Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Maybe Dan Campbell isn't who we thought he was. Amon-Ra St. Brown's hurt. I get it. All right. There are Cowboy fans, and Jerry mentioned it. Blake had the final salvo there, and I thought it was a great question because I was thinking the same thing. Like, all right, go ahead and say something to the fans out there that, and Lord knows we got plenty of folks out there that, look, you got the Cowboy fans, and I'll tell you what, this one dude yesterday had me crying as I was driving home listening to Brian Broaddus, and don't forget, Brian Broaddus will be joining us at 12 o'clock today. But I had one dude who calls into the postgame show, and he says, now look, I'm not like these other Cowboy fans that we get a couple wins and we're saying we're going to the Super Bowl. But let me tell you something. After these last 2 wins, I think we might be going to the Super Bowl.
Shout out to Brian right after. So you're talking about the Super Bowl? My favorite, we're gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna find time, and I'm gonna go through and cut up just Brian Broaddus answering questions passive aggressively. Yeah. Brian says it with all the love, but if you don't know Brian, he's like, sure, yeah, okay, great.
Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in. Sure. I've always been a big believer, though, that the word sure is one of those words that when you see it in text or you hear it, it's kind of like you're being placated. Like when you say sure, it's not like a yes. Yeah. Okay, you want to go out? Sure.
Just love Brad. He doesn't really affirm the person. Okay. Sure. I heard you.
Sure to me is just one of those words, and not just because Brian uses it, but just in general. The word sure means, I don't know that I really want to do this, but... All right, I guess. Twist my arm. We'll see what happens. Like, you don't have that person's 100% buy-in to what you're doing when I get a sure.
Speaking of the way people say words, what do you think about Bobby calling me out in the press box for how I answer you guys when I'm not actually listening to y'all? When I say okay.
I've been knowing that. Look, here's what people don't understand. Is that for the rest of the fans, Fan After Darks, for the rest of the people here at 105 Through the Fan, they get bits and pieces of the Blake Elliott experience, right? And so we'll take these little viral moments from the show, and people are like, that Blake. I've grown accustomed to it because I'm with Blake literally almost 7 days a week.
Too much.
So as a result of that, I'm not gonna say I've grown numb to Blake's antics, but I am desensitized to them. So when Blake does something silly, good, bad, or indifferent, it's just Blake being Blake to me.
I thought I was actually listening to you guys because Bobby was telling me a story.
You were eating, you were fixing yourself, and then it wasn't until you heard your name, even though it wasn't you that Bobby was referring to. Oh, yeah? Everything else doesn't matter. Just flying over his head.
Because you and Bobby use a lot of old head references that I don't understand.
You would think for as much as you work with me that you would start to pick up on some of these references.
How about that, Jerry?
But here's the thing, though. I knew going into it was going to be a good interview. We do this, though. We do this. You and I we've worked together for over a year now. The chemistry is there. We're picking up what the other person's putting down. Now, apparently, somebody said from our boy Adam in Arlington.
It's our boy.
We're going to have to submit Fred's last question for G-Bag of the Day. I'm not sure there was an actual question. Now, here's the thing.
Is it the oil and gas one?
No, because this was 32 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know. It might have been one of my first 2 questions I asked Jerry. But again, it was kind of a leading. But look, I've listened to Jerry long enough to know Jerry's very well versed, as you heard.
He picks up on where the question's going.
Jerry, you spend enough time, whether it's talking to him in a scrum, listen to him here on 105 through the Fan, or just listen to him in general. Like, Jerry's going to do what Jerry's going to do. You can ask an ABC question. He might take a shrivel of A and go XYZ on you. Yeah. All right? Like, that's just what Jerry's going to do. So that's how that went down.
We're going to the Super Bowl, baby.
From the 214, we are going to the Super Bowl. Look, I'm jumping on the Cowboys
Bears
bandwagon.
NFC Championship.
It ain't going to be the Chiefs. I can promise you that much. We'll get to that later in the show, and if we don't, we might get to it tomorrow. Blake and I will be on again tomorrow from 2:30 to 6:30. From the 214, disappointed in the halftime show. Let's not bury the lead here, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll get to the game. That halftime show was terrible. Can we just call it what it is? I mean, I know Blake's, him and Post became best friends after the show, so I understand that. So he's trying to be Mr. Well, artistically it was okay. The show sucked. You couldn't hear him, and I'm sorry, but
we were also in the press box, though,
which I get. I don't care whether we were in the press box or not. The show sucked. All right, I don't like country Post Malone. All right, I don't. I told this to you yesterday in the press box. You can make country hip hop. You can't make hip hop country. All right, you just can't do it. And when he tried to country up WoW, and you got the banjo playing and the like, just stop. Just stop again. And I got no White Iverson, which CA told.
I was looking for White Iverson.
Shout out to CA. CA told me, bro, you ain't getting White Iverson. CA's been telling me from the jump. When me and CA talked about this 2 weeks ago, he said, Fred, you are not going to get White Iverson.
Jacob, I want your thoughts. You saw it on TV. How did it hit on TV?
I actually didn't see it on TV. I was driving home from old girl's house.
Oh!
Yeah.
Let's put a pin in this conversation now about as pertains to the halftime show and Jerry Jones. We'll get to that here in just a second, but let's not let's get to the important stuff first. For all our fatties out there, you guys know exactly where we're going with this conversation.
Everybody else is lost.
Everybody else is kind of like, whoa, what do you mean by this? Well, let's go ahead and just pull the curtain back a little bit. And of course, if you're new to the Fan After Dark experience, and shame on you if you are, Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, every Monday through Friday, 7 to 11, except for Mondays and Wednesdays when Cowboys Crosstalk and Cowboys Hour goes from 7 to 8. Otherwise, you guys know what the drill is. Degenerate Jake, one of our favorite producers, and we had a little bit of strife earlier this week when it was brought to our attention that his girlfriend of 6 years, now mind you, Jake's only 13, so my God, he's been with this girl half his life, hadn't gotten a Thanksgiving invite from Shorty. Now, we find out, too, that you did not tell her that,
I did not, no.
that Papa Ray was going to be, 30,000 feet up in the air. How did this whole thing play out? And we find out that his girlfriend's family does chicken for Thanksgiving. That's a huge L. Okay, that's a ginormous L. In fact, I told you when you said that to me the other day, I would have gone ahead and pulled out, no pun intended.
So it went good. The last update I had for you was we were waiting to find out if the mother was feeling good enough to have company over.
She had what, COVID?
I don't know what she had.
I'm kidding.
So the next day I got a text. I got the approval text. It was like, you're good to come over.
Yeah. She's vaccinated. It's okay. Come on.
We're good to go.
She's got a mask on.
Good to go.
They hit you with the N64 mask when you walk in.
Now you will have to stay outside, but that's okay. It's nice outside.
I was told there'd be no turkey. There was turkey. They had turkey. They had chicken. They had salmon. Turkey was pretty good. Turkey was good.
Where now? Hold on. Was this catered? Was this made? What happened?
I don't know. I just showed up and ate it. So
mark that.
Yeah. But it was good.
Story of Jake's life. I just showed up and ate it. Bounced.
It was good.
Bounced.
Food was good. Company was great. It was good to talk to her and her family, her and her mom.
How was Pops?
He was good, so she's got 2 younger siblings. So at some point, I guess they got sick of the conversation, left the table. Pops, how they always tell you to not get political at the Thanksgiving
Dad get
table.
political?
We got political. And fortunately, him and I see eye to eye. So it was a fun conversation.
What I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was great. We ate during the final quarter of the Packers-Lions game, so around 2:30ish. So I missed the end of that game.
Nah.
Finished eating in time to get up to see the first half of the Cowboys game.
Okay.
Had dessert. Get this, 4 different desserts. We had cheesecake, we had chocolate pie, apple pie, and Shorty made some homemade tiramisu.
Hey!
All fire.
Okay.
Got done with that, and then I head out because I had to go home and feed my dog. So I was actually driving home during the halftime show. I only saw one clip of it, so...
Could have tuned into 105 through the fan and heard it during your drive, but it's okay.
Was I going to hear it on there?
Yeah,
you just said you couldn't hear it.
They were playing it. They were playing it on the fan.
See, Post Malone, when he does country, kind of makes me feel like a knockoff Coetzel a little bit. Like, that's what the aroma he's trying to get to. It's like you've kind of already built this persona of money, drugs,
How do you
alcohol.
go from being a rapper to a country singer? I guess that's
what I'm
my...
saying.
I mean, look, I'm only 44, so what do I know? But I don't get it.
Got a question for the Tolos. 877-881-1053. That's a D&M Leasing hotline. And the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Text in 1 through 10. 1 through 10, how you would grade the halftime performance. And then also, while you were texting in, text in what your favorite dish from Thanksgiving was. It can be a dessert. It can be a main. It can be a side. It can be a drink. It can be a side piece. Whatever your favorite thing that you ate
That was
or
more
drank.
dessert, though.
Yeah, whatever favorite thing you ate or drank yesterday and what you thought of the halftime show yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys. Post Malone out there. You want to get to our actual thoughts on the game next?
I'll tell you what, that sounds like a A+ segue.
10 out of 10. Let's get to our thoughts on the game. Who were the keys to victory for the Dallas Cowboys over the Chiefs? And are they going all the way? Next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Target's Black Friday deals are delivering big surprises all week long, like 40 to 50% off top holiday gifts, plus thousands more deals in-store and online, all with free shipping. Load up on all the season's must-haves with huge deals on tech, video games, toys, floor care, clothing for the family, and so much more. Hurry! These deals are going fast. 40 to 50% off gifts and Saturday. Only at Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you can't stop.
biggest fan?
Yeah.
My mom. I said, we just did Jerry Jones. What'd you think? She said, when will it play?
Wow. Mama Kim, who used to be the number one fatty, may get dropped to number 2 after that reference right there.
Okay, so I asked everybody what they thought of the Post Malone show.
Garbage.
And then what their favorite thing they ate yesterday was. I'm going to speed run through these, and then we're going to give our thoughts on the Cowboys. Our thoughts on the Cowboys just keep getting...
It's
about you guys. This is about you guys. Okay, let's go. He got sued over White Iverson. That's why he didn't play it.
Oh.
No, I don't know if that's true. Someone just texted that.
I mean, if it's on the text line, it's got to be true, right? Kind of like the internet?
817, I agree. The show was cheeks because of the song selection.
Cheeks.
214, I gave it a 7. Halftime show since Post Malone messed up one of his songs. I heard about that.
Yeah,
Apparently,
you
in
mentioned
the
that.
first song, he cussed, said the F word super loud.
Wow.
And then I'm guessing the Cowboys cut his mic because there was like 8 seconds.
There was we were kind of looking at each other like, what just happened?
And everyone is saying because apparently he cussed.
And it's a family program,
It's a very
Post.
family.
It's a family program.
7, but I love buffalo chicken dip at Thanksgiving, which was their favorite thing.
Oh.
Buffalo chicken dip.
Yeah, that was not on the menu yesterday.
469, I gave it a 3, and I'm a Post Malone fan.
Yeah.
And then sweet potato casserole was their favorite thing they had yesterday.
Okay.
817, I gave it a 4. Also, Big X the Plug is doing country now, but Big X the Plug has been kind of killing it with the country because he's got that deep, raspy voice.
Yeah.
And my fave was broccoli cheddar rice casserole.
When done right, that hits.
What was your favorite thing at the spread yesterday?
No, I mean, it was the green bean casserole.
Come on.
Casserole was hitting. That green bean, yeah, whatever I was about to say. It was hitting.
The green bean casserole for me would also get the number 1. 817, halftime was booty cheeks, and I like posts. 682, chicken is 1,000 times better than turkey.
Whoa!
Not on Thanksgiving.
Oh, not on Turkey Day, boys and girls.
682, halftime was awful. I give it a 1. 972, in quotes, I just showed up and ate it. Dash degenerate Jake.
That may go viral. I just showed up and ate it.
254, Blake, why'd you say T Swift was at the game? Was she not? I don't know. I mean,
you did say that, and I wasn't going to challenge you on that because I feel
assumed.
like we would have seen it at some point during the game.
Well, we weren't watching the TV broadcast.
Well, no, but I mean, I don't know how to
look up.
I mean, look up. I mean, don't you think at some point if Taylor Swift is at AT&T Stadium, dude, I don't think she was. Think about it. Nobody mentioned Taylor Swift at all during the game yesterday.
My bad, Jerry.
That's all right. Just throw it out there anyway. Who cares?
Maybe he might have been like, oh, she was in a private suite.
I don't know if she was there, but
214, the halftime performance was great. In quotes, I took a nap.
Okay.
Between food and alcohol, I needed that. My wife's hash brown casserole hit hard AF. Favorite dish, I grilled turkey legs and wings. That sounds good, hash brown casserole.
Hash brown. I mean, look, casserole is all in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, you can have a casserole that is delectable, and you can have others that,
817, halftime was an 8 because it was better than Dolly Parton. Favorite dishes, sweet potato casserole and dressing.
Okay.
Casseroles are winning today.
Yeah,
that's the real
are.
winner. 817, I knew the halftime was not going to be good, so I didn't even watch it.
Wow.
Don't tell Brian about the cheesecake. Another person said, make sure you let Brian know you had cheesecake. I had Degenerate Jake. 972, the Lions halftime show was the best.
Jack White brought out Eminem.
Who's Jack White? I know he had a guitar and he was rocking.
Seven Nation Army or something like that.
I don't know. He played it at the end.
Yeah.
I liked his vibe.
Yeah.
469, 6.9.
See the size of Jack White's crowd?
No.
It was like maybe 100 people down on the field. Yeah, it was kind of bad.
Well, you think that's all they let out there though?
I don't know.
For safety's sake?
I don't know. Maybe. But it was like,
you got to remember, this isn't like the Super Bowl because Blake and I were watching during when they were watching. We were watching everybody bring out the set and everything like that. And plus, they sat there for. I mean, they got it. Shout out to the guys that put it together and gals.
It was quick.
They put it together quick, and then we sat there for like another 5 minutes waiting for him to play.
Yeah. That was 5 minutes wasted, which probably could have been 2 more songs.
Could have at least been White Iverson.
214, Post was trash, and Ham and Greens was my favorite. Now the complete opposite. 910, I give the halftime show an 8. 945, 5 out of 10 they give it. Jalapeno cornbread casserole.
I mean, casserole's winning today.
817, I gave the halftime show a 0, and candy yams was my favorite.
I like yams.
469, Post Malone, I gave a 7 out of 8 out of 10. I liked it, not too shabby, and his favorite dish, or her. Fried turkey was my favorite main dish, and apple cinnamon crumble pie was my favorite dessert. Hope you fellas had a great one. P.S. Jerry interview crushed it. Richie from Ennis.
Shout out to Richie from Ennis. He's a real Tolo /fatty. And I'll tell you what, the spread at the AT&T. You had the egg roll, the Thanksgiving Day egg roll, good. The crumble pie that they had,
out of this world. I just like how usually when you go to buffets, whether it's a press box or whatever, stuff gets cold, gets dry. There was not a single time you grabbed something and it was dry or felt like you were getting the bottom of the barrel of anything. It was like delicious. I'm just gonna keep reading these. We're not.
You were a big fan of the turkey too,
dude. The turkey was juicy, man. That little, the gravy on it, the ham. Yeah. I will say the rolls, a lot to be desired.
Look, I think. The rolls are the Jalen Tolbert of the meal, if we're being honest with ourselves, okay? Every now and again, it'll make a play, and you'll find one that isn't hard as a rock. But if you're listening, if you guys can do something about those rolls, but everything else was
because
tip-top.
they're the same rolls I have every week.
They're the same rolls every week. I mean, can we get some King's Hawaiian? I mean, can we do something about those rolls? Not good.
They look dusty.
Very dusty.
972, I gave it a 4. Why didn't Post perform congratulations?
Well, I mean, we're all wondering that.
Congratulations.
Anything. Go flex. Anything.
Okay, here we go. 405 halftime show, I gave it a 3.
Yeah.
And cranberries was my favorite. With meal, pecan pie favorite as pies go. 361, I gave the show an 8 out of 10. Love the country from Post, and his words at the end had everyone in the house tearing up.
I don't know what he said. What did he say at the end?
Let us know, 361. 682, halftime sucked. Favorite food was Meemaw's dressing with giblet gravy.
Giblet.
972, 3, wifey made a cake, yo. It's 2 cakes. So picture those circle cakes you buy in H-E-B bundt cake style, but it's vanilla with bits of Oreos, cookies, and cream in the cake, and then topped with hot cream that's made of this. That's made in the still in the middle of the cookie, bro.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Whatever you just said.
Which team?
You lost me at hot cream.
214 halftime show was a 5. Not bad, but honestly felt mailed in.
Yeah.
Best dish from our Thanksgiving meal was peach cobbler crust on the top and the bottom. Holla.
Oh.
Here we go. 214. Post Malone was a band nerd at Grapevine High School, which is true.
Right, we've heard that.
So being country is tough to sell after using hip hop for fame and clout. Show was a 3. Had lamb meatballs.
Okay. All right. I mean, look, I love a good lamb chop.
And that's what I used. I used the Grapevine, South Lake Carroll, Colleyville as my end to talk to
you
them.
did. And look, I ain't mad at you for it.
You gotta use
for folks just tuning in, go ahead and recap the post-game
with Post
theatrics for one Mr. Blake Elliott.
I'll make it nice and quick. I was just done talking to Jerry one-on-one after the scrum.
Part of the scrum.
And then I was walking to the Chiefs locker room to hopefully catch Mahomes. And as I'm walking, absolutely perfect timing by the man above, the Lord made it happen. Literally, Post Malone was walking to his golf cart with his posse. I saw him, told him Happy Thanksgiving, told him good show. He dapped me up, and then I said, I'm right next to Post Malone. I don't know how many other chances I'm going to get to talk to him.
Gotta say something.
I told him, hey, I'm from like the same area as you. I started knowing some cities. He said, for real, man? Gave me some dap, hugged me, and then said, like, how about them blinking Cowboys?
Is he as tall in person as he is?
He had boots on him. He was taller than me.
Okay.
He was probably like 6'2".
Okay.
And then we dapped up. We told each other have a good holidays, and then we said bye.
That's one thing about Post Malone. You know, when you see entertainers, a lot of them are short.
No, he's
right, and you always see Post Malone towering over everybody. I just didn't know if that was in real life.
And that interaction's on my Instagram as well, at BlakeLive _ 972. Also, y'all, we rag on Jerry and say he needs to fire himself, but that is our MFing GM and owner. He blanks up but makes great moves too. He loves the Cowboys and is passionate about them more than you can say for other owners. And I agree. You got to give the love. Jerry gets more hate than probably any other sports figure, let alone coach, GM, owner, whatever. So when he's doing well like this, we got to give him his flowers. 214, Creed did a better job than Posty.
I mean, that's an iconic performance.
But Creed, correct me if I'm wrong, is multiple people, right?
Well, I mean, it's a band.
Yeah, I'm like, you can make up, say the lead singer's not feeling himself with the guitar. It's like, Post Malone's
but part of what makes Creed, though, is Scott Stapp and that voice, right? I mean, he had his own little country band that, I mean, it was what it was.
903, and just interrupt me when we need to go to break because I'm just running through these.
Rattling off things.
Skip the halftime performance for a smoke break.
Hey.
So I have no rating. But my stepdad's smoked turkey is 10 out of 10, was a huge hit yesterday, and I got a leg to go along with some sliced breast. Smoked turkey is the only way to go and a must-have for us.
Okay. I mean, look, smoked turkeys, again, turkey, the one thing you can't have on Thanksgiving Day is dry turkey.
Okay, these are now.
I've got a great fair foul. Talked to a friend of mine last night, and she had a very interesting Thanksgiving Day story, and I'm guaranteeing you she's not the only person that went through this yesterday, but we'll save that for fair foul. That's going down at, and of course, like I said, if you're new to the program, the Fred and Blake Fan After Dark Experience, fair foul, that's going to go down at 11. Actually, it's going down next, so we'll share with you guys a little Thanksgiving fair foul.
And then top of the hour, I promise you we're getting to more Cowboys. I promise.
Well, here's the deal. We'll just go ahead and lay this out now. So you've got we got fair foul coming up at 11:40. We've got Brian Broaddus, and so we will get knee deep. And let's just go ahead and real quick. My biggest thing from yesterday was outside of the third quarter, when it kind of got off to a sluggish start for both teams. In fact, I want to say both teams for the first two possessions of the second half, both ended up punting the ball away. And I go back to, again, I rewatched the game last night after I got back home. And, and look, Chiefs Twitter, Chiefs Kingdom is melting down today. All right. Like
the Cowboys.
They are. And I don't think anybody's necessary. Look, it's. Losing to the Cowboys now is not the same as losing to the Cowboys
4 weeks ago.
A month ago. Exactly. All right. Like, there's no shame in losing to the Dallas Cowboys right now. Okay. Like, I think
Detroit.
I think everybody sees, and somebody texted it early. Hey, let's just say this much. I will be disappointed if the Cowboys don't win Thursday. Yeah. All right, like this is a team right now that you are playing as well as anybody in the National Football League. With maybe
NFC teams are praying the Cowboys don't make the playoffs.
Look, the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs unless they spit the bit against somebody they shouldn't, and that's I think the biggest concern for me moving forward. But and maybe we'll get to some locker room audio later on in the show. If we don't get to it today, we'll definitely get to it tomorrow. Blake and I are on tomorrow from 2:30 to 6:30. By the way, we're taking you till 2:00, and then we hand it off to the Georgia Tech game. We'll also dive into a little bit of the UT Texas A&M game later in the program as well.
What a week for football.
I mean, well, you said it last night. We were I almost said driving around. We were driving around. I almost said BS. When we were driving around, that this might be the best week of football in the state of Texas. You've got. And we got to get some high school football later on today, too. Okay? I mean, we got Prosper and South Lake Carroll going on. Actually, I think that game kicked off about 30 minutes ago.
Apparently, my homeboy Clay, who is the DB coach at Hebron, he texted me the game got moved to 7 at Choctaw.
Oh,
so
okay.
So I might have some
prime time, huh? Look, and we all know South Lake Carroll's one of the best teams in the state, if not the best team in the state.
Give me Prosper and get upset.
Look, that'd be huge. Hey, shout out to, shame on you, because Sweet Willie C's cousin is the quarterback for South Lake Carroll.
Right before we go to break, I do got to say this.
Yeah.
Yesterday was crazy for me inside the tunnels, the balls of the stadium. Every time I'm walking, I'm meeting people, whatever. When I'm walking back towards you to leave, I'm done with the Chiefs, done with Post Malone, whatever. I see Matt Eberflus.
And you almost
walking
called him Will Chambers.
Pretty much. So what happens is he's walking next to the team bus, and I'm walking, and it's just me and Matt. There's no security guards, and I probably stare at Matt Eberflus for probably 5 seconds and don't say a word.
What a creep.
Because in my head, I'm thinking this is Will Chambers. I really was. I was like, that's Will Chambers. And I'm like,
I just saw him at the station earlier.
And I'm like, oh my God, this is Matt Eberflus. I can't just be staring at this guy. We don't know each other. And I just dap him up and say Happy Thanksgiving. So awkward.
You didn't say anything about the defense?
I literally stared him down, Fred, as if it was Will Chambers, and was smiling. And I go, this guy doesn't know who I am from a campaign.
Couldn't love him up defensively. I told Shoddy, nice win, coach. He just nodded. Okay.
Get this guy out the locker room.
Get the hell out of here. Whatever. I've seen enough out of this clown. All right, coming up next, a little fair or foul Thanksgiving Day style. Fair or foul saying something about a mediocre Thanksgiving spread. Should you do it? Should you not? We'll get your thoughts and more. Don't go anywhere. He's Blake Elliott. That is Degenerate Jacob Ray, and I am Fred Davis. KNC style on a Friday.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
The top of his head hit the cab of the truck. Dylan pretty much died instantly because he chose to drink and drive. Never thought I'd have to write one of my kids' obituaries.
Drunk driving isn't worth it. Drive sober. No regrets. A message from TxDOT.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Stinky doors, cracks in your walls. With over 25 years serving DFW, Permapure can tackle it all. They're also Tolos. Schedule your free foundation inspection and mention code TOLA to qualify to score a free $50 gift card. 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas.
Get meals at Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Whole Foods Market Kitchen's 16-inch ready-to-cook pizzas with Prime through December 2nd. Pick your favorite topping for an effortless meal. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey Tolos! Join G-Bag Nation's Zach and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party. Friday, December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. More info at 1053thefan.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
Saloom Restaurant on Cole Avenue is celebrating their 20th anniversary.
We've prepared a special 20th anniversary menu for both lunch and dinner, featuring many of our favorites of the last 20 years.
Make reservations today and join the 20th anniversary celebration at Saloom Restaurant.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
I'm home. Hey, Mom, before you ask, I've done my homework and the dishwasher's unloaded.
Nice. Hey, can you... Hey, hon, yes, I've got the finale ready to play. Here's your wine. Wow.
Isn't it nice not having to ask? We think so. That's why if there's a network interruption, AT&T will proactively credit you for a full day of service. Guaranteed. Credit for fiber downtime lasting 20 minutes or more, or for wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back in. It is a KNC Masterpiece. Fan After Dark style. Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, Degenerate Jacob Ray, and we're about, an hour and a half away. Actually, less than that, or hour and some change away from, you got Philadelphia Eagles, you've got Chicago Bears, a little Friday NFL foosball action. When I say foosball, do you know where that reference is from?
I do not.
We had to clown Dylon for this. Have you seen Waterboy?
I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen the whole movie.
Wow. We're gonna have to have just a movie day for all of our 22 and under producers
that's
here.
That's an Adam Sandler movie, right?
That is an Adam Sandler movie.
I think we should do it. Just gather around and just watch movies back to back to back.
All right. So if I can get
notes and everything,
if I can get all the 22-year-old producers to just watch Waterboy, it's a football comedy classic, and if I can get Blake to watch Pulp Fiction, my heart will be full.
Are we watching them all together, or are we watching them individually?
I mean, I think you guys can all watch them individually.
I think we should do a big
I agree.
hang.
Yeah.
I don't know how to look on your end. Fred, what are you doing today? Watch a movie with a bunch of 20-year-olds.
Just come on over. Let's all just watch some football together, watch some movies together. I got the popcorn, and I might be busy that day. But
I got your answer, though. I know we're going to do fair fall.
Yes.
Biggest play of the game. Jerry Jones talked about it. 28-21, Cowboys are up. 6 minutes left in the game. You're at the 15-yard line, 3rd and 8. A completion to George Pickens is made. He doesn't pick up the first down. He gets 5 or 6 yards, tries to spin out of a tackle. The Chiefs defender pops it out of George Pickens' hands. Ball is loose. 3 Chief defenders.
Well, Tranquil's right there because he goes in and hits Pickens after the fact, but your boy Turpin.
3 Chiefs defenders are right there after George Pickens fumbles. Like I said, 3rd and 8, up 7 points, late in the game. 3rd down, and Kevontae Turpin, full on, we see that sprint, dives on top of the ball. As the smallest guy on the field, and dives on top of that ball, and there's not a question who has it. That makes up for the fumble you had the previous week.
Oh, I mean, that's the play. That's his play of the year.
That is his play of the year because that was such a huge fumble. Because then Brandon Aubrey kicks a field goal. You're up 31
scores.
You're up 2 scores, and then we know the Chiefs score, but it wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough. And I can just tell you when the Chiefs,
someone said never seen Waterboy, but wears an Eagles jersey, definitely falling in the producer power rankings.
That's a callback right there. Shout out to you. Again, it was a weird game for me yesterday because, like I said, obviously you guys all know I'm a Chiefs fan, but I covered the Cowboys, and so I was legitimately torn. And like I told Blake last night when we parted ways, yes, personally, did I want the Chiefs to win from just a personal, because I'm a fan standpoint, but for the sake of this program, for the sake of this radio show, and for the sake of the DFW, this Dallas Cowboy win was enormous. And let's call it what it is, the vibes in the locker room, which, look, They didn't stick around long, and I don't blame him. Shout out to my boy Donovan Wilson. Tried to holler at him yesterday. He said, hey, man, I got to get to my family. I said, you know what? Right back at you, big dog. Certainly appreciated that. Everybody was very cordial in the locker room yesterday. It was a jubilant atmosphere, but it was a jubilant but controlled atmosphere, if you know what I mean, right? I mean,
that Cowboys video they posted, though, that was one of the best ones.
Hands down, that was, for sure. I mean, look, you just beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and if you don't think that meant a little something special to Bill Schottenheimer, whoever the hell Bill Schottenheimer, that's the nephew, apparently, for Brian Schottenheimer, that had to mean a lot to him because, again, that's where he got his start coaching, was with the Kansas City Chiefs, and that's where, I mean, look, his dad was a Cleveland Browns coach for a little while, but obviously Kansas City is probably what he's most known for. What's that?
Does that mean we're getting Myles Garrett soon, since you mentioned the Browns?
I mean, hey, if you want to,
what would you give up?
For Myles Garrett?
He can have our next 2 first.
I mean, no short. You'd have to give up 3, I guess.
Let's do it.
You'd have to, because I think we all agree he's better than Micah. And I'm not trying to start a fight now.
No,
By the way, we did meet Micah's mom yesterday.
We did meet Micah's mom.
At the game. Love it. I mean, hey, rooting for the Cowboys. Now, granted, she's wearing her Micah Parsons Green Bay t-shirt, but...
Because I walked up to her, I said, Packers gear? She goes, that's my son.
My son plays for him. You know what, Mama Parsons? That's fair. You can wear all the Green Bay gear you want when your son is Micah Parsons. All right, fair foul. The beauty of Thanksgiving is that it is a community-like atmosphere, okay?
That's a good question.
What's that?
Who's going to pay the stand-up comedy bet since y'all both lost? Now,
what?
We did both lose, but it is a full season thing. Whoever loses the season-long picks, whoever gets the least amount of picks right out of me and Fred does the stand-up comedy bit. But yes,
actually, whoa. Let me stop you right there, Texter. We went 2-1 yesterday.
Oh, well, I think they're just. We did. We covered the game.
We picked the Chiefs to win, but we picked Dallas to cover the spread.
So as far as me and Fred's game, yes. But as far as I know, most of you guys listening just care about who we picked to win.
Yeah, no,
we were wrong.
Look, I mean,
and I'm glad I was wrong. Said I was hoping I'd be wrong.
Yeah, but again, we covered the spread, so from that point we won. So I mean, what are we talking about here?
Fred covered himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I cover the spread.
I don't care. I mean, look, in this gambling world that we live in,
just the spreads that matter.
All right, it was an emotional hedge, as you degenerates like to say. All right, fair or foul? Good friend of mine. She didn't have her kids this weekend. They're with the dad, and so a friend of hers invited her to Thanksgiving.
That's tough.
Okay,
that's tough.
I mean, it is what it is. So, and she didn't seem all that broken up about it.
Okay. What is the age of the kids? I feel like that.
Her daughters
all under 10.
No. She's got a teenager who's like I think 13 and 10 or something like that. 13 and 11, something like that. So, kids are with the dad. Friend of hers says, "Hey, no, you're by yourself. Come on over for Thanksgiving." Okay, so she goes over for Thanksgiving. Now, mind you, she's from the South, right? So my girl Gina knows how to cook. All right, like she knows how to cook. All right, diehard Cowboys fan.
We're
too.
keeping it anonymous.
I mean, because it's some random Gina. I know her.
There's not that many Ginas walking around.
There's plenty of Ginas walking around.
Shout out to Gina Miller.
Shout out to Gina Gershon, by the way. If you know, you know. So Gina goes to this gal's friend of hers to go eat. Family spread, the whole nine. I said, "How's the food?" She goes, "Fred, it was awful." I said, "Do tell." I said, "Did you bring anything?" She goes, "I brought corn casserole." She goes, "Hey, do you want me to bring anything?" She goes, "Yeah, they said bring corn casserole." She said the turkey was dry.
That's a bad start, man.
She said the rolls tasted stale. All right. She said the pie had no flavor. Okay, and I think there was one other thing. She said the mashed potatoes. Oh, that's what it was. She said the gravy was
running.
She goes, it was burnt and had next to no flavor. And she goes, it was just. She goes, Fred. She goes, I feel. She goes, I had to tell somebody. She goes, so I had to tell you because she goes, I feel terrible for how bad this food was, but at the same time, I want to be grateful because these people extended me an invite to their Thanksgiving.
Hopefully they're not listening right now.
All right. I mean, they're in New Braunfels. Like, if you're listening and if you know, you know. Okay. If you know that your food sucked, that's on you.
How many people do we think were at this Thanksgiving?
About a dozen to 15.
What do we think is a good Thanksgiving size of?
I think anywhere from that dozen to 20 is the sweet spot. Anything more than that, now it's starting to get a little chaotic, all right? Because at that point, now you're getting segmented, okay? Like this group here, this group there. But there's nothing, I mean, what a dichotomy.
You should have known when there was corn casserole there. That's what someone
Now, she said her corn casserole was hitting. Okay. She said her corn casserole was hitting. And again, I know Gina, and I trust her. Okay. She's from the 409. All right. And if anybody knows anything about the 409, people in the 409 know how to cook. That said, I don't know wherever the hell these people were from, but nonetheless, the food was terrible. I said, "Did you say anything to your friend?" She goes, "No, I couldn't." She goes, "Come on now. They invited me. The last thing I want to do is be an ungrateful guest and say, oh, hey, thanks for the invite. Your food was trash."
I think I might. On Thanksgiving, if it's that bad where everything was repulsive,
yeah,
because I'm not eating it. What are you going to do with your plate in your hand?
Well, see, that's
not eating.
She said she loaded up on cranberry. So what's that? I mean, you got to do the
visual
clues or everything.
You got to do the napkin over the plate and the upside down plate in the trash can.
I had so many hors d'oeuvres or appetizers to start. Just not as hungry as I thought. I filled up on rolls before I got here.
No, please take some to go.
Well, see now, and that's there's your sign when you know your food is not good.
There's a bunch of to-go.
When you don't take a to-go plate home.
Or when there's a bunch to take to go.
When there's a lot to take back and you're sitting there looking at yourself going, wow.
Take the ham.
What have we done wrong? Yeah, she said the ham was dry.
There should not be ham and turkey really left other than a couple pieces if you're doing it
not
right.
If it's good.
I think at the least, you got to take it to go. Like, just toss it in the trash when you get home. I think if somebody extends you an invite, the least you can do is take it to go, Bach.
You're like barfing as you're picking it. Yeah,
exactly.
For sure. Now, I want to say she's got a dog. Now, I don't know if, maybe you bring it for the dog. I don't know. I don't have an animal.
Do dogs
so I can't
taste
to it.
like that, or do they just eat anything?
I mean, I want to. I mean, I've never met a dog that didn't want to eat anything.
My dog eats her own poop, so.
Hey!
I mean, she'd eat anything.
Do you not feed this dog or what?
No, we do. She's well fed.
Clearly. This dog eats its own dew?
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with this? What kind of dog is this?
I can't relate. I don't know what Jacob's talking about.
What kind of dog is this, man?
She's like a Weimaraner mix.
What the hell's a Weimaraner?
That's a great question that I don't have the answer to.
I'm agreeing with the 2 and 4 difference between men and women because we're telling the homies the food is trash.
Oh, we are
I'm
letting
cooking
them know.
Like if you invited me over, or Jacob invited me over, or Kevin,
but see, I would know
say something.
But see, I think guys, and not to start a gender war here,
but do it.
I think we're a little more self-aware when it comes to stuff like that.
And I just don't think we care as much.
We don't.
I'm not going to be like, I'm hurting your feelings on your food. I'm going to be like, bro, that stuff is...
Now,
you got to get on the grill.
But let's take it back. Okay, but if it's your homeboy making the food, like if I made the food and you came over and sucked, you're going to tell me, bro, that food was not good.
Remember when I brought food that Shorty cooked and all of y'all roasted me on the crosstalk?
That does sound
They literally
accurate.
said like, oh, the chicken with no seasoning. Every single one of you guys roasted
true.
me.
Yeah, you did get roasted for that.
And
that was on air too.
That was fine.
Yeah, that did.
That was on air.
It's factual. Would you do it in a okay? But that's in a setting where it's just a bunch of guys BSing here at the station.
Like if I went over to like my girlfriend's
right?
Now, I would say something to Pops. I'd be like, Pops.
Yeah, but you got to kind of know your audience though too.
Now this wouldn't be like I've never met them before. This would be like this is a good friend, so I feel comfortable enough telling them what it is. Like, we're not doing Thanksgiving here next year, are we?
Well, that's kind of look. After you give them the one try, so fair or foul, getting invited over to Thanksgiving to a friend, you love that hospitality, but then the food turns out to be trash. Fair or foul, not saying anything after you choke down some of the nastiest Thanksgiving food you ever had in your life.
Foul, I'm saying something.
Yeah.
I'm saying something for the sake of the people that are there next year. I might not get invited back, but I mean,
which you're okay with.
You're starting like a Q&A.
Yeah, you're okay with. Or do you affect change to where they say, you know what, somebody had to say something.
You start doing a survey,
like
walking around
or something in the kitchen.
You may start getting silent high fives afterwards, right? Like that one uncle that's been sitting in the corner, kind of, where he's wearing the sweater vest, hasn't said a whole lot, kind of comes off as a doofus, and then suddenly comes out of nowhere and is like, "I really appreciate you saying that. I've been wanting to say something for years." When you're the new person, you do have that flexibility and a little bit of that
autonomy.
Everybody
wants your opinion.
And it could open the door for other people to start talking too. And then it's like, well, then you're not the bad guy.
Are you worried then that once you do, word gets out? Wait a minute, did Fred just say that this food was ass? Hold on a second, because I've been wanting to say something for a while now. Hold on a second. Top 5 things that'll start a fight at Thanksgiving? We add this to the list.
Saying the food is trash.
Clowning on the food, and then it starts a free-for-all.
Well, see, the thing is, if you're clowning on the food, you're usually not talking to one person.
Yeah, because more people, usually more than one
5,
person
6,
had a hand
7.
in it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know any Thanksgiving for the most part where it was one person. It's kind of a family affair. You're talking to 6, 7, 8 people.
You're all culpable, okay? You guys are all culpable. Obviously, you guys don't look at YouTube. You guys don't look at TikTok. You should be all... I mean, we're in a stage in life now where if you're my age or older, you should be able to cook by now. Okay.
If you don't know how to do anything for the most part, there's almost a video for everything online.
I mean, I don't know if AI has started making food yet, but if you had a crappy food Thanksgiving yesterday, shame on you for putting out that nasty spread.
And I know my mom, and I know my grandma, rest her soul.
Yeah, Mama Kim was at the game.
Mama Kim was at the game. They prep all year for this.
Seriously.
They know this day is coming.
It
doesn't sneak up on you.
I know a lot of people. We had a couple people text into the show when Jerry said, and I actually, my eyebrow did raise, and I looked at Blake when he said this about Thanksgiving being their Super Bowl. And I knew people were going to get all up in arms about that. See, that's the problem with Jerry right there. He treats Thanksgiving like the Super Bowl. But it is, in a way, right? It has a Super Bowl-like vibe for being a regular season game. But from a food standpoint, Thanksgiving is a Super Bowl for most people.
Speaking of a Super Bowl vibe, let's talk to the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, on the other side. Let's break down this game. Let's get to the nuts and bolts of how the Cowboys were able to get the 31-28 dub over the Kansas City Chiefs next on the KNC Masterpiece.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Rich Herrera with an Odyssey Sports Minute. As I was sitting there watching the Chiefs, I'm wondering, is this the end? Is this the end of the latest dynasty we had in the National Football League? It wasn't that long ago we were talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and a three-peat. Now, as they drop the ball game to the Dallas Cowboys, you wonder, is the National Football League going to see the next dynasty, the next great thing finally come to an end? Only time will tell, but it doesn't look good in Kansas City. I'm Rich Herrera.
If you've been waiting to try learning a new language with Babbel, now is the time. Black Friday has come early this year. Babbel's biggest sale is happening now. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription at our best price of the year, which means a small investment for all your big adventures. Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember. Plus, Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And with a lifetime access to all of Babbel's languages, lessons, podcasts, and cultural insights, just imagine what you can do, or rather, where you could go. So if you've been putting off booking that pastry pilgrimage to France for fear of mispronouncing croissant, take advantage of Babbel's biggest sale of the season.
Right, but I just mean like this is your but that's not your fault. I'm not saying this is your fault.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
he said it a bunch. Man, the players, coaches are important. And, Matt Eberflus, listen, in this game the other day, for example, 2 games ago, he plays 93% zone coverage against the Raiders and gets it done. This week against these guys, he's roughly playing right at about 60%. So he plays 40% man, 60% zone, where you think, well, man, this guy's not even capable of playing any man coverage. He used his 5-man line a couple different times, about 11 times during the game. He played nickel coverage. His nickel kind of got beat up, and they gave up 3 touchdowns out of the nickel. But still, when you're playing against a guy like Pat Mahomes, you're just searching. You're trying to find anything that might work, anything to give him a little bit different look, anything to maybe throw his game off some. I think Kansas City's offensive line got compromised last night in that game. They lost a couple more guys, and then the backups, and Matt did a good job of going after them a little bit more. You saw with Quinnen Williams had a chance to make a sack. Ezra Rocco on the same play had a chance. And Dan Mahomes, if he doesn't throw it to the one guy where the cornerback in coverage falls down, Bridges falls down, he's in coverage, on the outside there, and then it's a huge play. But what does Mahomes do? He finds the one guy. So yeah, you're just throwing things at this guy and kind of hoping that you can find a way to slow him down. There was a couple of calls that went against Kansas City that were big plays. A holding call, an offensive pass interference call. Those kinds of things you kind of have to. Yeah, those are the things
Red
you got to kind of have along the way. Yeah, you got to have those along the way to get these stops. Mahomes is the only thing I ever equated to just watching him play is like when I was in Green Bay and it was Barry Sanders. Mm-hmm. And they hand the ball to Barry Sanders and it's a gain of 1. And it's a beginning, they hand it to him again. Oh, it's a -2. And then they hand him the third time, it's a gain of 87.
Yeah.
That's what it's like playing Mahomes. Every snap, you're holding your breath and just praying that something that you don't make a massive mistake that allows him to make a huge play. So Matt did a great job. That was really kind of a culture win last night.
Yeah, it was.
That was a culture win. That is coming on a short week, and I've got good players, but man, we're not practicing very much, and that's making sure that you had a good enough game plan to go against a Hall of Fame coach, a Hall of Fame quarterback, and one of the best defensive coordinators ever to walk up and down the sidelines.
Brian, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about this O-line. They allowed 0 sacks. What can you say about them?
Yeah, and especially with Nate Thomas and what he did at left tackle. And I know that we're sitting here right now and kind of Fred's talking about, with Karlaftis and stuff. And, but for him not to give up any pressures in that game, the pressures were very, very light across the board, believe it or not. So, that's encouraging from that aspect. But coming into the game, and again, Fred will tell you, Kansas City hasn't had many sacks and they haven't created a ton of pressures. So, they absolutely did their job. They run the ball now just enough. They run it to the point, they're okay with getting 113 yards. They're okay with getting 128 yards. They're okay with getting 160 yards. But they just don't completely abandon it. And I think that's the thing that's been really, really good about Schottenheimer and the coaches. And I think they're able to do this a lot because of what the offensive line has been able to be able to do. And then also, guys like Spanford and people like that, they've been much better as a point of attack blockers.
Brian Broaddus, you've been a man about town. You have been on every microphone damn near in the DFW over the last 48 hours. What the hell is Brian Broaddus going to do with the rest of his Friday? And more importantly, what's Brian Broaddus going to do with his weekend, considering now you guys need to go find a football coach since Brian Kelly has been officially given the boot?
Yeah, I think, it's very, very hopeful. We'll see what happens. I know the Egg Bowl, the Mississippi State-Ole Miss game's going on right now.
Uh-huh.
And so that we'll learn in the next couple of days what Lane Kiffin's plan is. Hopefully LSU is in the mix. I'm actually sitting right now in my studio. They're here in Crown Global Media over here in Irving, and I'm watching college tape. I'll be watching college tape all day. So I've just watched a defensive end from Oregon, and I've got a group of guys I still got to get through. But 30 guys down, on my way to 230, so I got a lot of work ahead of me by the time we get to the draft.
What about you and your boo thing? What are y'all going to, I mean, it's a holiday weekend.
Oh, she's busy working, too.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
She's totally okay with me going to watch tape. She'll get stuff. She does not need me. Michelle does not need me to be hanging around all day.
Fair enough.
We've got things going on. That's why we make Tuesday nights our date night.
That's true. I forgot about
unusual.
that.
Yeah, the Tuesday night date night stuff has been really, really good. So I encourage everybody to have date nights if they can.
Tuesday night date night, and Brian brought a staple, and you should do it too. Brian, always love to hear from you, my friend. We'll see you on Monday during Crosstalk.
Sounds great. Thanks, you boys. Take
there
care.
You have it. The one, the only, Mr. Brian.
We can all be a
Broaddus.
little bit more like Brian.
Date nights.
Date nights.
You know, even if you don't have a date, just go ahead and go out. Anyway.
Just join Brian.
Well, I don't know if you want to do all that. Nobody likes a third wheel. Okay?
Some people do. All right, what's going up next?
I know I certainly do. I'll tell you what, let's do something we've never done before.
Uh-oh.
Who was our primetime performer, good, bad, and indifferent? Blake and I will tell you next, and hell, we might even have the poop-eating dog stop by as well. Lots to get to. Don't go dark. KNC Masterpiece.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24-month bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This weekend starts at Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, your go-to for fight nights, football, and flavor. Whether you're rolling in with the crew or catching the game with a watch party, we've got the setup. From Friday through Sunday, enjoy $5 off select 100-ounce balones and buckets, $3 shot specials, and ice-cold 29-degree beers served straight to your table. 60 FW locations, all tuned into the action and turned up for the weekend. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
It's a fan.
special babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on a Friday post-Thanksgiving Cowboys celebration win. Now, look, no one's saying this team's going to a Super Bowl, or are we? Or are we? No, we're not. Let's not get carried away just yet. But there's Super Bowl vibes in the locker room, people. There are Super Bowl vibes in the locker room, and we were able to catch up with a handful of folks yesterday. Myself, Bobby Belt, and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Our boy Blake Elliott was busy shoo-shooing it up with Post Malone and Jerry Jones, leaving us lay people to do all the hard work because I'll tell you what, in the Cowboys locker room, it was
getting in the Jerry scrum was tough. I think there's a video online of me trying to get towards where Jerry was. There was a lot of people trying to get the Jerry audio.
There were, and of course he came out with the turkey leg. He was feeling some type of way yesterday. Everybody was, but at the same time too, people were ready to get the hell out of there. So I was able to catch up with DeMarvion Overshone, Solomon Thomas, Jadeveon Clowney.
That was the first person that Schottenheimer loved up.
Who's that?
Overshone. He said him running sideline to sideline and his physicality and his energy on the sideline and on the field, just what's it called when the whole team gets it? It was
infectious,
contagious. And I agree. Like having a guy like Overshone out there running sideline to sideline was game-changing.
No, I mean, now you've got a linebacker who can move sideline to sideline.
Tackler.
Not to say that Kenneth Murray can't. Look, they keep rolling him out there. All right. I mean, it's not Kenneth's fault. Okay. I mean, say what you want about. Look, we're loving up the Dallas Cowboys today, and for obvious reasons, I am done tolerating Kenneth Murray slander.
There will still be some Kenneth Murray slander.
It's not his fault. They keep throwing him out there. All right. I mean, if you want to be mad at Kenneth Murray, be mad at Matt Eberflus, who continues to put Kenneth Murray out there, and maybe because they love he's got one of the better nicknames on the team, Canine.
He's not playing like a dog.
Well, it's not for lack of effort. It's not for lack of effort.
Kelsey dunked on him.
Kelsey did get that touchdown on him.
Kenneth Murray just slipping and holding on for dear life.
He looked like, he looked like Trent McDuffie trying to cover CeeDee Lamb yesterday.
I'll say this. I think the Cowboys, if they make the playoffs, can be dangerous. I don't think Kenneth Murray can be playing a lot of snaps on the playoff game. Like, teams are going to, go for him. I still got questions. I'm loving up the Cowboys, and this is an exuberant day to be a Cowboys fan, but we still got to keep it real. There are still some weak spots, and mainly, I could say almost 95% of the Cowboys' weak spots are in the passing game, defending the pass, when it comes to your linebackers in coverage and some of your corners and safeties in coverage. The run game looks phenomenal, stopping and doing. Your pass game looks phenomenal. Your D-line and O-line look phenomenal. Stopping the pass, the Chiefs were still kind of, for the most part, getting what they want.
And let's take it a step further.
We got to keep it real still.
I mean, when we look at some of the miscues for the Chiefs passing game yesterday, it wasn't necessarily anything the Cowboys did.
Yeah,
it
Rashee
was
Rice, big drop.
Rashee with a huge drop on 3rd and 8. You had Mahomes who, look, for every throw he made, and I know the one play, and hell, Jerry Jones brought it up, where he found Xavier Worthy. There were plenty of other throws where he just missed. He missed Rashee Rice on a huge crossing route, and then he missed Travis Kelce on a little wheel route as well. And so, you might argue, okay, well, that was going to be a hard throw to make anyway, but
that's
Patrick Mahomes, okay? And so you're held to a different standard. And again, I said this to Blake last night. Dak outplayed Pat Mahomes yesterday, and I'm not saying that to be any type of way. I mean, but he made the throws he had to make,
and the off-script stuff. The Javonte Williams touchdown. That was a MVP. I'm not saying Dak's MVP, but that was an MVP type play, like escaping pressure late.
Yeah.
I want to say that was 3rd or 4th down. That was not 1st down. I don't believe.
No, it was definitely. I want to say that was 3rd down because they did bring a blitz up the middle. Somebody, I can't remember who it was, because it wasn't Javonte, but I can't remember who it was.
Javonte was on a route the
play.
whole time. Javonte was on a swing route and was just kind of standing there. And then he starts creeping in closer towards Dak. Dak is acting like he's going to run towards the end zone.
It might have been Tyler Smith who made a big play on that particular.
And Dak knew what he was doing, I think, right when he started scrambling. He was not going to start running towards the sideline. Like, he brings two defenders towards him.
Because another Chief came up there to stop it.
And he's like,
boom, he just
I see Javonte.
And that's a Pat Mahomes type of play, right? That's the stuff we normally see from 15. Instead, we saw it from 4. Now,
and then the very next play, the 2-point conversion. Karlaftis comes on off the edge screaming. Dak Prescott spins out of it. So he spins out of it, goes towards his left. George Pickens on the sideline. Ballerina, toe tap.
Yeah.
Touchdown or a 2-point conversion.
2-point conversion.
That's the thing that I love about players like Pickens. As physical and as a dog and jumping over guys and running through guys, he can also make the finesse, toe tap, IQ, keeping my feet in bounds, running the route, understanding where my quarterback's at on the scramble play. So I got nothing but good things to say about George Pickens. I got some next-gen stats for you.
Real quick, before we get to those next-gen stats, I have yet to hear anybody that still wants to trade CeeDee Lamb today. I was going through my Twitter last night and this morning, and all the folks that were calling for, well, I mean, we can't keep both of them. Let's go ahead and just move off of CD. George is our real number one. Hadn't seen any of those mentions in my Twitter feed last night.
If you missed it, CeeDee Lamb had 9 targets. He caught 7 of them for 112 and a touchdown.
No, I mean, CD and didn't drop one pass.
Nope. This was George Pickens, though. George Pickens was lined up against Jalen Watson on 5 of his 7 targets. He caught, or he was lined up against him 7 times. George Pickens reeled in 5 of those targets for 85 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Watson played press coverage on every single target. This is the most yards Jalen Watson allowed the most yards any Chiefs defender has allowed to a single wide receiver in a game since at least 2018.
Yeah.
George Pickens had himself a day. Pickens was targeted 13 times to CD's 9. George Pickens caught 6 of them for 88 yards.
Yeah. No, I mean, he and again, he didn't have, I mean, outside of the one
third down on the goal line. On your goal line.
Well, there was that one, but I was just saying as far as like, you know, like highlight, like level, like, oh my God, did George Pickens just do that? Everything else is kind of rudimentary by his standards outside of the pass he caught, takes it along the sideline, jumps over, and I think it was a safety or whoever it was.
That would have been like one of the greatest plays.
And if he doesn't lose his footing, he takes that into the end zone, right? And then, of course, the internet and everybody else would have melted down at that point. You do end up scoring on that drive, but, you know, it just, the thing that has impressed me the most about this Dallas Cowboy football team, and Brian talked about it last segment, was that yesterday was a culture win, right? This I don't know that, and I kind of wanted, if we'd had more time with Brian, and maybe I'll ask him about this on Monday if my feeble brain doesn't forget it between now and then, which there's a good chance it will. But this team doesn't win these games under Mike McCarthy.
Nope, okay? And nope.
I just and this isn't me taking a pot shot at Brian Mike McCarthy, but there's just and Jerry Jones talked about it, and this was something that I referenced when Brian Schottenheimer was hired by this football team, and it was much maligned, and everybody, this is here go the Joneses being the Joneses again, hiring the low level assistant. You do not you cannot put a price on experience. All right, and what do I mean by that? We talk about what a great coach Shanahan is. We talk about how Sean McVay's grandpa was a general manager and front office exec for all these years, and how, you know, that NFL experience, these guys growing up with NFL, you know, Clint Kubiak, he's going to be a hot name when the when coaching hot circles or coaching cycles begin when the season's over with, right? And for whatever reason, we have kind of poo-pooed, or we had poo-pooed on the fact that Brian Schottenheimer, oh, by the way, you know, grew up in a head coaching family and has been around coaching all his life. And I'll go back to something Babe Laufenberg said, was that, you know, when you look at who he's been an OC under, it's always been defensive-minded coaches, right? And defensive-minded coaches, as we all know, tend to be a little more conservative, right? They tend to be a little more conservative to the vest. And so for him to finally be the guy in charge, you can go ahead and be a little more open-minded on offense. You can try things that many defensive-minded coaches might not necessarily try. course, it helps when you got George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, but let's not also forget you've got Jake Ferguson, who's having a career year as well. But you've got a coaching group in Clayton Adams, in Matt Eberflus, and in Brian Schottenheimer and the rest of that coaching staff that you saw. Not only did your players outplay these guys the last 2 weeks, but your coaching staff outcoached 2 Super Bowl winning coaching staffs the last 2 weeks.
And what I need the Tolos to realize, whether you're driving around, whether you're at home, whether you're around your friends and family or alone, the Cowboys did not just win 2 ball games that were against good teams. It is how they won. Think about this. This goes to playoff football. You showed that, one, we can play a really good team and be down 21-0, and we are not going to give up and we're able to come back in a game. Because that is a lot of teams are not going to be able to say that. Down 21-0, that even when we're playing against a Super Bowl winning team, we're able to come back and get a win. So that's the first moniker of, hey, we can be a playoff football team, because that's something that's it's gonna happen in a big time game where you're down a lot. That's number one. That happened against the Eagles. Then on part 2, we're able to play with the lead against one of the most, if not the most, him and Tom Brady, clutch quarterback and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
like we can play from behind against a good team, and we can play with the lead and ice the game with under 4 minutes to go, around 3.5. 3 timeouts for the Chiefs and the 2-minute warning. To me, that, and Brad talked about this, so this is my biggest thing I'm taking away from this game. We can talk about it. The guys on the locker room can talk about it, but experiencing it now 2 times in 4 days of like, we were behind and Dak still believed in us, Quinn still believed in us, the whole team, and we came back. Okay, that's cool. Maybe we just have a comeback. Now, also, we were up against the Chiefs and we held that lead. We held the ball. Like, that belief and confidence is now within the bones of that team. Not what we think, not what commentary's saying, not what Jerry thinks. The players on the field have lived it now in 2 big-time, prime-time moments, played from behind 21-0, and also held a lead and held the ball in the final minutes against a Super Bowl winning team in the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that's going to be huge for this team moving forward.
From the 901, the Chiefs are a good team, but come on, not the Chiefs of old, but impressed with these wins. Look, I'll just say, this is a better Chiefs team on paper than last year's team. All right, and everybody.
I think the Chiefs have said that.
No, the Chiefs have said this time and time again. Mahomes has talked about it. Travis Kelce's talked about it. That if you look at this football team, I mean, this team last year never had the complement at wide receiver that this team currently does. Now, you could argue this front 4 is not as good as people have said in the years past. George Karlaftis has been wildly underwhelming this year. And again, as we talked about with Brian Broaddus, if you're not generating pressure with the blitz, this team has a hard time generating any kind of pass rush and affecting any kind of quarterback miscues. And that also, though, and we talked to Nate Thomas last night, who, by the way, number one, is it not enough about what this kid's done as far as filling in for Tyler Guyton, but just an all-around good kid. And I can say kid because he's literally my kid's age, but what I had a chance to catch up with him yesterday. What a dude.
2 pressures allowed by Nate Thomas. Guess what? How many by Terrence Steele?
I heard you already say it. 0.
0, baby!
Can we stop? And I already told you guys.
That's a Fred Davis guy.
That is a Terrence Steele. I have been on the Terrence Steele bandwagon. And this is less about... you got to give credit to Brian Schottenheimer. I'm telling you right now, ever since he opened up competition at right tackle, Terrence Steele's been a difference maker.
Speaking of Brian Schottenheimer, if you didn't get a chance to hear his post-game speech, he does the yaz and getting hype for the touchdowns and interceptions. Marshawn Nealon one being the number 1 after that speech even made me a little bit emotional. This, I think, takes the cake at number 2 until we beat the Lions. Listen to Brian Schottenheimer in the locker room as turkey legs are flying in after a Cowboys win. Let's listen to the locker room and Brian Schottenheimer.
Hey, listen up. Hey, how about those last 4 days? How about those last 4 days? The heartbeat of this football team is different. I'm going to say that again. The heartbeat of you men, this team is different. And I am so proud. I will fight with you guys anytime, any place. Hey, listen up. Hey, we're going to start with the sacks. You ready? Here we go. Jaden Clowney sack. Yeah. Dante Fowler sack. Yeah. Davey Clowney another sack. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Touchdowns. Dak, hit past CeeDee. Yeah. Malik Davis, 43 on he made a tackle on next kickoff. Hey, Dak had a touchdown pass to Javonte. Yeah. And then Dak had a touchdown pass to GP. Yeah. Brandon Aubrey had a 26-yard field goal. Yeah. Brandon Aubrey had a 36-yard field goal. Yeah. And then Brandon Aubrey had a 49-yard field goal. Yeah. And the Cowboys win.
I mean, you can't. I'll tell you what. We've had a couple people, and I'm not even gonna reference what. If you can't be excited, if you text, tell you what, don't bother texting in if you're going to complain about us being excited today. All right, I don't want to hear about us drinking Kool-Aid. I don't want to hear about people say, well, the Chiefs and the Eagles aren't the same team as last. Then why be a fan? I mean, if all you're going to do is bitch and complain today about two of the biggest wins, I mean, Jerry talked about it. Brian Broaddus talked about it. No one's saying this team's going to go out and win the Super Bowl tomorrow. I am. Okay? No one's saying that this is the best team in football. But if you can't appreciate what this Dallas Cowboy team has done from week one when they lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, or when they looked horrific against the Chicago Bears, or when they looked lifeless against the Arizona Cardinals, and then yet all they've done is beat the last two Super Bowl winning teams who, oh, by the way, Vegas had both these teams, I'm talking about the Chiefs and the Eagles, as favorites, betting favorites. This is Vegas saying this.
While the Cowboys were at home.
To get back to the Super Bowl, and yet you're going to sit here and complain and make up excuses. Well, they couldn't do that. Go somewhere. Take a walk. All right? Go volunteer at a church. Do something. All right? Get out of here with this nonsense. If you can't appreciate what this Dallas Cowboy team has done for the last 3 weeks, then keep
it to yourself.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're drinking the Kool-Aid.
Oh,
and that shoddy speech got me happy. You can hear,
bro,
and you got to watch the video version on the Cowboys. You can hear the passion. Like, you can hear him just at a loss for words of just like, I'm going to fight with you guys. Like, it could have been very easy to give up on the season.
Absolutely.
Very easy to turn the cards in. Our defense didn't look good. We lose a teammate, and this team has rallied around Marshawn Nealon, and they've looked like a new football team since the trade deadline. And I'm geeked, man. Quentin Williams has changed his team. George Pickens has changed his team. And Schottenheimer, culture-wise, benching guys. Guys don't play well. Guys aren't at meetings. You know what? They don't start.
Yeah, this team from the 817, 10 minutes ago, this team now has. They do. I mean, they've had Super Bowl aspirations. I mean, Shoddy has been consistent. When everybody was like, well, and, we've had people say, what does this team know about getting to a Super Bowl? Well, right now, nothing. Okay, well, guess what? 10 years ago, the Chiefs didn't know anything about getting to the Super Bowl either. All right, and then they've gone on, as we all know, a dynastic run. So, again, there's something to be said for what this team's doing. A guy that I wasn't crazy about, and I had questions is, all right, we just signed him to be signing him, and that's Jadeveon Clowney. All this guy's done since then is be a stalwart at your defensive end. He's been a hell of a piece in the locker room as far as what he brings day in, day out. We've caught up with him look, and the one thing about him is he's been consistent when this team wasn't playing well. I asked him about, okay, look, you're no stranger to playing different defensive systems. What's going on with the Eberflus system right now? And he said, look, I'm not speaking for other guys, but it's just a matter of it takes some time. Well, this is Jadeveon Clowney, who, oh, by the way, led the team in tackles yesterday with 6, had 2 sacks, hands
Big
down,
sacks.
Huge sacks, okay? And like Blake and I talked about yesterday, 2 weeks in a row where, all right, my man chased down Jalen Hurts, brought down Patrick Mahomes yesterday, and has been a game wrecker on defense. This is our boy JC in the locker room after last night's win.
You had yourself probably the best game you've had as a Cowboy so far. Yeah. 2 sacks, 6 tackles. Just a little bit about this performance today as this team starts to come around.
Just trying to help. Just do my part, make the plays that's coming to me, make the plays I'm supposed to make, and give a lot of great effort plays.
You and I talked a little bit about, kind of getting this, not just you, but the entire defense coming around when you first got here 6 or 7 weeks ago. What's different right now?
We started to play complementary football. Offense score, we go out there and do our job and get the ball back. I think we got one of the best offenses in the National Football League. And if we could continue to give them the ball back multiple times throughout the game, we're going to win a lot of games.
Look, we get it. The other team gets paid too. But this is now 2 weeks in a row where you beat the last two teams in the Super Bowl. Kind of what does it say about this Dallas Cowboy team right now?
We right where we need to be in the mix of things, in the thick of things, and just keep stacking. Next game up. Don't nobody care about the last one. Don't nobody care about what you did the week before. We on to Detroit now, and just getting ready to prepare for them guys.
Thanksgiving, what's the plan?
Eat good with the family.
What's your go-to side?
Oh, man, probably like dressing. I love dressing. Rice and gravy and stuff like that, yeah. Sweet potato, not really, but I'm a big dressing guy, so I love dressing.
Are you going to go extra today because of what you did on the field?
I was going to do that anyways, so because we off tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm going to eat good.
Well done.
Thank you.
Boom, there's our boy JC, Jadeveon Clowney, who, again, as I alluded to earlier, I wasn't sure what kind of impact he was going to make. And, hey, every now and again, your boy's wrong, and I got to face facts. But we're besties in the locker room now.
Besties.
Pause.
I can confirm this because when I was around the Cowboys locker room, I saw Jadeveon Clowney and all 6'5" of him walking towards me, and I said, hey, Good game. Have a great Thanksgiving. And he was still kind of walking by me. I was like, I'll continue the conversation. I go, middle-aged white guy, beard, Kansas shirt, come up and talk to you? He goes, I said, Fred. He goes, Fred Davis, right? 105.3 The Fan. I said, yeah. Did he come up and talk to you? He goes, yeah, man. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. I said, yeah. He covered you in Houston. He goes, man, that was 20 years ago. It's crazy how he's still covering me. And I just said, yeah, he's your favorite player.
Still doing the damn thing. And Jadeveon being a little dramatic there. It hasn't been 20 years, but it might feel like it. It might feel like it. The one thing we forget about Jadeveon Clowney, this guy was a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Probably one of the greatest hits we've ever seen in college football.
Oh, I mean, you could argue he got that number 1 pick based off of that hit. All right. And look, no one's ever questioned the athleticism or the athletic ability because, again, anybody that has been in this job or watched sports, I mean, they're all freaks at the NFL level. But to be a number 1 overall pick, and look, I was in Houston when he got drafted number 1, and everybody had kind of this visions of grandeur in their head when it came to, you had J.J. Watt, who was still in his prime on one side, you had J.C. on the other, and you're thinking to yourself, like, pick your poison, whoever you double team with these guys, and it's going to be an onslaught. J.C. never had double-digit sacks in his NFL career. I know that's been something that's been talked about with him, but I don't know that we've ever truly appreciated. I know I certainly haven't, and now that, and again, this is something that you and I have talked about, Blake. You get a different perspective of these guys when you interview them in the locker room and you talk to them on a week-to-week basis.
Everyone else just sees them in spurts or with a helmet.
And it's ezy to want to talk smack. Now, granted, neither one of us has ever talked to Jalen Tolbert, but that's another story for another time. That said, it's going to be some furniture moving on site when we see Jalen Tolbert, who did have, I think he had a penalty yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Procedure on a kickoff,
it was the kickoff.
But that's okay.
Which was also the weirdest kickoff ever, where the ball was at the 50. They kick it out of bounds, and then both coaches are like, what's going on?
Yeah,
for like 30 minutes.
And they went ahead and had him kick it again. So, but again, I mean, the thing about Jadeveon Clowney and what he's been able to do for this, and you had a team that was deep at the defensive end position, and now, I mean, again, I think you've pretty much, I mean, Dante Fowler played some yesterday. I think his snaps, and we'll probably get more to the snap counts in tomorrow's show, 2:30 to 6:30. Your boy Freddie D and Blake Elliott. But what he's been able to do from a run stopping perspective, and you found now a nice little rhythm of Jadeveon on one side, Ezraku on the other.
Ezraku has been a mainstay.
Ezraku, from what he's done, and you had a little nugget yesterday that you found on the internets with our boy Ezraku.
What did I find?
As far as a betting favorite.
Oh, yes, he is the second betting favorite to win Defensive Rookie of the Year right now. Donovan Ezraku.
And you know what? I like number 41.
Yeah.
I know there was a lot of hate for the number 41, like, oh, you got to switch it up. I like 40. I mean, last I checked, Dirk Nowitzki made 41 pretty popular here in Dallas. I guess I was kind of surprised.
I like him with the little white ski mask. That seems pretty...
By the way, speaking of, just a quick aside, because this is the Expressway, and as we're wont to do, we tend to go a little all over the place. Update on your Dallas Mavericks for tonight's game.
Oh, you don't want to get that next? I was going to do a whole little Dallas Mavericks.
You want to tease it? Oh, you want to do a little Dallas Mavericks next?
Anthony Davis. Is he going to play in the Clippers or Mavs game?
We'll find out
next.
Clippers
or Lakers game?
Find out next. But I'll tell you what, it was
He's playing in one of them.
Whether it was Post Malone and his Debbie Downer of a halftime show, it does not matter. The food was right, the vibes were right, and your Dallas Cowboys were on the right side of the win column yesterday as they took care of business 31-28. Now there's going to be a lot of chilling this weekend. And again,
they need a day off tomorrow.
No, they need a day off.
I give them Saturday off, too.
They probably will get the weekend now. I know a lot of these guys, and we may get to the Nate Thomas stuff later in the show if we don't. Like I said, we'll definitely get to it tomorrow. A lot of these guys, the biggest thing is going to be getting their bodies right over the next couple days, okay? Whether it be the cold tub, whether it be those little boots. I know that was what Nate Thomas was talking about. He did have a hilarious remark to me about needing to run some more, and I asked him, I said, what do you need to run for? And he just looked at me, and it was just this long pause like, bruh, did you not see me out there? I said, well, I thought you were holding your own. We'll let him tell the rest of the story.
Well, the Cowboys keep fumbling like they do. The offensive linemen are going to have to run up and down the field.
No, they absolutely are, but Nate Thomas did a incredible job yesterday, and like I said, they did keeping Dak Prescott upright, because the one thing we know about Dak Prescott, when you give that man time to throw, especially with the weapons around him, good things are going to happen. And last but certainly not least, let's put a little love on Ryan Flanoy and Kevontae Turpin. Outside of just the recovery, the fumble recovery, which is Blake already alluded to, was enormous. But just the impact those two had in the game. I mean, they were added pieces of the offense yesterday.
I think the fact that teams are game planning out of their mind for CeeDee and George Pickens. Like defensive
leave other people open.
Defensive coordinators probably can't go to sleep thinking about how they're going to try to defend these guys. Turpin and Flanoy are never going to have more than like an off linebacker on them, or a safety who's barely paying attention.
Or a third or fourth string cornerback.
Like they're going to have one-on-one coverage versus probably the third or fourth worst defensive back / linebacker coverage guy. So they're going to have a chance to eat every time. And I was showing when we were rewatching the game the amount of times that Kevontae Turpin was just wide open in the flat or on the side. Because what are you going to do? You're going to put a lot of coverage over there and let Tolbert too. Let Pickens just go one-on-one with the corner. We saw how that worked.
I mean, you can try it. I mean, do so at your own peril.
Slant route is automatic at this point for him.
The scary part is, and we'll get you guys out of here with this offense it may not even be as good as it could be after what you saw. I mean, I think yesterday is going to give you even a little bit more of a glimpse, because you know what CeeDee and GP are going to do, but you throw Flanoy and a Kevontae Turpin and, dare I say, Jonathan Mingo in the mix. OMG. Final hour of the program coming up. We got Tolos on the telephone. That's going to go down at 1:20. And then, of course, don't forget, we're going to rewind the entire program. We got some maths to get to, as well as they say there's some college foosball going on as well. Your text messages as well. Don't go anywhere. That's Blake. I'm Fred. Degenerate Jake in the house. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. America may have rejoiced with a Chiefs loss on Turkey Day. The idea of the Mahomes-led Chiefs falling to 6-6 with a real belief they may not make the playoffs sounds good in theory until you get to January. Are you really interested in another Patriots-Colts big game in our lifetime as an alternative? Certainly not me. Get it going, Kansas City. America needs you, even if they don't realize. I'm Sean Morash.
Texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _DFS_.html for details concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Hey Tolos! Join G-Bag Nation's Zach and Eric in Michelob Ultra for a 105.3 The Fan Mavs watch party. Friday, December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. at Cosm on Grandscape Boulevard in the Colony. More info at 1053thefan.com.
The biggest ever Mesquite Gun Show this weekend, only at the Mesquite Convention Center. Over 800 tables of guns, ammo, shooting supplies, and more. Come buy, sell, or trade. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking for that special piece to add to your collection, we have what you're looking for. Visit our website at premiergunshows.com or call 817-732-1194. The biggest ever Mesquite Gun Show this weekend only.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Is pain holding you back? Corey Majors here. If you slowed down or stopped living an active life due to pain and are seeking clear solutions for lasting healing, do what I did. See the team for Total Male Optimization, Men's T Clinic. Men's T Clinic's natural regenerative therapy offerings are customized, built for men, and expertly guided and delivered. Kick surgery, downtime, and quick fixes to the curb. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with Men's T Clinic. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit mensteclinic.com.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
gross,
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
You're listening to the KNC Masterpiece, a fan after dark little mismatch today with Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, and our boy Degenerate Jake in the glass in his Caleb Williams jersey as the Bears and Eagles. That should be nearing kickoff here pretty soon. Here in about an hour, we'll have that kickoff of that game. Bears in Philly. Also, the Dallas Mavericks will be playing the Los Angeles Lakers today. The Luka game. This one is in LA, and I do have news for you folks. Anthony Davis, who has been out for multiple weeks with abductors and calves and Achilles and eyes, Anthony Davis will be making his triumphant return today versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Luka versus AD. Send in your predictions right now, 877-881-1053. That's the D&M Leasing hotline. Text in right now what you think the score of the game will be, who will be the players of the game. Is Luka going to drop 50? Is Anthony Davis going to go off? Do you think Anthony Davis is going to get hurt? Do you see Max Christie dropping 70? I personally see Max Christie dropping 71. It is going to be an elated day for the Dallas Mavericks as they play against the Los Angeles Lakers. So we'll have all that coverage for you guys as well as some college football coverage. Don't forget, right after this, you've got Georgia Tech. Yep.
And then tomorrow, a little. And by the way, we got Fan University later tonight too.
Come on.
A little evening edition of Fan University. I've never heard them boys at night. Okay, takes a little something extra to do a night show. Just saying. Shout out to all my fatties out there that tune into the Fan After Dark. And then tomorrow you've got Ohio State, Michigan. All right, I'm pulling for Michigan. Let's just call it what it is. All right, I want Michigan to win tomorrow. And then you'll have a little Fred and Blake. And then after that, you will have Auburn and Alabama. Throw the records out when Auburn and Alabama get together. One other thing, I am not tolerating any woulda, coulda, shoulda Chiefs Cowboy nonsense today. Or this weekend, all right? Because obviously we'll talk more about the Cowboys and Chiefs tomorrow. But from the 682, I'm a Cowboy fan, but come on, the Chiefs would have won that game if they wouldn't have committed so many penalties. Look, man, you know, what does it say? If ifs and fifths were something, we'd all be drunk. If ifs were fifths, we'd all be drunk. We don't woulda, coulda, shoulda, all right? Penalties weren't the factor when you were putting pressure on Pat Mahomes. Penalties weren't the issue when Pat Mahomes was airmailing passes. Wasn't a penalty that caused Rashee Rice to drop passes, which, by the way, two things about Rashee Rice. Shout out to North Richland Hills. Still a North Richland Hills native, so we'll love him up for that. That's all we're loving him up for. One, and a big Fred no-no, didn't talk to reporters after the game last night. Okay, that's a big foul on Fred's. Look, if you can't talk to the media after big wins, then not talk to them after losses. All right, that's just me 101, and I'll forever appreciate Dwayne Brown, and I'll forever appreciate Jordan Lewis last year for talking to media, and even guys this year in this Cowboys locker room for talking. Osa Digizua being another guy that would always talk to the media after some tough losses. So shout out to those guys. But then he went out and tweeted today, Rashee Rice. 4 hours ago, go ahead and count us out, y'all, if y'all want.
I mean, I'm not counting the Chiefs out of the playoffs.
I am.
The AFC, I'm not counting them out because you can be better than the Jags, bro. You can be better than the Colts.
You've already lost to the Jags.
I know, I say that, but both of those games were close, and you lost one.
I mean, you probably should have lost to the Colts. This is just not a winning team right now. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs are just not. I mean, they make too many mistakes. Okay, so if you get to the playoffs, and I know everybody's going to say, well, just wait and see. You never know. I've seen it too many times this year. Me and Broadus talked about it for a little bit yesterday, and he goes, is this kind of emblematic of what this team's done all year? I said, exactly. I mean, right now, Pat Mahomes is not playing good football.
He's not.
And that's the reality of it. And you know, the knock on the Chiefs right now is they're predictable on offense. Okay, you also were without your two tackles, and now granted, Josh Sims I think got hurt in the third quarter, whatever it was.
That was huge.
That was huge, and apparently he had his wrist in a cast when he was leaving yesterday. So you got Juwan Taylor, who really didn't have any issues yesterday.
Then he gets hurt.
He hurts it. Apparently, he's got a tricep injury.
He got hurt in the first half.
He got hurt early in the game, right? So he was out for pretty much 3 quarters. You were already without your right guard in Trey Smith.
So that right side was compromised early.
Right side was a dumpster fire for the entire second half. I mean, Mahomes was running for his life. Then you lose Josh Simmons in the late third, early fourth quarter. You put Wanye actually, I think his last name might be Wanye Morris. I'm sorry. Wanye Morris goes out there. He was a turnstile. So it was just anything that could go wrong did go wrong. And the difference is Mahomes' magic made that work a year ago or 2 years ago. Guess what? Teams are on to you now.
Little Dallas Mavericks update. I just said Anthony Davis will play tonight versus the Lakers as the Mavs travel to L.A. We do have an update about Anthony Davis, though. Per Shams and Stein, Anthony Davis will be on a minutes restriction tonight.
Shocking.
And will sit out tomorrow night's game against the Clippers. So
well, you already knew, but you had mentioned that already.
The under. Yeah. So if you took the under on Anthony Davis, you're feeling good. Minutes restriction, you think his line is 19.5. So pretty much, do you think
if he scores 15, I'll be shocked.
Let's go then. So that under is
if he scores 15, I'll be shocked.
I have Luka going for over 40 and hitting 7 threes at least. That is my betting, but that's also just my head, too.
It's rich, man.
You don't think he drops 40? Dude, he does that all the time, let alone against the Mavericks.
I say no. I say under.
I think he has I'm going to make a prediction. He has 18 in the first quarter and ends the game with 47 points.
I'm going to go 38, 11, and 9.
Jacob, what is your Luka prediction versus the Mavericks today?
59-7.
That's not crazy. The crazy thing is that's Luka. That's not a crazy prediction. If he drops 60, would you be all that surprised tonight?
No, I mean I wouldn't be. I mean
he can do that if he wants.
Luka could score 70 tonight, and I wouldn't be shocked. I just wonder if
who would be the leading scorer for the Mavs. We got to assume it'll be a different starting lineup. Let's start right there. What do we think the starting lineup will
be? AD at the 5.
No. You think it's first game back?
What, you want him running around at the 4?
I don't think first game back we're going to play where you don't like playing. I don't think so. I mean,
Jason Kidd's already said he ain't worried about that.
I think it's all up for discussion. I will say that. But I don't think, though. I think it's going to be Gafford, AD, PJ, Cooper Flag, and Brandon Williams?
No, okay. So my starting 5 would be. I think you put Davis at the 5.
Okay.
He's just running him around at the 4 is worthless. Okay, I mean
that I agree with. I just on a minutes restriction. Do you want him banging down low with the center?
Yeah, I mean, the less movement of him, the better. All right. I mean, I want him patrolling the perimeter and just kind of.
But you're going to be going like Rui and Dorian Finney-Smith, Rui Hachimura and Jake LaRavia. It's not like you're like.
But here's the thing,
guarding Jason Tatum out there.
I'm putting him at the 5 just for bleeps and grins. Okay. Now that's not to say that maybe you don't bring in Gafford at some point and then move him down to the 4. But I think you need to get off to a fast start, and putting him at the 4 is not going to be a fast start.
80 at the 5.
So I got 80 at the 5. I'll go PJ at the 4. I'll go Cooper at the 3. I'll go Max at the 2, and B. Will starting point.
I think that would be the best lineup. I just wonder if they're going to have Gafford in there or if they're going to have.
I wonder if Jason Kidd's just like F it.
So and then who do we think will be the most impactful / leading scorer? I think it's going to be PJ Washington. I think PJ gives you 28, 29.
Give me.
Because you got to also think about who is going to be defending Luka, a.k.a. is going to be in the game a long time.
Probably Max.
I could see that.
I'm throwing Max.
I think it's going to be
Max and Cooper.
I think it's going to be Max, Cooper. Najee has been that guy where they put on the best defender or best offensive player, and PJ. I think all 4 of them are going to guard him tonight.
If I'm Jay Kidd, I'm saying, look, Coop, I don't worry about your scoring tonight. Go lock up 77.
You think?
I would. I mean, hell, he's already made him a point guard. What difference does it make? I mean, you have thrown Cooper Flag into the deep end waters of the NBA and said, hey, forget a life jacket. Just go ahead and swim.
877-881-1053. Who do you want guarding Luka tonight majority of the time? I'm going to go PJ Washington. You're going Coop. Jacob?
Yeah, I'm probably Coop.
We don't think that's a little too much for him?
Well, Max Christie maybe.
I think Luka's licking his chops if he's got Coop.
I hope he does.
PJ and Max. I think Coop is a very good defender at 18. But Luka is going to use that non-knowledge and experience, I think, against him.
Well, let's find out.
calling
only one way
screens
to
and
learn.
rejecting.
Only one way to learn.
If he's got 20 in the first quarter on him, what do you do? Keep him on him the whole game?
I mean, he's gonna put 20 on. I mean, here's the thing: it doesn't matter,
he's
right? Like, there's no shame in getting cooked by Luka Doncic. All right. I mean, there's not one dude. Here's the thing: there's not one guy on that Maverick team that can say, "Well, that didn't happen to me." I mean, Luka could literally. I mean, and he's boys with all these guys, so it's not like it's acrimonious or anything like that. But he could literally just point to everyone. I've given you buckets. I've given you the heat. All of it.
I think he would want to give Cooper it the most, right? He's not boys with Cooper.
I don't know.
It's kind of a Cooper for Luka.
I think it's game respects game, though.
I do think that.
Coop, I mean, come on. Coop's collateral damage and all this. Coop didn't ask for any of this.
But I think Luka can hype himself into, I'm going to destroy you. You think you've moved on and he's the franchise now?
Do you think he goes Michael Jordan on him and says, I took this personally, you're the guy that replaced me? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think Luka goes out there regardless of who's in front of him is like, look, I'm busting everybody's ass, right? Kind of Larry Bird style in that fashion. But I would put Cooper on him just to see, hey, what do you got?
Leading scorer, I got PJ.
Give me
D'Angelo Russell, return game, revenge game.
No. Give me, you know what? Give me Clay. Give me Clay.
Clay trying to try out for his new team.
Give me Clay.
How many does he have?
Give me Clay with 19.
That's the leading scorer.
Yes.
So you think it's?
I think it'll be a balanced effort.
Everyone's from 10 to 19.
I could see 5 different guys in double figures tonight.
Okay,
I really could.
Jacob,
I'm gonna go Cooper with 22.
Ooh.
Cooper has a big game. This could be big for his confidence.
Oh, to put it like this, even if they lose, but they lose close, and Cooper goes out there and gives you a little double and is respectable against Luka Doncic, his ego will be through the roof, and in a good way.
What do you think about this text? 817, if Lively was healthy, I'd put him on Luka. No emojis, no LOL.
Why? Why, you trying to get him hurt more? I mean, he couldn't guard Wemby. You want him to put on Luka? I mean,
I don't understand that
I hope
text.
that's tongue-in-cheek. What
happens if Coop beats Luka one-on-one tonight? It'll probably happen. It's not like Luka's some Gary Payton.
I was going to say, I mean, it's not like he's locking people up. Okay, let him score.
Do you hunt Luka on defense? Go a little bit of, hey, we'll show you why we traded you. I mean, obviously it was
I don't
Nico,
think that animosity's there anymore.
But why wouldn't you hunt Luka on defense?
I mean, you would. I mean, why wouldn't? I mean, again, I'd be basketball malpractice if you didn't do it.
Cooper just calling him up for an ISO top
Come
of the
on,
key.
give it to me. Go, spread out, everybody. As he's walking the ball up the court, just telling people to get out of the way.
Coop's going to dunk on somebody tonight. Coop's going to
I hope so. Don't let him dunk on Luka. Don't let him dunk on Luka.
It won't matter unless the Lakers win by a bunch and Luka has 40. It won't matter what Luka does if Cooper dunks on him. Everyone's going to be remembering Cooper Flag dunking on Luka.
Does the torch get passed tonight?
Because Luka dropping 30 in the win is nothing.
Nothing. No, he does that in his sleep.
Luka dropping 50 or 60 in a win and doesn't get dunked on by Cooper, then it's a Luka game.
Well, then we're all laughing anyway.
I think we're all expecting the Mavericks L today. Or are you expecting the Mavericks win?
No. I mean, how often do you expect the Mavericks win right now anyway? I mean, that's been and I'm not trying to be a hater. I mean, let's call it what we've seen this team this year. Now, do I expect to see a spirited effort tonight?
Yeah.
I mean, you got AD back, and maybe AD plays out of his ass tonight. Yeah. All right, maybe we see the AD that we thought we were getting when he was traded.
I think you're going to see a lot of Najee Marshall tonight,
which I'm okay with. I mean,
Najee's going to get a bunch of
minutes. He got off to a slow start last year.
Not a lot of people talk about him
Marshall.
in the offseason.
And no, he was a forgotten factor in the offseason, right? And he's been one of your best players this year. The guy you thought you were getting last year, you've gotten this year. Mm-hmm. So shout out to our boy Najee Marshall. He's been solid so far. All right, now it's time to hear from you guys. You guys have heard from us for the last 3+ hours. Now it's time to hear from you, the Tolos and the Fatties. A little something we like to do called Tolos on the telephone. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, but it's also the hotline as well. Line them up. Open mic. Here's what we're saying today. Your thoughts on the game yesterday, your prognostication for the rest of the Cowboys season, and a quick, and I do mean quick, update and or thought on your turkey and or Thanksgiving spread from yesterday. You know the drill. 877-881-1053. Tolls on the telephone coming up next.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Ojos Loco Sports Cantina is where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce balones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that'll keep the crew coming back. 6 DFW locations. This is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. Even a tiny leak can quickly turn into thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even dangerous structural issues. I'm Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Hidden damage is real, and it's costly. Let us be your peace of mind. Act now before a small problem becomes a major disaster. Schedule your free, no-obligation roof inspection now at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed. Visit a Verizon store today. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Fort Worth, get ready. Your Uncle Julio's on Camp Bowie. It's making his big turn unexpected break. We've been hard at work behind the scenes, rebuilding, refreshing, and re-imaging your favorite spot.
We've added new menu items, fresh decor, and beautiful landscaping, all while keeping those mesquite grilled favorites you can't stop craving. Your patience and loyalty have meant the world to us, and we can't wait to open our doors once again, welcoming you back to Fort Worth's hometown Tex-Mex since 1989.
Thanks for waiting, Fort Worth. Your table's almost ready at Uncle Julio's.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance. Not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Stinky doors, cracks in your walls. With over 25 years serving DFW, Permapure can tackle it all. They're also Tolos. Schedule your free foundation inspection and mention code TOLA to qualify to score a free $50 gift card. 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas.
You finally made it to your destination, but that little voice says, did I lock the door? With DFW Security, you just tap the app. Doors locked, cameras rolling, house safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're listening to the KNC Masterpiece after a Dallas Cowboys dub. We are fired up, and we hope you are too. Let's give you the college football scores. We're doing Tolo's on the telephone right here. Hurry up. Fred's telling me to hurry up. Utah is losing to Fred's Kansas Jayhawks. Number 13th ranked Utah is down 14-10 to the Jayhawks. Ole Miss is up 21-13 on Mississippi State, and Iowa is beating Nebraska 26-16. We got more college football games. We got the Georgia Tech game here on the Fan after we get off at 2 o'clock. But let's listen to you guys.
My goodness, I'll tell you what a difference a time frame makes. Because and look, not to say anything about our fatties. Now, granted, we do Tolos on the telephone at 10:20, so that's a special group of people that are up that late. But we've got an entirely full board of calls. You guys want to let your thoughts be heard? Please do not ramble on and on. We will cut you off. I'm just telling you that ahead of time, so don't feel some type of way if you hear
and don't cuss
on the other end. Okay, so let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Let's start with Tim in Carthage. What's up, Tim?
Hey, guys, what you doing? Hope everybody had a good day yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And I've been listening to you guys this morning, and I'm absolutely in agreement with I'm sick and tired. I'm sick, and it's not because of food and drink yesterday. It's because people are coming out and trying to rain on our parade whenever we play the game for a purpose, and that is to go to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me that we can't, because we can. Because if you believe that we can't, then you haven't been watching the Cowboys very long, because 1960 is when we started, and I saw Hail Marys, I saw Ice Bowl, I saw the catch that wasn't a catch. I even saw Clint Longley do it on a Thanksgiving Day.
What time is it? That's what I'm talking about.
Don't tell me we can't, because hold my beer and watch us go. Because it's just another game, and if we can beat the two Super Bowl winners for the last 2 years, we can beat anybody. The team you better worry about is New England. I'm telling you, New England and Denver. Those people believe right now. So do we. And thank you, Quentin Williams. Thank you, Quentin Williams, for being on our team and showing the leadership. And welcome home. Linebacker.
All of them. Logan Wilson.
Overshown.
Shout him out. Overshown. Logan Wilson. Doesn't matter. Tim and Carthage. Great call from you as always. Good luck, Bulldogs, today as they go for another state championship. Let's go out to Harrison and Mesquite. What's up, Harrison and Mesquite?
What's up, fellas? I'm glad to talk to the swag group of 105 through the Fan.
You know the vibes.
Yes, sir. Hey, Dak, let's put him in the MVP race.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's out of him and Matt Stafford. We can't deny the performance Dak has been putting on. Also, the offensive line played an awesome game.
Yeah, they did.
I'm saying I changed my mind. That Quentin Williams, he's a stud.
Yeah,
I never noticed him before when we played against the Jets. But, man, some reason with the Cowboys, he's standing out like a stud.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, and I'm rooting for my Cowboys. And as far as that spread, you know I had to eat good yesterday, baby.
Did.
You know how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know how we do it. But I appreciate you guys and happily talking to the swag, baby.
I love it. Harrison, hey, my man. Good stuff from you as always. You're always welcome to call in. Tune into the Fan After Dark. You know you will be glad you did. We got the swag of the station. You know what time it is. Brian in Argyle. What's up, Brian in Argyle?
Hey, guys. I talked with you a few weeks ago.
Love it.
And we talked about the 3 games here.
Mm-hmm.
2 down, 1 more to go.
That's it.
And we're going to be right back there. Got to have faith. The defense is stepping up now that we got everybody back healthy, And, of course, Quentin and Logan, excellent. Tim Caller, I'm like him. I'm old school. I've been a Cowboy fan since I was 4, so I'm going on 56 years.
Damn.
I've seen it all, and I think we're going.
I love it.
We're going to the NFC Championship.
Brian.
I don't know who we're going to play yet, but we're going to do it.
Doesn't matter. We're going there. Love it. Brian and Argyle, great stuff. We're going to the NFC Championship. That's what Brian and Argyle says. Book it. Eddie in Fort Worth. What's up, Eddie?
How you doing?
Living the dream, friend.
Man, I'm not a Cowboys fan, but I listen to y'all nonstop while I'm working. I'm actually working right now for Amazon, but I just want to say Cowboys, they they look pretty solid the past 3 games. I don't really count the Raiders that much.
That's all right. Nobody did.
But the past 2 games, you beat the 2 teams that won the Super Bowl the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
in 4 days.
Like I said, I'm not a give props where props is due.
Absolutely. You got to. Eddie, be safe out there delivering them packages, my man. Sounds like you're in a wind tunnel right now. Be safe.
I think Eddie was delivering a package
was there a dog chasing him? My man's still on the phone, making sure he gets in that on the telephone.
Shout out to Eddie.
With a dog getting ready to bite his ass. Let's go out to Q-Dog in Richardson. What's up, Q-Dog? Hey, turn that radio down, Q-Dog. What's up?
Hey, it should be down.
There you go.
Hey, man, look. I'm surprisingly shocked at the result yesterday, and they won that game. But what I've been most surprised with, man, is the leadership that Shotty has shown this year. Real leadership that we didn't have with that fraud McCarthy. The implementation of a real offense, modern offense with motion and play action that fraud McCarthy didn't put in place. And the real thing I want to say, let's stop complaining about the dang sun. Let's learn how to use it as a strategic advantage when we play everyone else. It's only one way when that sun gets in your way. Coaches spend hours in the office. Figure it out, Shotty. Let's make it an advantage and stop complaining about it.
Love it. Ho. Q-Dog getting after it on a Friday afternoon. We already know he ate good, so we ain't even got to get into that. Daniel in Colorado, smoke him if you got him. What's up, D?
Hey, fellas. Well, sorry, I'm out of breath. You literally popped me on at the worst time.
What are you doing, Daniel? What are you doing? Running from the law? What are you doing?
No, FedEx driver. I just delivered a 148-pound package.
Okay.
I don't use the dolly. I muscle it. I'm a man. Anyway, what I have to say is,
take a deep breath, David.
As far as Dak and MVP considerations, man, I don't think so yet. He's crapped the bed in some of the big games recently against Denver. God dang, he's so tired. But like Matt Stafford, man, he's looked amazing against all these really good quality teams.
Yeah.
I don't think Dak should be up there yet, but I will say if we win next Thursday, I think we win out, man.
Come on.
I love it. Daniel in Colorado, great stuff. Hit that treadmill, big dog. Hit that treadmill. Now, granted, he is in Colorado. Altitude's a little bit different up there, and as we can tell from Daniel, that's a real thing. Let's go out to Chris in Weatherford. What's up, Chris in Weatherford?
Happy Black Friday, boys.
Come on. What it do, man?
I am glad you're keeping us on the airwaves during this wonderful holiday. I just got to say this. We're playing well. Dak is playing phenomenal right now. I mean, we might even see him in the MVP race. My only issue is we still have this wall to get over that we haven't gotten over in 30 years. And until we get over that wall, we're just going to be that same team that can't get over that wall. So my hope is dim because we got to get to the dance before we can even play in the dance. So I'm hoping that we get over that wall this year. Y'all have a great day.
Great stuff from you, Chris. Hey, they're trending in the right direction. You can at least feel good about that. Let's go out to a fatty extraordinaire, one of the GOATs when it comes to talking all things fatties, and that's Mr. Diamond Mike. What's up, Diamond Mike?
Hey, what up? Hey, congrats on that interview. It was amazing. I've been listening to him. Blake, you just had the most important owner of the team say that's a great question. So I loved it. And I also love that question that you talked about, the oil and gas. Man, y'all just giving us knowledge and gems. One thing about the Cowboys, I told one of my friends when I was watching it, it feels like I'm playing Madden and I got Culpepper and I'm just throwing bombs to Randy Moss or Chris Carter. That's how it feels now watching the Cowboys, that I have all the gems that I had as a kid. One thing now I got to worry about, rock chalk for you, but I got to worry about my Longhorns, so we'll see what happens.
That's all right, though, Diamond Mike. Hey, real quick, Diamond Mike, real quick, because you're one of our beloved fatties. How was the Turkey Day spread yesterday?
My homeboy invited to his spot. He just had that meatballs with spaghetti and lamb and all that. So real simple. It was just the boys.
Okay. Hey, you know what? That's fair enough. Was the food good, or did you feel like you needed to say something afterwards?
Oh, when I heard y'all talking about that, I was like, man, I don't know if I can be the person the food's trash. The food was good.
Okay.
But I think if the food is trash, I'm just going to be like, oh, man, something come up, man. I got to go. I got a family emergency.
I love it. That's why you're Diamond Mike. Get that swollen today, Diamond Mike. Always love you calling in. All right, Mark and Aubrey. What's up, Mark and Aubrey?
My homeboy invited to a spot. We just had that meatball.
Mark, I need you to turn down that radio, Playboy. Mark and Aubrey. Hey! What's up, Mark?
Mark just woke up.
Look, the wife just pulled up, so it connected to her car instead of mine.
All good. What's cracking?
Hey, is it just Cowboys, or can I talk a little Mavs Lakers for a second?
Man, look, you got about 45 seconds. You give us your sports take and tell us what your turkey day was like.
How about this, man? You know, I'm with the Mavs and Lakers, man. You know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, you know, but like all these other people that say, you know, hey, the Nico and the NBA, they traded over Luka over there to get him to LA, Cooper Flag #1 pick. But I do believe in ghosts and spirits, man.
Love it.
And I can see Kobe just sabotaging this team, man. I mean, Pelinka's his agent, Nico's his rep. How else is it not obvious when, you know, you dump your trash over here, you get Luka over here, man? I hate you, Kobe. I hate you.
Kobe slander on Black Friday. Wow. Our boy Mark and Aubrey.
Mark, do we still got Mark on?
No, Mark hung up. All right, John in Princeton. What's up, John in Princeton?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm from Princeton. I'm driving down to Austin for the big game today. So
okay. Safe travels. What you got?
Appreciate it. Aggie class of 13. Real quick on that game, just want to see if we can make history tonight. I'm praying for it. We've had a mediocre season. I'm praying for it, though. In regards to the Cowboys, I think everyone's talking about Williams and Clark, but I think the biggest game changer is Wilson and Overshown coming and changing up our linebacker core. Having two linebackers that can run sideline to sideline and efficiently tackle makes such a difference. I hate to take us Overshown to the Longhorn, but they're the biggest X factor for us. I'm hoping because they're healthy, knock on wood, I think we can win it out the rest of the way and get the playoffs.
I love it.
Appreciate it.
John and Princeton, great call. Safe travels getting to Austin. All right, final three calls, ladies and gents. Let's go out to Nate in Detroit. What's up, Nate in Detroit? You know we're coming, right?
I know it. Yeah, that's why I'm calling, because I'm a Cowboy fan, fella.
Love it. Let's go.
We need you to infiltrate, Nate. Listen, man, listen. I called these guys up here. They laughed at me. I called the radio station up here. They laughed at me because I told them that we were going to get better on defense. It happened a little while later, but they said that I was crazy and laughed at me when Michael Parsons left. Now, what I want the Cowboys to do is come up here to Detroit and beat the Lions by 21 points because of the disrespect. Because of the disrespect that they did to my Cowboys a couple years ago. With running them doggone offensive linemen out there.
Are we drag racing right now, Nate? Nate, are we in a police chase? What the hell's going on out there? What are you doing?
I don't know, man. I'm driving in my car. I got a bad car, but how about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys? There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Rev them engines up. All right, appreciate you, Nate in Detroit. Be careful, please. All right, let's go out to JK and Prosper. What's up, JK and Prosper?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, my whole thing on Dak's always been that with that kind of money and his talent, he's got to have a ton of weapons around him, which is going to hurt you on the other side of the ball. But I will say, man, he's living up to his contract with the help around him, which is a caveat. I mean, Jerry's going to have to find a way to keep Pickens, whether it's the franchise tag or, whatever. But this version of Dak is obviously the best version of Dak, and he's got the weapons around him. I mean, he's not Mahomes, right? But he's taking that Mahomes money, so at least he's living up to what he's supposed to with the weapons around him. My concern about this team is not their ceiling. I think their ceiling's even a little higher than we've seen.
Sure.
But their floor is what's going to determine whether they get in the playoffs, if they can go to Philly or go to Green Bay. I'm still concerned. I mean, look, I'm celebrating. I'll text you guys earlier. This is the funnest team I've watched since maybe the Romo T.O. days.
Okay.
And maybe Dak's rookie year when I thought they had the team, the roster to win it all. And what's his name was a rookie at running back. But my concern is the lack of discipline or their silly mistakes. If they can stay away from that, man, their floor is not going to be as low as we've seen. And I think they match up well with every team going forward. And like I said, it's probably going to be them versus Philly or Green Bay in the playoffs. And we'll just see what this team's got. But I'm excited about the future. If they keep picking,
as you should be.
I was going to say,
keep picking. They've got the core right now to do something special. This offense is going to continue to improve. And I like Shoddy. I mean, I think he's a little bit too much sometimes, trying to be a little too cool with everybody. But I do like their play.
Easy.
I'm sorry, I like it, but there's a border. I mean, at some point you got to have discipline.
Hey, we love it. We love it.
Discipline.
Hey, y'all gonna beat South Lake Carroll tonight or what? Y'all gonna beat South Lake Carroll tonight or what?
I don't think so, man, because everybody that's figured out how to run against this team. I'm just being honest. I'm a football coach myself in a past career, and so I'm concerned about them being able to figure out how to stop the run. But hey, we'll see. Look, for it to be our Thanksgiving was great. Had all of our family recipes, was on point. For me, from a football standpoint, Sooners got to win tomorrow, and I'd love to see the Aggies. Get them on!
Get it! JK and Prosper talking big noise. All right, last call. Take us home. Jared in Dallas. What you got?
Hey, what's up, boys? I hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving, first of all, man. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
Man, I got a few things about the Cowboy game. Now, we've been playing great. I haven't seen us win two more important back-to-back games, in a while. I'm a 92 boy. But I want to get y'all's take. What do you think on Matt Eberflus? Do you think if we continue to play the way we're playing, he will be back next year?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Man, and one more thing. What's y'all's take on our red zone offense? Now, I want us to be able to use Javonte a little bit more in the red zone. When we're in the 5, I had issues with it when we played Philly. I didn't like the play calls. And what's y'all's take on that?
Appreciate that, Jared in Dallas. Good stuff from you. Enjoy your Black Friday and the rest of your holiday weekend. I mean, hey, you've got one of the better offenses. I mean, it's a 62% percentage as far as scoring touchdowns in the red zone. The nice thing is, you saw yesterday where Dak was able to make plays with his feet. I mean, look, the biggest question for me in the red zone is, when plays break down, are you able to find something? And you've seen it with GP on repeated attempts. You've seen it with yesterday, and you mentioned it earlier in the show when he was flushed out, had two guys bearing down on him, and boom, he finds Javonte Williams for a touchdown.
I think we can all agree I'd like to see just straight up runs a little bit more in the red zone.
They tend to get a little pass happy in the red zone. They did the little
bootleg to Ferguson in the flat, and there's like 2 eligible receivers in it. It worked the other week with Span Forward, but I would your offensive line's playing out of this world. Javonte's a tough-nosed runner.
Yeah.
Give it to him 2 times at least when you're inside the 5. I'd like that a little bit more. And then, hey, you got Pickens, Ferguson, CeeDee if it comes down to third down.
I don't mind on the short yardage situations, whether it's in the goal line, whether it's in the red zone or anywhere on a 4th, 3rd and down or like that. I would like to see them run the ball a little bit more, because they do tend to get a little pass happy. All right, that was, say what you want. I thought that was a pretty dadgum good. Tolo's on the telephone. You guys were absolutely incredible. Final segment of the program. Let's get you on your way for the rest of your Holiday Friday.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the...
Tyler Booker at a 78.9. Number 4 was Donovan Ezaraku at a 77.7.
Okay.
And then 5th was
Bro, don't tell me Donovan Ezaraku and James Houston had a better game, PFF, whatever the hell it means, than Jadeveon Clowney.
And we mentioned it in the press box, who I think actually had a really good game and no one's talking about it? Sam Williams. Sam Williams, with him and Quinnen together, since Quinnen has got there, Sam Williams has been a brand new football player. And there was plenty of times where he was in the backfield. He was staying home on some reverses. He made some good run-stopping plays. I thought Sam Williams had himself a hell of a last 3 games and then a hell of a game against the Chiefs. That defensive line, there really wasn't any minuses.
That was your best group. I mean, he is certainly rounded into form. He would have splash plays, but then there was also plays where you just kind of wondered, like, okay, what is he doing? But, I mean, he's definitely one of your best athletes on the field, and now that he's kind of starting to put everything together, and here we are. I mean, look, you got guys, and this is really what you want out of your football team, and, I mean, I don't give a damn what sport it is. You want your guys playing the best possible football and or whatever sport it is at the end of the year, and that's what you're seeing right now. Again, huge game next Thursday. We got plenty of time to talk about that. We'll get more into that probably next week. We'll digest this victory for probably, at least for our sake, probably one more day on Saturday, and we'll dive into it on Monday.
So the Bears are 8-3, the Packers are 8-3, and the Eagles are 8-3. So record-wise, it doesn't matter what team loses.
I hate KU football. Can I just say that real quick? I hate KU football. This moron throws a pick 6, and as they're driving to score a touchdown, go ahead, Blake.
I was going to say, I think we're rooting for a Bears win because the Cowboys will only be 1.5 games back since they split, and they have one less loss because of the tie. I believe so. I'll confirm that tomorrow when we actually crunch the numbers of the standings. But I want to say we're rooting for a Bears win because the Bears and Packers are both 8-3.
I'm rooting for a tie.
I am rooting for a tie as well.
I'm rooting
that would
for
be
a tie.
nice. But let's go Bears. Go ahead and take down the filthy Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go Longhorns. We're about to make the college football playoffs tonight when we beat Marcel Reed and the fake Aggies.
I just feel like JK was just...
he didn't know what he was talking about. JK didn't know what he was
dogging UT.
He also is a Prosper guy and said that they're going to lose.
But you know what? That's what took me.
How many high school guys do we know that are like, I'm from here, I do this, but we're going to lose tonight? What? You got to have the utmost confidence in your team. I got Prosper beating South Lake Carroll. Someone's got to take down those blonde-headed boys. And I say bleach blonde because they always dye their hair bleach blonde. Not like their actual hair color.
From the 817, it's all about KU B-ball only, rock chalk. Go ahead and give me a bell ring for that. Give me a bell ring for that. You guys
Fantastic show today, though. Great stuff from you.
Kudos to us.
Kudos to Jacob Ray.
Hey, Jacob Ray, how about that? Take a bow. Take a bow. What are you doing with the rest of your day?
Listen to us on Fan After Dark Monday through Friday. This is the first time you've heard of us and you enjoyed even 1%. Monday through Friday, 7 to 11, right after G-Bag Nation.
We're here Mondays and Wednesdays.
We're here locked and loaded, and we'd love for you to join the Fatty family and have a good time and have a giggle. What am I doing the rest of the day? I got to figure that out. I'm either going to sleep or watch so much football or both.
You're not sleeping. You're going to be doing both. Jacob Ray, I know you're going to be watching your Bears and your, well, not your, well, yeah, they kind of are. Your Philadelphia Eagles. Are you torn? Are you torn as to who to cover today?
Not today.
You know, you got one of them jerseys, half Cooper DeJean, half Caleb Williams.
The alliance is over.
In the middle. What?
The alliance is over. My look is the Cooper DeJean jersey. The mullet is the Cooper DeJean
You really
jersey.
are. You really are.
Yeah, I'm going to go home, eat some food, try and catch as much of that, and then I got to leave at 4:30. I'm covering the Odessa, Permian, and Allen game.
Oh, I hope Allen puts belt to ass.
I do too. So
I'm telling you right now.
If you watch that game on Victory Plus, I'm the one behind the buttons on that.
So shout out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. Fatties, Tolos, and if you were checking out for the first time, and Brian and Jerry Jones, you guys were absolutely incredible today. For Jake, for Blake, I'm Fred. Good night. God bless. Go Cowboys. See you tomorrow.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nobody is saying it, but it needs to be acknowledged as we head toward the NFL's home stretch. The Seahawks can go to the Super Bowl with that defense and complementary offense. The huge blemish? Can Sam Darnold not fall apart like he did last winter? A first test for that happens versus the team he left, the Vikings. Sam Darnold, you are now on Pumpkin Watch. I'm Sean Morash.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start you search for strong candidates, the right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free.